I'm currently live streaming from well, not undisclosed location. Well, it is undisclosed location, but I'm grilling basically. You can probably hear meat sizzling in the background. In fact, I have to probably flip it the next couple minutes. I think I'm gonna try and mute. Oh, I actually managed to mute myself. Look at that shit. Holy cannoli. Hit the like button just like I did. I'm the first like, so that's convenient. Anyway, ladies and germs, exactly. Is that freaking amusing? Long story short, ladies and germs, welcome to the show. Oh, D, do that thing you do, by the way, because I didn't mute myself.
What's going on, everybody? There we go. Welcome. This show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here. Oh, look at that meat. If not, you have to get out or I'll eat you like that meat. Oh my
I
God.
mean, that's
Go
just what
ahead.
she said, obviously.
Go for a few.
Go for
Maybe.
a smash.
If you haven't, check out fumidor.com, fumesofgold.com.
Thank you.
Use that
Um,
coupon code.
just for 18 and over. Don't fucking be here if you're not.
You'll
You're
be dick.
21 and over. Actually, yeah, whatever. Whatever your legal laws are.
Cheers, Bud Kilowatt first in the chat.
Here, guys, in the chat.
Did
It's
I
going to take me a
freeze?
second to post that link. Let me flip this beef here so we don't have
Oh
bad
my
beef.
God.
But ladies and germs, you guys know the drill. You probably know the drill already by this point. If you don't, you have to be an adult to watch this show because we discuss adult kind of things. Because like your mama, she really likes adult things. We talk about her quite a bit, honestly. If you haven't noticed it already, she's a. I mean, come on, she's a bundle of joy. Honestly, seriously, come on, you can admit that. I'm sure. Anyway, ladies and gerbils, I think I actually charged some of these a little bit too much, so I got to pay a little bit better attention on the second batch. Anyway, ladies and gerbils, welcome to the show. Hop on and join the conversation. I'm going to post the link here in a second. If you have ever joined the show before, then you have the link already on your Zoom, and just go ahead and click it, and we can let you in. But if you are new, just wait a second, and I'll be happy to let you in. If you wonder what we talk about, well, we talk about all kinds of stuff, ladies and gentlemen. So far, we've been talking about beef. We've been talking about your mama. More to come. Anyway.
He's nuts coming up.
Like,
So I'm going to mute myself while I post the link. Go for it, the gentleman.
can you hear me?
Yeah,
Mhm.
go fast.
Okay, I'm using my new microphone.
Sweet. What kind of microphone?
Lavin, one of those Lavin. What are they
Say
called?
again? Oh, a
Uh,
lavalier. Hold on, I can't see anything. A lavalier. What is it? A Rode or what? Oh, I
no,
gotcha.
just a little off-brand. Works pretty good.
That's cool.
Looks like a little puffball.
Oh yeah, I was gonna post that link.
So yeah, I got some rosin. I'm about to take a dab.
Nice.
Oh yeah, these are really good. It's a rosin pod. So it's like a disposable with rosin in it. Really good. This
I
is
like I like certain dispos.
high fructose corn syrup.
Can't think of the name of it right now. It has the little turtles logo. They're really good. I used to buy them all the time. It was just the cartridge. I already had the pen. It was just disposable cartridge. Cheers, everybody in chat. Cheers to all you 6 people watching, to the lurkers and
Could you
non-lurkers.
possibly post the link? I'm having a hard time
Sure,
posting it right now. Thank you.
sure. I can post it if you can tag, pin it. No, we
420's
don't.
coming up real quick. What are you guys doing? I think Miranda Family Farms is scooping me. We're gonna hang out, go to a show.
Right on. There you go, family pin. I posted.
I probably have to. Oh, right on. I'll pin it in a second. I probably have to drive to California. I don't know if I'm driving on Saturday or Sunday, but
How far is
nothing
that
super
drive?
close to. About 1,000 miles.
That's a pretty big haul.
That's a bit.
Couple hours, right?
Oh wow.
A couple.
All highway.
Pretty much. Just pretty much straight down I-5.
Oh, nice.
So once you
Yeah,
get on
that makes it
I-5, you
kind of
just
easy.
literally go straight. There's no turns except for gas.
My mom's car, dude, I can set it in cruise control and it will adjust its speed to the car in front of it. Then you can set the distance out you want it to sit, one car, two car, three car, and it will like I don't even have to really do anything. It pulls up to a car so that's slower, it'll match its speed and keep it a certain length apart.
Huh. I'll forward it to you shortly.
There it is. Pin, ladies and germs. All right, I'm gonna have to switch batches of meat, just like your mama. I'll be
I
back.
got a batch for you, Mama. Right on. Come hop on, join us, folks. I'm freaking
Well,
hungry now. Humidor, fucker. It is meat.
meat and
Stay tuned. You'll see. You get to see Fumi's meat later. Maybe. I don't know where I'm going with that. I don't know.
it was nice out today. How was your guys'
Yes, it
day?
was. Yeah. Yes, sir. I don't know what I'm doing for 420. I think I have to go to some car wash, school car wash or something for my niece. To the school or something. I have to look into the details. I just quickly saw it. And I'm still doing testing for somebody. I got like those 6 strains. I'm keeping track and writing down 1 through 10 and some notes. I got 6 strains. I have 6 or 7 different strains I'm testing for them. If anyone would like me to test their bud, let me know. Mhm. I'm always into testing. I'm gonna roll another joint. And characteristic of me, I don't believe what I'm gonna be smoking. Even like what? Flow crossed with AK-47 Durban poison. Crossed with Durban poison. Yeah.
I haven't seen AK-47 in a while.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of any of these by themselves, but together actually it's not bad. It's crossed with something called Flow. I've never had Flow before.
Flows, you say flow?
Yeah, Flow. FLO.
That's a DJ short story. You got a
Oh, right on. That's pretty cool. So real nice big joint. Like I said, but I do know one thing. On Saturday, we'll all be smoking a lot of cannabis. Well, at least I know I will be.
I'll be tripping.
Uh, they trimming or tripping?
Tripping.
Oh, okay. True.
Uh, Shout out Miranda Family Farms.
Uh-oh.
He's going to the same show me and martial artists and mass cannon going to.
Mm-hmm.
My house is like right on the way to the show. So I was like, yo, you should stop and scoop me and we'll roll up together. And he was like, let me see if it's out of the way. I'm like, bro, I think it's probably right, like in the direction, like perfect direction. And he looked
Nice.
it up and it really was like right, it's a second off the highway.
Yeah, I'm like that too here. I'm like 2 minutes away from 401. Okay, continue.
So I'm just walking around.
Okay. That's cool.
So that frees it up so I can, I don't know. I don't like tripping and like spending the day. I'd have to spend the day out there and make sure I could drive home.
Yeah, yeah. True. Actually, it smells pretty good. Doesn't smell like heavy sativa smelling either. Fascinating. Am I having problems with my chat? Splashing fountain, emergency. Let me refresh my YouTube. Will I roll this up? So I've been doing testing every morning. When I get up, I smoke this one strain of this one kind. And I've been testing it over and over again for a couple of days in a row. Get a accurate number. Get this person.
Oh shit!
Looks a
Critical
little bit
cut
like poop, but it's
arm.
meat. Oh, we're focusing on smashed.
Oh
Never
my
mind.
god.
I didn't mean smashed.
Look, oh my god, I'm hungry, man.
Did you
Right?
hear me?
Yeah,
I found a herm on the bottom here.
roll. Is it a single herm or is it a bunch?
Looking, I don't see.
Like the one Fumi showed that one time? Look at that
Yeah,
meat. This
I'm
is the
still.
damn. If that doesn't make you hungry, I don't know what does.
I don't know if I want to cut this down because it's actually doing good. It's a shitty part.
Hmm. What about trying to deherm it? Just rip the thing off.
You said you found this herm smash?
Yeah, critical kush
Oh shit, really? Is it a cut or a seed?
seed.
Oh, I got you. Probably some
Dude, what,
shitty breeding.
cut it down? Because it's
It's
early.
early, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd cut it down.
Bummer.
It's useless, right? I mean, you're not gonna ever run that genetic again. You obviously know if it's gonna herm, it's gonna ruin all the rest of your flower. So
Yeah.
I would burn that shit out, honestly.
This sucks. I'm doing good.
Well, what can you do, man?
Mm,
Better now than at the end of flower. Well,
yeah.
actually, that's not true. At the end of flower, it wouldn't have done you any damage. Now it might actually do some damage.
Yeah. Get it before it's too late.
Dude, I was noticing some pistils.
I mean, stamens.
Like changing brown. A pretty good
Oh,
sized
so you're
plant
gonna have some
too.
seeds. I got you.
Did you smoke sense? Haven't seen you in a while.
Well, on the bright side, you can have some hemp seed to make breakfast cereal with.
Damn, this thing smelled so good too.
Hmm, that's too bad. Try it out, see if it's worth anything. Chop the leaves and stuff. Basically, treat it like a regular flower. Maybe it'll have something on it. It's a nice big plant.
Hmm.
I found one dude and I tapped the fucking branch and I seen pollen fall. I was like, you motherfucker.
Oh
Mm,
shit.
yeah, me no good then. Oh yeah. Mm.
I'm gonna bring this out
Well,
of
you know
here.
what you should do, honestly. What week are you in with everything?
I gotta be in 4 or 5.
Well,
Okay.
you might still be able to. Yeah, you can probably do it. I would spritz everything. Like right now, you just pulled that thing. I would spritz everything with water. I'll just get a spray bottle and just spritz everything down to kill the pollen as much as possible.
Mm-hmm. I usually take the walk 'cause I go outside. I usually use the hose. I usually do.
Like week 7, week 8, that might be too late, but now you're fine.
Smoke sense. I don't know. If it says if you take a cut of the clone, you may not herm out, but a good chance it will. Right?
Say again, D?
If you take a clone of it, won't it still herm out?
It'll still herm because it has those herm tendencies. Yeah, I was asking if it was a cut of Critical Kush because Critical Kush is a famous cut, and I haven't heard. Granted, I don't know, but I haven't heard that it's a big hermer. A genetic that it basically was crossed with probably has some instability, and they use that. That's my assumption. I don't know where it came from, but my assumption is that it's a popular name, which it is. Critical Kush is something that people really know and they want. And so someone crossed some random dog shit male into that Critical Kush, and now you have the end result of that, which is basically an unstable genetic that even in a good environment hermed out. So that's basically I removed that with a ruthless abandon. I had no compunction about chopping something like that. Which it's not to say that it's not going to be good flour. If you had a whole room of that, as far as I know, as long as it didn't seed itself up, which it probably would have, it
Uh,
might be good flour, but basically useless.
so there you go, Smoke Sense. Smoke Sense was asking in the chat. I'm tired of seeded cannabis. I got this bag. I got this one kind, that McFlurry. Anyways, it's seeded all the time. It's crazy. So over it. Mm.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Hop on, folks, and join us. We're gonna be here for the next while. Cheers,
That's it.
everybody
We're
in
going to
chat.
be here for a while.
Uh-oh. I have one. Oh, join. Well, there you go. Crazy. Mm. Right on. I'm trying to put my chips. Put the chips after. Jimmy's fault. Showing that meat. Oh my God.
That's what your mom said.
Ah! I'm just teeing them up for you tonight. Thank you. Cheers, Midwest Grown. We're having a great night. Everybody in chat. Gonna pack. No. T, I always see something up for Fumi again. No. Yeah. What's everybody in chat smoking on right now? I'm smoking on right now. I'm smoking that. No, no. This one. Flow crossed with AK-47 crossed with Durban. Poison. That's what I'm smoking on. And it doesn't taste sativa at all, which is crazy. I was expecting a sativa taste. Cheers, Mystic Citizen. So Green Fingers says he'll be on after. He's making smash burgers and fries. Shit, man. You guys, man. I need to get some burgers going on over here. Sounds really good. Hey, Dead Fish
It's
fan.
fruity.
It's crazy. I saw this truck today when we were going to the Dollar Tree. It had a deadhead sticker on the back. Like, oh, deadhead sticker right on. Here comes Smash. Right on, dead fish. Sounds good, bud. We're just getting going. It's only been 23 minutes. Usually it's slow starting, but once we get going, we'll get rolling. So stick around, folks. Cheers, everybody. What time is it? Well, missed the 20, of course. Fine. I gotta get that bell down here. Okay, after I get a coffee, I'm gonna get that bell. We're gonna have the ding ding. But in the meantime, I'm gonna smoke some. Fuck, man, I wish I had some more of this stuff. I've been smoking this. Like I was saying earlier in the show, I've been testing for this person, and I got a whole bunch. Thank you. Different strains of that he sent me, like what, six? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I was right, 6. Yeah, 6 different strains I've been testing, and and they're really good, actually.
All right, I
But
just sprayed with some water.
where's that other one? Okay, it's this one. Is it this one here? No, that's Northern Lights 5. But I've been smoking Cherry West BXF2, and that's really freaking good. Cherry West. But there's another one. I'm trying to find the bag. Maybe it's this. No, that's something else. Root beer hash plant. I had another bag here somewhere. Oh, I know where I put it. It's in here. It has seeds. Anyways, I'll find it. It's really good too. Cheers, Jack Beanstalk. Hope everyone's having a great night. I've been smoking them every morning, testing one. Then the next morning, testing the same one. Then the next morning, testing the same one again. And then move on to the next one. But I'm getting there. I'm almost through. I got a couple more to test. And I'll give the person results. Freaking fuming. I need to find some food after. So far, I tested the one. Oh, that's what it was.
The garden looks good. Something happened.
I found out the name of it. Lime Pop Kush crossed with Sky Gyro. It's really good. That's a good one. Lime Pop Kush has a lime taste. Reminds me of the Lime River Rose. Oh man. That's right, Dead Fish. So if anyone wants their cannabis tested, let me know. I like testing. That was good, Fumi. Oh man.
It is good. I tried a little bit.
Fumi's got the throwdown going on. Could have made it a Tuesday barbecue show or something.
Say again, D. It's super loud out here.
I said we should have did some Tuesday barbecue show or something.
That's a good idea. A great idea. I was going to do the Friday grill and chill, and then, of course, everything went to shit, and I had to go to Israel and all that.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, maybe we should do that. Spring's coming up. Well, it is spring already.
Yeah. Be the weed tester. That's right. All right. So far I tested Lime Pop Kush crossed with Sky Jarro, Juice Box crossed with Mango Haze, and Cherry West BXF2. I like Juice Box. Juice Box is good on its own. Okay. That. No. Cheers, everybody in chat. Not much chat tonight. Pretty quiet in the chat. Cheers, everybody watching. All you lurkers, smoking a joint, maybe doing some gardening work like Smash there in the background. Smoking a bong, hitting the pipe. Like, I think Fumi was smoking a pipe earlier.
I'm smoking McBaron Scottish blend right at the moment.
Oh, aye, laddie. Right on. Oh, nice. All
I need
right.
to buy a bigger grill when I get back. I love this little grill, but it's tiny.
Is that the old coal? You have to get the briquettes.
Say it again.
Briquette grill? Is that the old briquette grill?
The which grill?
Briquette.
Oh yeah. I use hardwood charcoal.
Nice. Old school. I like that. That's
Yep.
the best way to cook, though.
Oh yeah, the meat comes out so smoky.
It's so good. Mm,
Ah,
just to pick through. Yeah, I
uh,
got.
I want to go in now. I'm going to go in there when the lights are off to make sure it's 100% light sealed and everything. I'm fucking pissed. Hopefully,
Yeah, it's true. It could be a light leak.
Yeah.
hopefully, it's nothing crazy. I mean, I do see some brown spots.
I mean, honestly, with your new environment, there's a good chance that there is a light leak. So this is a good opportunity to fix that.
Mhm.
I've gone in there when it's dark and I haven't seen any.
Do you go in that what you really have to do? It's pretty annoying. You have to go in there and sit for like literally like a half hour.
So your eyes adjust. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. Here, I think I can mute this. Dude, I forgot the microphone on my coat. Um,
Well, it's picking you up
it's in a
all the way.
weird spot. It's in the middle of the garden, though, so I don't know whether there would be a light leak there. If it was like in a corner or something. Um, I do see some brown pistols, but there are still a lot of white pistols. And I just sprayed it down with water. So
That's a good
hopefully
idea.
any pollen that was floating around in there dies and we still get a decent harvest.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah.
I can't fucking go with another whole seeded harvest, dude. That would fucking kill me.
Seriously.
Dude, I seen pollen sprinkle out of it. I was like, you motherfucker.
Yeah. Yeah. When you get the hose or the water.
Um, should I try spritzer? Runts to mac to grape pie? Or should I take another dab of more more paper, pipa, more pipa. Motor breath to papaya BX.
Ah, papaya, honey. Put your headphones on.
Mm.
We were talking about papaya earlier, but the fruit.
It's
Uh,
cool. I just checked all my plants and none of my plants are harming. So hey, that's a good news.
That's awesome.
I had that seed for a long time, and I think I remember finally where I got it. Fumi. I ordered off Seedman because that dude Riper, Ripper, Rapper is you can get his shit on Seedsman, and they were a freebie, I think. And I just had them in the safe, and I was like, it'd be cool if they were actually good. And when I was growing it, it looked great. It grew up. It grew pretty good, and it smelled amazing. It smelled
Yeah.
funky. Um, but yeah, I got a whole bunch of other stuff. I need to get into flower soon. I just popped a bunch of blueberry kush seeds. I have another Wilson Otter pop. I got a couple
Right
uh,
on.
wedding cake to Brothers Grimm, Cindy 99 cross to their male cake, Cindy cake from a company around here, Purpose Genetics. Hey, at least I caught it early. I mean, it's kind of late, but it didn't. It looked like it just popped a couple days ago, and I
Yeah.
just started to notice, like yesterday, I just started to notice, like I'm like, okay, maybe it's a little windburn.
Gentlemen, I'm gonna sorry, Smash. I kind of heard you, but I didn't quite hear you about where you got the seeds. I'm gonna finish making dinner. Ladies and gentlemen, hop on the show. There are people watching, presumably, so you want there to be a show. This is far too passive. It's actually really annoying me that the only people that are on here are D and Smashed. I have some shit to do right now. If you want the show to continue, hop on the fucking show. It's tiresome, honestly, that we have to beg people to come on here to join the conversation. Come on, join the conversation, have some fun. Don't make me feel bad for Smashed and D for making them sit here and just basically babble to themselves. Hop on, join the conversation, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right, Bailey. Where'd my seed go? Huh? Oh, that was loud. I'm trying to find my scissors. Oh, there they are, my trim scissors. Not too bad. A little leafy at some spots, so I just take the scissors and I'll give it a quick trim.
Of course, it's the stupid fucking random seed I put in the garden. Stop doing stupid shit.
Nice dead fish. Cindy 99. Awesome. I love Cindy 99. And Brother Grimm's awesome. I've heard good things about them people. Them guys. Them people.
Oh my god.
Catch
Um,
bud.
Thinking of when do I wanna? I'm gonna need a bigger veg spot. At least I'm gonna need a taller veg spot. The size I'm in is good, but I need it to be bigger so I can put like 2 foot plants into flower.
You
I
need
should
the
be
bigger boat.
I should be able to get about 2 feet in that little tent. We'll see. I gotta
Yeah.
Shit's annoying when things happen like this. So how does this microphone sound?
Sounds good to me. Even when
Cut
you
out.
even when you had it off and you're still talking, It was on your sweater or whatever, not even near you. You can hear you clearly.
Um,
So that's
yeah,
good.
I got a windsock on it, so it, like,
Hmm.
dampens the wind sound in the grow room and stuff.
Yeah.
And I could just clip it to my shirt. I like that.
Yeah. I can use Mr. Newscaster over there. Just in. Fuck it. Damn sleeve. I'll just see. Missing trimming. Trimming up this. What the hell is it? McFlurry. How I like it.
Just so everyone knows, Jimmy is not kidding. If he comes back and it's just me and D, he's gonna shut the show down.
Yeah. Well, there are a couple people that are gonna hop on shortly.
I'm just telling them they better do it
Yeah,
soon.
yeah.
Because Jimmy's not fucking around.
Bing bong. I'll take some more bud.
I need to go
I got,
buy a clipper lighter to fit in this so I can just start using the whole thing.
I got that poker, toker.
Yeah.
Not right on.
But I
I'll
like it
take
because it has a section where it's metal and you can pack your bowl down while it's hot.
Yeah, right on. That's gotta be a gram bud right there. Oh,
I can't tell. My little veg plants, they were doing great. Then it got super cold again. And they started to not drink as much water. So I've been trying to like kind of catch back up with them. I've been letting them, I watered them 2 days ago now. And I'm gonna wait till tomorrow to try to give them any more water. Give them 3 days to really dry out. And the temperature's been warming up too, so the temp's been warming up. I don't have a heater in the veg tent. It's just kind of ambient temperature. I got a light in there. I got 150 watt, so it stays about 70 degrees when the lights are on.
nice.
As the temperature goes up, the temperature there will go up little by little.
Uh-huh.
When my HLG is on full power and the 350 is on full power, the top of the plants are around 80 degrees.
Yeah, another gram bud. Cheers, green fingers.
Cheers.
I'm gonna have to go down there tomorrow and see. I just don't know where the light would be leaking in the middle of the
Yeah.
garden. I honestly just think it's shit genetics.
Yeah, like that's what Fumi says, but you could be right. Or if you have a lately.
What plant harmed? I missed everything.
Critical Kush, I found fucking a sack on it, and I think there's more so I just cut her down.
Here, they go
Um,
tear my nutsack. Hey.
Yeah, sometimes better chop it down so you save the rest.
which sucks because it was a nice plant. It smelled crazy, looked great, grew great. It was on the bottom of the plant too, which sucks because it would have. I wasn't. I don't really pay attention to the bottom of the plants. I try to trim them up the best I can, and sometimes you get this. It looked like I trimmed there, and instead
It
of
was like,
growing back pistols and like female parts, it started to grow back a male part.
That happened a few times. Just some stress on some of the plants,
The thing is, they shouldn't be fucking stressed. They should be fucking cruising.
right? Some plants aren't that way.
There shouldn't be any like. They're not cold, dude. I'm heating the fucking room just so they fucking stay.
Yeah.
warm.
Could have been just in the genetics waiting to come out.
I'm hoping there's no light leak, but I've gone in there and I've sat in there for like 20, 30 minutes and looked around and waited for my eyes to adjust.
You
I
have, you have a
covered up.
window, a window
There is
for
a
that.
window, but I covered it up.
Okay, because mine,
So
where mine came from. The window.
I got a couple cracks between the panda film and the wall, but I put a strip of panda film on the inside where that light's coming through. Everywhere else doesn't look like there's any light coming through. I even like went on the other side of the tent and there's like I don't know 5 feet of or not 5 feet, probably like 3 feet of just like space. Because I have like the support beam in the middle, and that's kind of where my grow butt up against is that support beam. And I even took some panda film, cut it out, cut like there's wires and stuff. I cut slits in it, put it around the wires, just hung it up. So I tried to cover up everything I seen. One of my extension cords glows. And I
On the
even put
end,
tape around that.
on the knob, it has one of those orange ends where it just
Yeah.
lights up. Yeah. What about your timer? Did you check make sure it doesn't accidentally pop on in the middle of like for a minute here and there?
That's a good thing.
5 minute cycle.
I'll check that next.
Yeah, that's what I had a problem with once. It was one of the teeth on my timer got flipped over somehow in the middle of the cycle, so it turned off for 5 minutes every fucking day, and it started.
Oh, no.
I've done it. I've
Yeah.
done it too.
I've been like, it was my dog's
Timer falls
fault.
behind
It was my dog.
something. Fucking things get pushed down, pushed up.
Yeah, that was. I found a lot of issues with the indoor. Outdoor just flies right by, no problems, except for sometimes bugs here and there. But
Dude, bud ruts and powdery mildew is my problem here.
man, you gotta find you something that's good for your area.
Knock on wood, I never have any of that problem. I spray
So
them down. I spray them down with that mixture I mix every year, twice a year. Once before they go outside, and once again before flower. I never have any problems with powdery mildew or nothing. Over.
Yeah, outdoors important.
especially when you're growing, like it's in the summer, it's usually a 90 to 100% humidity.
That's
Or-
crazy. You guys go crazy with that humidity. I'm not down with it.
Cheers, Johnson. Oh
I'm so
my
close.
god.
So close to the coast.
Fucking
Yeah.
TV.
I couldn't deal with that weather. Dude. I'm glad it's almost zero humidity sometimes when it's, oh man.
So usually the wind goes it's faster to fly from New York to California than California to New York because of the airstream. And all that fucking, what is it, the Atlantic right there, I think? Yeah. Whatever. I'm not good with oceans. Whatever body of water Boston butts up against,
Lake Ontario.
I think it's the Atlantic, all gets pushed over. Like Massachusetts. And then we got all the stuff from Florida sometimes that washes up to us.
Yeah.
Let's get it, bro.
I really wonder what the average humidity is. I could Google it.
I know
Let me
it gets
turn
big.
on this phone. Oh, I'm going to see Styles P and Papoose
Nice.
for 420.
Nice.
Yeah,
I will be consuming.
should be a good show.
It's gonna be a fun time. Especially, we always have fun. Me, Miranda Family Farms, martial artist, Mass Canner usually comes and smokes a little bit, but I think it's in his neck of the woods, so we might actually come chill. Yeah, we always have a blast
Yeah.
as long as the weather's nice and looking like it's gonna be.
Usually every year for us here, it's rainy and shitty out in Toronto. Except for last I think it was last year. It was actually sunny, but usually it's like shit.
Global warming, everything's warming up. They're predicting Massachusetts and places are gonna get more rain than snow now in winter.
You know, we've gotten more rain and snow than I've ever seen in my whole time of living in the desert. I've been like pretty shocked by the amount that the mountain's still holding today.
Better than snow, that's for sure.
And it's getting only 81 today. Wasn't that bad.
Fuck snow.
Let's see. It's 81 right now. It's still 81. I was 79 now. Okay. 79 now.
Fucking sea.
It was pretty warm a few minutes ago. My air conditioner kicked on at the end of the day. Pissed me
Okay.
off.
Has an average humidity level of 74.69.
69. Yeah.
And then, like, dude, we get that marine layer of fog sometimes. That shit's cool. You'll be out and it'll be foggy and it's so moist out.
She said.
Boy. Uh-huh.
These
Mhm.
these rosins are really fucking good.
The what?
I'm trying to save this pen till Saturday.
Uh,
Oh, shit.
So my phone right now, I didn't pay the bill. One, because it's not like I don't have the money. I have the money to pay it, but I want to switch companies. So I don't think I'm broke. Well, I am broke, but I have enough to pay my phone bill. Anyway,
uh,
I want to switch companies, but I have an event coming up Saturday. So the shitty thing is with my phone company, they never like send me a text message like, "Oh, your phone's gonna be shut off tomorrow. Pay your bill." So they just shut it off. I'll wake up one morning and I'll go to make a phone call and it'll be like, "Oh yeah, your phone's disconnected." I'm like, "What the fuck?"
oh no.
Same here.
Mint Mobile right now has a deal for you get 3 months for $45 plus tax, unlimited talk, text, and data. And I really want to switch to Mint because I live in a city like they have pretty decent service here, and they got 5G coverage where I'm at.
What do you use right now?
Family Mobile, it's like
Oh, okay.
I think it's Walmart brand. Yeah, it is. It's Walmart's brand.
Yeah, I got Verizon from everywhere. That's all I know.
So my mom told me a secret that some companies use Verizon's towers.
Hmm.
So what I did is I went for the cheapest company I could find for unlimited talk text because I really wasn't using a lot of data. I was home a lot, especially during COVID. You know what I mean? I was home, so $27, uh, unlimited talk text, and you got like 5 gigs of data. But Mint Mobile is even better. They're that plan's $15 on their shit.
Nice. Can't beat that.
So I'm probably gonna end up having to go pay my phone bill tomorrow. And the shitty thing is, by the time I'm gonna renew, I gotta make a date. The deal's not gonna be there anymore.
Mm. So,
Pause. Yeah, I'm kind of sad, dead fish, that I got a Herman there. I shouldn't have did untested genetics. Can we do it? It's on like speaker view. Is there a way to put it on gallery D?
do.
Yeah, every time we talk, it's just
Just one person at a time. I noticed that too. I was reading the
I don't know
comments.
how to change that. Sorry, folks. I just wanted to get shout out. Is it good? I don't know. Ryan Reynolds bought Mint Mobile, so I don't know. And I've always heard that they're pretty good, like service. I heard they work off other people's towers, like a lot of the other prepaid companies. But the cool thing with Mint is you can. They're one of the
Man,
like pay monthly for like a new phone. You know what I mean? If you want a brand new iPhone, you can give them $50, $100 a month. And I'm actually looking at new phones too. Like you guys are on a Samsung Galaxy 10s. It works good, takes good pictures, but it's older now. It doesn't even have 5G.
Right.
So I kind of want to go to like I've been looking at the I like Samsung. This phone has done nothing but
I don't even know what to say.
worked for me. I've dropped it a bunch. It hasn't broken. Um, yeah, there's a couple companies. I was looking at that One Plus company. I just want a good camera, and I need to make sure they sell like the case I have on this is like an OtterBox, pretty much.
Otter boxes are awesome. I used to have an otter box.
Hey D, can you change the view for YouTube to like gallery? It's on like
No, I
speaker view.
can't.
Huh.
It's
Hold on, let me
too.
go on my computer. I might be able to.
I thought it was Fumi that because he's the host. He has to flip it over.
I think we're both co-hosts.
Yeah, but I don't think I can flip the view. I don't think I have access to flip views like that.
I'm gonna look. Hold on. I'm changing over to my computer.
Thanks, say.
I had Chinese food, which was delicious,
Oh,
and I'm going to make some food when I'm out of here. All right, I'll be right back. I'm switching to my computer.
I had to close my front door.
whoa. Cheers, everybody. This is Dean's making some Annie's macaroni and cheese for supper for us. It's Fumador's fault throwing that friggin' meat. That's what he said. His friggin' barbecue looked delicious. But yeah, we're gonna have some Annie's. Organic. Who's that? I hear Mr. Moo. Hang on. Glory to you in your house.
Mic check. Can you hear me?
Mic check 1 2 1 2. I'll say open the door and
I had to order. This is the weirdest thing, and I never thought I would have to order this, but I had to order a USB female to male adapter. Like, it's literally just this little piece I needed.
crazy. Thanks, hon.
Paid $5 for 2 of them though, so I have an extra one if I lose it. But this was with my before with these microphones. Oh, cool thing is it's powered by my phone, so all I do is plug the receiver in. It automatically hooks up, and you turn the mic on, and it automatically connects.
That's cool.
But before it was just this little piece, so I had to like take half my case off to put it on. Now I have the extender, so I don't have to do that. Yeah, these mics, dude, for the price, they're really good.
I got Mrs. D. I think it might be in her what do you call it? Her checkout anyways, where she checks out on Temu. I think she's got one of those camera oh my god, no, I can't think of the damn name. It's stick. Extended stick extender. Anyways, my selfie stick, yeah. She's giving me a selfie stick for my phone so I can take better pictures off my phone.
Dang it.
I need to smoke
a goddamn tripod.
Excuse me.
BGC.
Pause. There we go. I need like an actual tripod for that because I just got that tracking phone holder, so it tracks my face. I need to get it up higher on a tripod so I can bring it to events and stuff, and I can put it down and I can walk around and it will follow me with my phone and stuff.
Cool.
I do want to get a 360 camera, and I'm actually looking at an Insta camera. I think that's the next big purchase I make.
Right on.
I have a GoPro, add an Insta camera to the full, then upgrade my phone.
Where's the salt?
I also need a external hard drive.
Uh-huh. Where'd you put the damn salt?
Yeah, dead fish. I got those seeds, and I don't know. They're always at events around in Massachusetts. Purpose Genetics, and they had it was wedding cake dark heart clone across to Cindy 99. And they took that plant across to Cindy cake.
I like Cindy 99. Great strain.
Jeff said, well, he said it in the chat. He's like, I have a yearly plan for mint.
Cheers, Jeff. Speaking of.
Yeah,
Get right from the horse's mouth.
hey, green fingers. And smash, yeah, yearly plan. Yeah, mint's really good. You can do a hotspot also. They allow that.
That's another thing I was looking at. You can have your own hotspot.
Yeah, it's like 4 or 5 gigs of the high speed data, but really you get, I think it's unlimited low speed data though, actually. That's just the high speed data that's limited. Yeah, it's really fast. I mean, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. And I was going to say, I think what I had to do was keep my old plan. You got to keep your old plan till you switch over your phone number to the new plan, so you don't lose your phone number. And you probably want to keep that your same phone number. So, like, I think you got to keep your old plan though till you. I think that's the way it was.
So the coverage in my area is excellent. It says.
Yeah, you could try that.
And I'll show everyone the plans I'm talking about.
I love it when it plans together.
So right now they have this. Every plan is $15 a month. For 3 months. So it's $45 upfront payment required, then they taxes. but you can get the actual unlimited for $30. It's usually $30 a month for 15 right now. And the plan I have one
Nice.
that's 5 gigabytes, and I'm paying almost $30 a month for it. So it makes sense for me just to switch to this. It's better pricing, and it looks like it has better coverage because I do have
Yeah,
blackouts in random areas.
it's pretty good. And I think they do use like Verizon's towers.
I might have to actually pull the trigger. The shitty thing is, like, I actually need a phone. Like, I'd have to order the SIM card for my phone, and it could take 2 to 4 business days.
Oh,
That's the only problem I'm having, and I need my phone by Saturday for the event.
I think they use like a digital SIM now or something.
My phone still has a
The
physical
last
one, though.
time. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really, but I know the last time I set one up, it was with a digital SIM. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
Here, let me ask.
yeah, maybe this phone doesn't have, yeah, this one doesn't have a
Can a
slot.
Samsung
So that's the way they do it
Galaxy
now. They're all
S10
digital.
Plus have an eSIM?
But I don't know if you could do a digital on one that had the
According to
physical.
eSIM.net, the Galaxy S10 series does not support eSIM. It only
No,
uses a regular SIM card.
mine only uses regular SIM cards, which is
Yeah.
funny. I bet you if I had another model, they probably don't have a SIM card spot.
I think they can send you like maybe it was like through Amazon. There was like a $5 trial sim also or something. Maybe just wanted to try how good it was or so anyway, I don't know. I guess you gotta look into it though. But I guess they'll send you one. But Mint's pretty good. It is like a little bit extra charge.
30
You
bucks
know,
a
there's
month
just
for unlimited. That's a good deal.
I think there's like a little extra charge on there, not a lot, but it's like everybody has to pay that
Best
no matter
value
what.
monthly, 360 bucks. 30 bucks a month. That's not bad.
I've had them for years. They've been pretty good.
Select brand. I have a Samsung. I like the folding phone Samsung has. I really want one.
Those are sick.
I've heard those are great. Yeah, I've heard really good things about them. I've never seen it. I still have my old iPhone SE, the original one. It's like the smallest iPhone out there. But like I just use it as like a Wi-Fi thing now because I use a more modern iPhone now. But just for around the house, I still keep it. The battery is not so good, but it's still just a killer device. It's so small and powerful. The microphone worked great on it. I'm pissed at my new phone. It's like can't understand what I'm saying. Yeah, I gotta put my mouth right to it. And the old one's great. The old one, it's got like physical buttons on it. It's really good. It's that old SE. But yeah, it was a killer phone. Small, but you could still read the screen and just that used to be the thing. You wanted something small and light, just pop it in any
Yeah.
pocket.
It said how it
that's what
works.
you said.
Free 3 to 5 day shipping at checkout. Fuck. It sucks because then I'm gonna have to buy a month on my new plan, on my old plan, and then buy 3 months on the new plan and hope it doesn't start till I put the SIM in.
Well, yeah, like I said, I'll look into the phone number because you might have that might be what you need anyway, or I think it's something like the phone number might be taken, but maybe not, or something. Anyway, that's one of the tricks when you switch over
I don't know
to
who
keep your
owns,
phone number.
I don't think any of the big companies own Sprint. I think they're their own real thing. I think
No, Sprint T-Mobile is a big merger. They're one of the big ones.
they merged with Mint. Oh, so
No, I don't think so, but I think they just use the towers or something.
Sprint,
Yeah.
Nextel, T-Mobile, they're merged.
Oh, I gotta look. I looked up
But
Google.
Mint they use different tower, whatever. It was pretty good coverage. I've traveled using it. Not a lot.
Oh, I think they got a deal with T-Mobile.
There are a lot of Virgin satellites in the sky, so there should be good coverage with Virgin. That's for sure.
Yeah, look.
Yeah.
T-Mobile reaches agreement to acquire Mint Mobile for up to 1.35 bill.
Yeah, that was Ryan's company, the actor.
Yeah, and then he owns part of a soccer company with a guy from Always Sunny.
This is how he's making money in business, not movies.
Yeah, he sold that
That's
a
how
while
it
ago. Yeah, that guy must be worth a fuckload of money now. Holy shit.
Dude, he's
He owns the
The
Deadpool
Deadpool,
franchises. He's got that. Jesus H. Christ.
the Deadpool movies are raking in money, I guarantee you too.
What's that?
The Deadpool movies.
Oh, yeah. That's how he got the money for Mint. Yeah, that's for sure. Well, how he got the money to found it, I guess. That's a crazy story. Whatever.
Yeah, they bought like a premier soccer team.
Oh, that's just for giggles. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go smoke a joint. I'm going to go smoke some sour Morgana. Where the fuck is my microphone? There it is. There's the camera. I'm going to go smoke a joint of sour Morgana. Hope you guys are smoking something good. Hop on the show. Join the conversation. Thank you, Jeff and Green Fingers, for hopping on. Join the conversation, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be bashful. Don't be shy. We're not here to eat your freaking face off or some shit. I don't know, like chimpanzee. We're here to, well, except for D, he might eat your brains. But other than that, ladies and gentlemen, we're here to goof off and have a conversation. So come on and join us. I'm going to go smoke a joint.
Cool. Yeah, I was smoking some of that Lime River Rose beforehand. A good
What?
cut I got.
Yo,
Oh,
that's
nice, Jeff.
strain too. I love Lime River Rose.
Yeah. Really, good
All right,
resin.
whoever's playing music needs to turn it off. So we just don't get.
Not it.
Yeah, that's an insta ban.
Sorry, someone called me.
Oh, okay.
I was using that Chat GPT app again today, man. It was amazing. I really liked it. I don't know if it'll work on the show, but yeah, it's really good. Once you just start talking to it and have a conversation about shit. Like I was trying, it was like technical shit about botany, and then I was asking about the Grateful Dead and things about Jerry, and yeah, it actually had some interesting things.
Jerry. Oh wait, sorry, wrong Jerry.
Like I think I heard, but I remember, but I forgot that he was an artist also. Actually, an accomplished artist, a painter, Jerry, and I mentioned a couple. Like he's got one finger that was. I didn't know how he got, or I forgot it was with an axe accident when he was young. But yeah, he's missing part of one of his right finger, right
Crazy.
hand. Yeah, it came up with all the stuff. Like I knew it, but it goes into detail, and you might like find out. Oh, I didn't know that little bit about it though.
Hmm. Fucking Steve.
But you can talk to it like I'm actually. What's amazing is you can talk to it like you're not even making sense with the questions you're really asking, but somehow it knows what the hell you're talking about. Like it might be like three or four questions deep or something, and something you're trying to figure out. So it kind of knows what you're talking about. So, but yeah, it's like you're talking to a person. It's like
Dude,
you
I
don't have
write.
to like be really precise like you're
Cheers.
talking to a machine.
I use
It's pretty
it to
cool.
write emails.
With the typing though, did you ever try their app though, where you just talk to it though? That like brings it to another level. It almost it answers before you finish your question. Like I'm almost like what? Like it gives you some answer, and so like you think about okay, so now I'm wondering about this other thing about something with chlorophyll or photosynthesis, and I'm trying to ask it the next question, but I'm not totally and it's already like starts and but somehow in that answer it also has like what my full question was going to be though too.
Oh,
Yeah,
that was
very
a
impressive.
fuck. This is these I haven't smoking yet.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's a good healthy cough. Yeah. I've been
Cheers,
around people with
everybody in
like
chat.
asthma.
Excuse
There's
me.
like weak coughs. Yeah, not a good, healthy, productive cough, they call
Cheers, South Bay Gen X, Salton Sea Seeds, Martial Artist, CTC, Bud Kilowatt in the chat. Oh, J5 is still alive. Sandy Wriggler,
Dude, I can't
Martial
wait.
Artist, Leave Me Alone. Cheers, everybody. CTC. Hope everyone's having a great night.
I'm gonna check the weather right now for Saturday.
Yeah,
Let's see.
our weather's gonna be. I'm supposed to go to. I can't wait. Lots of
Ooh,
cannabis smoking.
so the chance of rain has went down a lot.
Good.
Uh, it just says sunshine and clouds mixed. Hell yeah.
Cool. Cheers, Miranda Family Farms.
Oh, there's two of the people I'll be hanging out with this weekend.
Yeah, man. And martial arts. Martial arts in the chat too.
Yeah. Marshall,
What
two people, Marshall
Yeah.
and Miranda. Well, I don't know who. I technically don't know who's coming with Miranda Family Farms, but whatever. I think it's probably his wife, which is cool anyways. She's always chill to hang out with.
cool.
Oh my god, hold on.
I can't wait to see Styles P and Papoose. And it's gonna just be a fun day in general.
Where's it located? I mean, it's outdoors, right?
Yeah,
Is
Greenfield.
that a park? Greenfield? Is it a park or someone?
Yeah, Greenfield Fairground. Or Franklin County Fairground, that's what they call it. And it looks like it's gonna be nice out. So the nicer it is, the more people go out. So
There's actually some snow in the forecast for the next few days here. It's
no,
crazy when it's once in a while it snows on 420 here. I think that's why I like the DVC is having their event in June.
it was 65 today. Tomorrow's gonna be 64. Then it drops down. Yeah, I'm only seeing late showers Friday night, which I think the thing ends at like 8 or 9. So we should be good.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be snow here, let's say.
Fuck that. We got snow randomly.
It would just be a small thing, but it's still a pain in the ass. You don't want it. And any event, especially, if something's going on. Like there's always something going on down at there's this park across from I don't know if they actually banning it now, but it's across from the Capitol building in
Weird
Denver.
whole time.
And that's been the traditional place to smoke out on 420. Even before it was legal.
Usually everybody in Toronto goes to Queen's Park.
You need to go kidnap Southern VT. Throw him into the fucking trunk and bring him with you.
Duct tape, shovel, bag of lime. Oh, wait,
Hang
sorry.
out with. He's
Not
just
loud.
so hard. He's got like the family life. It's always hard to get away. He's like a recluse at his little farm. He's hung out with Marshall. We haven't crossed paths yet. Which sucks. Charlie too. Charlie's been working a fucking boatload.
Hmm.
Yeah.
That's great.
That's someone I haven't seen in a long time.
I called
Yeah,
him
it'd
the
be good
other
if you
day.
stopped on. Yeah, Rokashi must be working a lot too.
I haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah, I caught him on some other podcast or show, YouTube actually, but the live thing.
Yeah, I haven't seen him. I don't know.
Yeah, it must be. Yeah, they're busy. They're working jobs.
I can't wait for summer, man. It's gonna be fun. I'm trying to have some fun this summer. I gotta get some more plants flowering
So
soon.
yeah, it's just starting.
I got
It's gonna
the
be a good year.
I got 3 plants in 3 gallons right now, and I might up pot them to 5s. Give them another week or two, and throw them in the fucking flower tent.
That was close.
I was just at the grocery store today. Like they had a soil sale. That was cool, but the your Jeremy soil. I don't really want to say the store anymore, but that shit went up 50% from the last time I was in there. And it used to be like 24 a bag or so at the store. It says a grocery store in Denver. And he's like up in the mountains, like at least an hour, probably like more than 2 hours away, maybe more driving up in the mountains. But the guy said, yeah, now it's like 35 at the store. And he's saying if you go up in the mountains, it's like over 50 at his place. So somehow they get a discount, I guess, by buying so many pallets and selling it here in Denver. But yeah, it used to be like 25 the same, now it's 35. It's a lot. But they had Roots Organic on sale for about 15. So yeah,
That's about what I pay for the coast. If I
that's a
want.
good price. Yeah, for the coast too. That probably
I wonder how much they could charge now for the Charge Me Promix BX. 3.5 or 3.2 cubic feet or whatever it is.
I want to get one of those big bales that are squished down.
Yeah, I like Promix. That's what I usually use.
there. I did that once. It's probably not worth it, really, to tell you the truth. Smash, especially if you can get a good price on just regular cocoa. But I don't know. Maybe it was just my experience. I don't know how to do it. But it still stays clumpy.
Hmm.
It's not as light and fluffy. Like Coke, Canna is known to be. I like Canna, and I actually bought one bag of that today. Kind of use that with my seedlings to dilute the soil a bit to start them, and then also use them in the SIPs container that I'm going to start. Um, but they don't have any perlite, and I like that because then I throw it outside when I'm done with it in my yard, and there's no perlite. But some cocoa's mixed with perlite, like that. For me, that's no good.
Why is that?
Well, just cause I want to put it in my backyard, but it might be better. It probably, I could see it being better, but maybe not. Actually, like if you want to,
I
especially using
noticed the
small
perlite
containers,
disappears quick outdoors. Like
I
I
don't
don't.
think you need it even with cocoa or a good cocoa. And then you can use a small container, like if you're using a 3 gallon. Um, that's what I've done
Oh,
before with cocoa, and
what the hell?
so just cocoa. And so why put the perlite in it? It's like doing nothing. That's like, yeah, it's giving you air, but
Another
the
J.
cocoa's it's hard to really drown some cocoa.
Oh man.
And probably never to where it's like gonna really kill it. But yeah, I've gotten, it can smell. You can smell like, oh yeah, this is waterlogged. This is like, you get some sewer smell or whatever. Yeah.
Okay, what the hell?
Not the good dank. That's the way I feel anymore. I think they talked about it once, some maybe GML or something too, and he would say I was like agreeing to like, yeah, makes sense. And but
Yeah.
pricing matters though too, and yeah, you're gonna throw it out or somehow get rid of it, or you're gonna put it in your backyard or something. It looks great when it's in the backyard. Got a
I've
huge
been
amount of
I'm
spread
on
out now. It looks great.
I'm on like the third run with the soil I have. And
Yeah,
I just keep adding more.
that sounds good. I'm still trying different methods.
All right, it's 80, I mean it's 78.6 in the garden. Come on, why isn't the second one connecting?
But I've got some big, like 20 or 25, 30 gallon, um, some big pots and I have cover crop and I chopped it down and put some stuff on it. And there's a lot of mycelium growing on it. And then I watered it and I covered it with an upside down, like big plastic drainage tray. And it's just like off in the corner in the room. And it's been there for a while. So now I'm waiting for all that, like that I chopped down. And that's kind of like underneath all the things I put up, which wasn't like worm casting, some barley and some other nutrients that I had.
Oh, it's 78.6 in the garden right now. 50% humidity.
But now I'm waiting for that. So you got to get the time. I got to get the timing right for that. So
This
that's
rosin.
taking some time to finish it.
I know people that are doing an outdoor, they're already starting their outdoors, and I'm like, I think it's a little too soon still.
Nope. I usually start earlier than this. I usually start end of February, early March.
In the ground though?
Oh no, not in the ground.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, yeah.
I know people that start indoors and stuff, but I know people that are trying to start in the ground already.
Yeah, that's kind of early.
I had these mini greenhouses that were sick. They just kind of broke over the years. I had 3 of them, and I could put a couple plants in like a pot and throw them in there, and they'd stay warm enough through the couple like before Mother's Day even.
Yeah. Nice.
I want to get a mini greenhouse again.
Okay, cool.
So what would be the bad weather like if you keep it year round? So then it's probably the snow out there that
Yeah,
would be the
that's the
most
thing.
extreme thing. Huh? Yeah.
If we get a wet snow and I don't take like the cover off, it will break. The snow broke a gazebo in my backyard because I didn't take the cover off. Because like the year before, it was fine. One year, dude, the snow just built up on it and fucking collapsed it from the middle.
Yeah.
That's the exact same thing happened to a buddy of mine. It bent the poles and everything.
Yeah, nothing was usable.
That's crazy. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
the snow.
because we have that in Hale also. It can get pretty windy, but the hail is
We don't
probably
really. We had hail the other day, but we barely get hail.
That's
We
right,
get
Jay.
like, cold enough to where the rain starts building up as ice, and that becomes a problem. It's like the perfect temperature where it's freezing, like, but it's raining.
Well, it could do some way to take it down, but it's more work. But you could do that.
This rosin's really good, guys. Here.
Or get something really cheap. Just get
Which
like a
one
Harbor
is it?
Freight. Something from Harbor Freight. Maybe there's something like $100. Something like that range. That's like, yeah, good for one season though. At least try it out.
Which rosin is this smashed?
Ritzer
Okay.
from a company
That's
called
the
Fresh
next
Press.
one?
Fresh Press out in Cali. Runs across to Matt, across the Great Pie.
No, the next one. Right on.
It's got like a fruity tropical smell. The other one's my favorite. Motor Breath to Papaya.
So yeah, probably some sales. 420 coming up.
Thank you.
Use that coupon code BRAINS for your 420.
Bet you Fumi will put up a code too. All right. This is
I roll another joint.
why is it washing out? This is the other one. Papaya to Motor Breath.
Yeah.
That's good, creamy stuff.
Shout out Yaska and Fresh Press.
Oh shit, what am I doing? I already have stuff chopped up or trimmed up.
Oh yeah, I like these.
Yeah.
What's gonna laugh? We were talking about this the other day. So it's a rosin pod, a rosin disposable. It says single sourced, small batch, indoor, solventless,
I got a back.
149 to 70 U live rosin. Oops. And the strain on this
How much are those?
high fructose corn syrup.
Oh,
Fructose corn syrup. Wait a second.
what?
Yeah, that's the name of the strain.
Oh, that's the name of this strain.
Oh,
What? That's a terrible name, actually, but okay. Should be like high fructose perp syrup or something
Yeah, that would have
I
been
thought-
like that. Or so,
at first it sounded like
But-
they were smoking corn syrup too.
Yeah, the high fructose corn syrup, that's banging, bro.
cool.
My homie has a cut.
Nice.
It
But they have
tastes
the
like-
rosin. They have the rosin pens around here from Dab Logic. They come down much, but yeah, it was always pretty expensive.
These are expensive. Hold on, I'll tell
Like
you.
a lot more like, yeah.
I think it was $50 each.
50 each for a gram.
Yeah,
So that's not terrible, but yeah,
hold on. I gotta check that math.
that's not terrible. But
All right, so hold on, I'll do the math.
Mm. Oh, they're pushing off.
All right, so they're like $36 a piece. My cost.
oh yeah, plus tax or just that actually the cost.
No, just the homie set.
That's cool. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
so they were like that's like half the price of what. Damn. So I don't know if they were supposedly we're one of the first to have rosin, using the rosin terps as a solvent. Keep it
So
liquid,
the rosin's expensive. The rosin,
nothing
for
added.
an ounce of rosin is 1,400. That's a lot.
Yeah, but you can make a lot of edibles or a lot of something with it.
That's still $50 a gram though. 1,400 divided by 28. Yeah, $50 a gram.
I
It's a
used
lot
to
of.
buy Scarf.
I
That's
think
crazy.
I think these are 2 gram buckets though.
I'm bucking. I'm gonna get a
Came
new
out of
rig one day.
came out of a 55-gallon drum, maybe.
I want to clean. I think I'm gonna clean this one up and start hitting it again. This piece hits so good. I stopped using it when I got this little piece because it was easier to travel with. This was my go-to piece for a long time, and then I bought this one at Las Vegas.
Nice. Oh, that's yeah. Right on. I got this one, but it's broken. I gotta get fixed. Or I gotta get a new one. It's cracked.
I gave my homie one of them too.
And then I got some of this right here, actually. Queen Anne's Revenge crossed with Morgana flower rosin. Got a big old jar of it. Over.
But I bet you here, I don't even type that. So I asked someone around here how much like ounce of rosin would be, and he told me 600. And his stuff's just as good, I think. I bet you since it's a Cali company, I bet you can probably get it way cheaper than I can.
Bud Kilowatt in chat actually just says he can get zips of fire rosin for 450 to 600 all day long lately.
Yeah,
So there you go.
I can't wait to go to this event, dude.
Right on.
That's where I got my Gorilla Glue from that I was smoking. And I'm probably going to pick up some more bud because I only got a little bit of weed left.
Gorilla Glue 4. Mm.
Yeah, now's the time to get something though.
It's been a minute since I've had some of that.
$20.
Roll another joint.
I like the pods. They smoke really good. I did go to Vegas. You want to see some pictures? Hold on. Let me go to my. Bro.
Oh, really? Nothing.
It's actually where I met that company. Is Vegas.
What's everybody smoking on in chat? I'm smoking on McFlurry right now.
Excuse me.
We'll smash pulls up some pics.
Stop
I'm
that.
not a big raws or edible fan anyways. Oh, we're talking about raws, never mind.
I muted myself, sorry.
That's the top of the stratosphere. That's the sphere right there.
Mm-hmm.
There was a huge sign that said no smoking weed, and of course, I think I took a
Guess
picture of me smoking weed.
who-
It was fun. That fucking sphere is so bright, dude. Like, look at Las Vegas at night. It is crazy.
Yeah.
That fucking sphere. I like it glows. Like it lights up the whole area. It's crazy. Um,
The Lexer used, I don't know if the Lexer still does it. They used to use like huge spotlights all the time, just flashing back and forth.
I think they have.
Just cake.
Why isn't this working? Oh, it is. I think they have a big beam of light at the top of the pyramid.
Yeah.
Oh, here's some of the glass. That one,
Yes,
that one
so
plays solos.
Fremont. Bug Kilowatt says Fish plays this weekend at the Sphere.
That's a RC car. That's a bong that works as an RC car. These are just mugs and cups, teapots. That's a bong.
It's me, Mario.
Different teapots and stuff. Goblets and cups.
Oh my.
That a Dr. Dabber top. That's a full blown RPG. It's like full size too.
That's crazy. You can buy those. You can actually buy RPGs.
This
You
is
can-
10. This bong right here is $10,000.
Holy fuck. You buy an RPG for that price.
They got 100 grand for this.
Holy fuck, man.
It was fun.
Is it laced? Does it have gold? Is it all gold inlaid or something? That price?
Um,
Crazy. Seems kind
no,
of
it's just because of the work that got put in. The guy spent like 6 months on it.
kind of excessive, would you think? I'm just saying from a point of view, just for I know what how work goes into when you hours and hours, but I mean, holy cow, that much for just for something that small. I don't know.
Mm-mm-mm.
Let's see if that photo's still here. Hold on.
There's some crazy glass there.
Oh, might be on. Ah, shit, it's probably on my IG.
Mhm.
Cool.
Oh yeah, Dave's Hot Chicken. Fire. I really liked it.
Oh,
I went to Oh yeah, I went to the biggest dispensary.
Like multi-storied dispensary.
Nah, it's just one story, but
One story. Okay.
oh shit, maybe I didn't post it on here. Damn. Oh, there it is. An AT-4 anti-tank gun. You know, save this picture. You guys gotta see this.
It's kind of weird combining military hardware, glass,
this stuff's
smoking
cool. This is a
devices, or whatever.
working bong that you can wear as a mask. He had a bunch of different ones.
Almost like a furry, almost looks like a furry mask or something.
Furries, yes. It does now that you said that.
The furry. He's going to a furry party.
So what convention were you at, dude? Furry convention? No.
I don't go to conventions. Hang on, taking a couple. Shoot a cool picture after.
This was one of the better dispensaries out there.
Oh, right on.
They had some crazy art on the building too.
Oh shit.
It was fun, man.
Oh, it's Fumi. Right on. Share photos. Yeah, this is our cake in a cup. Check this shit out. You can actually buy these. It's an AT4 anti-tank gun. Apparently, you can buy them off the dark web. Just saying. And the coupon code doesn't. If you noticed, by the way, the coupon code doesn't work.
Probably a good way to get on the list too.
Hmm.
We're all on the list.
Yeah, and that was a legit sale, like thing. It's pretty crazy. There you go. Oh, okay. More from me. Hey, Fumi, welcome back.
Cheers. What's going on, gentlemen?
Oh, I found out we have a Dave's Hot Chicken in Mass. I'm gonna go eat at it again.
Nice.
Oh.
I like Dave's. I normally don't like chains, but I like them.
I don't know. It was actual chicken. It
It's
tasted
yeah, it's
like
good. The dude, I mean, no wonder the dude's expanded like crazy in just a couple, 3 years or something. It's crazy. They just do everything really well. All they do is chicken. That's literally all they fucking do is chicken, hot chicken. Or anything else, you should go somewhere else. It's the In-N-Out business model, honestly, and it's a beautiful business model. They literally sell one fucking thing and they serve it a little bit differently. And then the thing that's amazing for me, because it's so fucking rare, is I love extremely spicy food. They will make really spicy food. Like their Reaper it's fucking spicy. It's real
Oh
spicy.
yeah.
Every
I
once
asked.
in a while, unfortunately, sometimes they kind of don't know what they're doing, and sometimes one of the cooks will actually do it well, and it won't just be caked in the fucking hot pepper or whatever, because that's just disgusting at that point. But every once in a while, they'll do it like extra spicy, and it is extra spicy and still tasty. But anyway, honestly, probably the tastiest is probably like hot or medium hot, basically, because you get a lot of those spices and everything, but it doesn't overwhelm, I think, a lot of people. Anyway, regardless, dead ass simple menu. They do it really well, and they pay their employees really well. So it really is the In-N-Out business model. I think they say the employee, I don't know if it's every single state, but basically in Oregon anyway, they average $22 an hour. And the managers make, I think, six figures, kind of like In-N-Out. So honestly, no wonder the employees give a shit. No wonder they actually care about your order. You know, when you go to McDonald's, 95% of the orders are wrong. You could order a fucking 10-piece McNuggets and they'll somehow give you nine. It's not that they pay them really poorly. I've known a bunch of people over the years that work for McDonald's. They don't treat you well as a human being. They don't really value you as a human being, and it shows. It shows in the work that you get. You know, there's no reason for a worker to work harder than the manager treats them well. That's a very bad statement, but I think people know what I'm trying to say. There's no reason to be treated shitty and then basically somehow perform exemplary. Fuck right off. Treat workers well and they'll work well. That's it. That's all it is. In-N-Out, you get really good service. Chick-fil-A, believe it or not, you get really good
That's
service.
why
Owners are
You
fucking
got a Chick-fil-A here now.
businesses that treat their workers like family, you see workers there for
don't ever fall for that family crap, because honestly, they'll fire you and they're not going to give you a pension or take care of you when you're fucking old or something. They abuse your sense of family when they make you feel like a family. It's extremely rare when a company will actually treat you like family, honestly. So always be mindful that the company is always there, first and foremost, to use you as an employee. If they treat you well, that's a different story. But don't ever fall for that family crap. I think far too. I'm not trying to throat smashed. I think
Well,
far too many
there's
people.
companies like Holly in like the car industry that like people have just been there for a long time because they treat them well.
I mean, every once in a while you do find that, but man, just the other day I heard about somebody at Microsoft that got fired. He's also apparently an asshole, but in the meantime, he's been there for like 30 fucking years. Founded entire divisions, da 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 da, and they laid him off. Like, and Microsoft is apparently a cushy place to work. So basically, companies don't really give a fuck about you, no matter how well they pretend to treat you or whatever. They'll lay you off when they want to. Facebook had all those fucking on-site restaurants and
Yeah,
sewers and
those are
video
different.
game and ping pong and whatever, and they fucking lay off 20,000 people at a time. They don't care. They'll escort
I'm
you out.
talking
They'll
more
take
like
ping pong balls away from you.
this. I'm talking more like small business, like that actually kind of made it. Like a lot of the car company, like I'm going back to the car reference because a lot of them started in the industry. They're still not very big because it's a niche market, but they pay their workers well. They usually keep their employees around because it's that once you know how to do something well, they might as well keep them there.
Wow.
Surprise! Remember that show, Orange County Choppers? They were making
that was a joke.
fuck fist, right? And even still, they were paying their workers like crap. And the
They
what's his
made their bikes like crap too.
Oh, did they? That's not great. Well, I don't know about that. So, but I believe you honestly, because whenever you see that kind of workplace dynamic, like there's not quality involved in that fucking shop. I have to be honest with you.
I've seen a couple of people buy some bikes that they made, and they're like, "What the fuck were they doing?"
These people knew. I love it. Fucking ridiculous.
What they built,
And those bikes were crazy expensive too.
statement pieces. They built trailer princesses. They weren't supposed to be ridden and shit. They're supposed to be on presentation.
And apparently they ripped off their workers too. I can't even remember all the different people I've heard about that are secretly.
Yeah, that whole thing was funny.
Here's about Kilowatt. He said, "I wonder if, but I've always wondered if plants like nitrogen dioxide as much as I do." There's J5's in the house, cake and cups going on. Smoke Sins. Who else is here? Flora's hanging under the South Bay Genetics moniker. Cheers, Flora. Welcome to Hop On, buddy.
Oh,
Who else in here? Marshall, Justin Bean. What's up, Smash?
I couldn't change the view to the actual gallery. It was on speaker last time on YouTube I looked.
Oh, let's take a look. View.
And I think you are the only one that can actually change the YouTube view.
I think it's on. There we go.
Yeah, it's like going like that, you have to swipe. So it's like the Brady Bunch. I call it the Brady Bunch view.
On my phone, I'll swipe to gallery and it still puts me in a little box in the corner.
Well, yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's what always happens to me. I'm gonna plug this in.
Ganja Lion says, "Hell yeah, I used to watch that show. The only dude who knew what he was doing, they fired over some selfish shit." I vaguely remember that. It's been years since I've seen that show.
I think
Vinny?
This is just me saying something, but I would feel better at a business where I can shake the real boss's hand than I would at a company that I had no idea who actually runs the thing. Make sense?
Yeah, no, that's fair.
You talk about Vinny Ganja? I think the guy's name was Vinny. Anyway.
Vinny, like in New York? Are you talking about the guy that made square bags?
No, the guy who was on Orange County Choppers.
Oh, I don't even remember.
Like on the very beginning, I think that was his name.
I just remember the sons and the dad.
Yeah.
When the day comes, I can buy dabs for 16 a G. I will cry tears of joy. Like,
I just said that out loud. I was going to say, like, it might be here before you know it. I don't. Obviously, we're not going to ask Mystic Citizen where they live unless
rosin or for what? For what though? 60 a gram of what?
dabs. So normally, well, I don't know. Good question. But normally, when people say dabs, it's butane, basically, like cake crumble, whatever. Um, what was the crystals? For example, crystals have really come down in price. What do they fucking call crystals? Not crystals. It's
Diamonds
called.
and sauce.
There we go. That's how with it I am with the fucking crystals.
You used to get about
Diamonds used to be super expensive. Now they're like literally $50.
yeah, you can like I seen a $300 ounce of diamonds the other day, but you open the jar, dude, the diamonds were chunky and the
Oh, but
terps were crazy.
I mean, that's an ounce. That's what, 7 grams? No, 23 grams, 20. How much is a fucking ounce? 26 grams.
28?
28. There we go. Jesus Christ. That's how often I weighed it.
28.3 or somewhere on it.
Technically, yeah, 28 point something.
Here we go.
Hold on, I'll do the math. 300
Look, what do I know what an ounce is? Shit.
divided by 28. That's $10.71 a gram.
Yeah, mine's to get a rig.
That's still not bad.
Really not shabby at all. Yeah, wow.
I haven't tried diamonds and sauce yet.
They hit. It's like pretty much the diamond is pure THCA, and then it's rolled in terpene, like straight terpenes.
Oh my god.
Oh, look at that. Rosin's down to 15 a gram in Cali. Fresh frozen firebud kilowatt says, wowza. I haven't seen it quite that cheap in Oregon, but I've seen, well, for example, I got this papaya. It really wasn't that much. Okay, the papaya was a little more than they had. It wasn't a single source. So if you're going to get like a single source, I bet you anything Bud is right that you could get probably this same gram. You can't see it. This same gram, I bet you could get for almost half price in California, just because there's so many more hash producers down there. I think this was, well, I got it for medical, so it was less, but I think it was maybe on the order of about $38, $40, something like that. So I got it for $30, let's call it. But I guess out the door normally it'd be about $40. I've seen decent rosin. I've gotten good rosin, actually. I'm not lying about it. For example, these were pretty good. These were fresh frozen rosin. Here comes Captain. These were solventless cured
Are you
batter.
medical or do you go to the rec side fume?
Medical. We don't really have a sides. You pay different price. Full spec live rosin and solventless cured batter or whatever. These were okay. They weren't spectacular, but they were only maybe $25 a piece retail. And
That's
again,
not bad.
it was a little bit less. Yeah, it was maybe $19 or something. I can't remember.
You have the odd satisfaction and no sales tax too.
That's right. Yeah. I mean,
That's
ironically, they kind of I guess if you don't have medical, they kind of get you with that sales tax because they charge what is it,
Oh, I
25
don't. Yeah.
tax or something. It's substantial. It's not as much as California, believe it or not, but it's damn fucking substantial.
So if I spend $100, I'm paying $20 in taxes. If I spend $100 on the dot, I got $20 in taxes.
Well, speaking of medical cards, it depends on where you are and how easy it is to get, but man, it can really help you out in many ways. Even when you
Medical card is,
loans or rosin from time to time, fuck, it adds up.
but the fucked up thing is around here, some of the best prices you'll see are at some of these middleman rec stores. No medical, just rec, and they buy from everyone. Something smells like it's on fire.
I guess there's a little bit of ways for medical patients to trade with each other, but basically there's no dispensaries to speak of medical. We used to have lots of medical dispensaries. In fact, once upon a time, it used to be only medical. But then it switched basically to medical and rec. And like you say, one side of the store, generally, this is how they did it. One side of the store was medical, and then the other side was rec. But then I guess nothing really changed, honestly. Just the rec shops, just one by one, basically just stopped doing medical. And so now, essentially, and I guess they loosened the rules a little bit. So now, pretty much, you just have a different price if you're medical. So you get the same products, and you just end up not paying the sales tax. And you can also buy more and stuff like that.
So this is one of the only places I've found that you can actually get, like, everywhere else sells these Rev Clinic farms for 20, 25. They sell them for 15 most of the time. This is probably this is the place I go to most of the time if I got to get flour, to be completely honest.
Why are they so much cheaper? I wonder.
Wow, 15 for 3 grams?
But wait till I show you guys concentrates. You guys are gonna be like, are they smoking crack too? We'll go price high.
Gram or what? Oh, dang.
Actually, we'll go price low to high. Price low to high.
What happened? Whatever.
That's not
Oh, did you get
Okay,
it?
now you guys can hear me.
Yeah.
Fuck me.
Yeah.
Goddamn, goddamn
check
mute button.
20, $25 or $20 for a half gram of shatter.
Holy fuck, are you on crack?
They want 25 grams or $25 for a gram of keef.
Holy
That's a nice
fuck.
way of pressing the beef that they got there.
Wait a second. Before
your
before I
sound is
came
real bad, Jeff.
555.
before I came back to Thailand, I was buying ounces of rosin for $100.
Oh, wait,
Okay,
in the States, you mean?
in
$50?
Michigan,
Oh,
Holy
$100 for
you
an
know what? That's
ounce.
probably another place. Yeah, that's
Jesus.
another place where it's probably cheap as fuck. Yeah, there's a lot of growers in Michigan. A lot.
Well, not only that, see, when Michigan started off their medical
Wow.
program, when they started off their medical program, they allowed patient to patient transfer areas, which became like little private clubs. And you could go in as a caregiver because you were allowed to recoup some of the money spent on the garden, especially taking care of other people. So you were allowed to take your overages to these places, rent a table like a flea market or an antique show or whatever, collectible show. And for a period of time, you got to sell your wares during that day. And people would come in and you would see anywhere from $10 a gram to $25 a gram. And the
So,
rosin and everything else like that was anywhere from $15 to $25.
I'm actually at one of the places that does medical. I'm on the medical side right now. We'll go price high to low. The thing is, you don't get hit with the taxes for medical, but look, they're still wanting $11 a gram. You get $20 an eighth is the cheapest thing you can get.
Well, I saw that $100 a gram. Well,
That was
that's a lot.
I'm $40 an eighth.
So I mean, oh yeah,
But
a lot of
money.
people do this shit too, the pre-ground stuff. I don't get it.
I can't read it because
The pre-ground is so you don't have to do it, and all you have to do is take that package out, sprinkle a little bit on your paper, and roll it.
My
The thing
buddy-
That's what I suggest for people that have a bunch of little buds and they don't want to like make rosin or anything.
I
Is
just
take
make
those little
pre-rolls.
buds, grind it up, and pre-roll it.
So yeah, this is the medical side. For a gram of sugar wax, $40. And this is on price low to high, so that's the cheapest thing they have.
That's crazy, man.
I seen a gram of RSO going for like
100.
70, $80.
In Ohio, they go for $40 to $50 a gram.
Yeah,
And I tell everybody in Ohio, if you have cancer and you need RSO, I can get it to you for less than $15 a gram. I do that for medical patients. I go out and I source it for them and I deliver it to them.
With bells on?
No, a halter top.
Nice.
unfortunately.
Since I don't know anything about your business, I'm going to recommend pointlessly that you wear bells. I think it would increase your business by 35%.
Okay.
Jingle, jingle.
Are you working on it?
Okay, I didn't say anything.
I did, but you never heard me.
Well, I don't know.
Give me my goddamn joint now.
Kilowatt says in Cali, there's zero demand for anything BHO. That's interesting. I think the demand here has dropped like a stone too. People are like, well, blah, 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 such and such crystal, whatever the shit. Yeah, now I don't think it's as powerful, popular. But I don't
It's
think
still-
You
it's
could-
as bad as it is in California.
You
We
could
have
sell
that
it here in
community.
Thailand.
We have that heady community that has like the rosins, all the fancy shit, but there's still a pretty good demand for BHO here. I know people that go through ounces quick.
There's a guy that puts on a show about it's starting to get every other month now, called the Herm Meet. And there's no BHO allowed, no distillate allowed, nothing like that allowed. Flour, handmade hash, keef, and of course your handmade, homemade rosin. Which is really cool because you get the headiest of the heady coming.
Yeah, there's a couple events like that. New York has like a big hash competition that all the people go to. I know people that
See, I love that.
I know people that flew in from Washington to go to it.
Yeah. Shit, I flew to Amsterdam.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, when you're done.
I'm sad. I hope I didn't go. I'm happy I found that Herm early.
Yeah.
I'm hoping there's not a lot of seeds.
Yep.
Hope it's a nerd.
Uh-huh.
You get
Definitely
no
not.
seeds.
I definitely noticed.
If there are seeds, it's just part of life, Smash. What can you do? You know?
Well, I got stuff going in right away. Well, soon. So
I mean, that's the best advice. That's what you can do, basically, because you have that extra space now. You can rotate other stuff. So throw whatever else you have in ready, boom, start over. You know, that's the reality with mistakes in growing. You know, people are always like, especially newer growers, are always like, "Oh, can I save my plant? Can I rescue this?" Da 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 da. As you start to grow, you realize, like, no, actually, all you can really do is learn for next time. You can just limp through this harvest and try to do it as expediently as possible, and then move on to the next one. You know.
It's like walking into someone's flowering room and they're in week like 6 or 7, and you don't even want to step 1 foot into the room because every top has a web on it. And they're like, well, what can we do? Can we take like, shop vacs and this and that? And I hand them a pair of scissors and I say, cut it down, start over, save 3 weeks.
Speaking of hash, wash it for hash and call it single source.
Single source
Not
mite
90
hash.
U or a spider mite. Either one doesn't matter.
Yeah, it sucks because you look good too. So good.
Really? That's fun.
I just popped 5 blueberry cushes. I have a couple different strains in the veg tent. I want to make, which will be easy since I made that 10 out of PVC. I'm gonna extend it another like 3 feet and make it 6 feet tall. I actually have a bunch of pipes that could probably make it another couple feet tall. I made it that small for my room because it was in my room for a while. Like that's where I started playing most of the time. But it sat at the end of my bed.
It's but a scratch.
Really? Yes, it's merely a flesh wound.
Put your arms off.
A5 in the chat. Here you go, buddy.
Dude, I really do love this little pen. It's never let me down.
Love it so much. Why don't you marry it?
I wish I could. I bet you if I get a new coil for it, it's got a ceramic coil like a Puffco. It's got a lot of residue built up. I've used it a lot. So I bet you if I cleaned it off and got a new coil, it'd be like new again. And the battery lasts a long time. That's why I really like it.
Hi, bud.
Good on, bud. If you're talking, we can't hear you.
Dude, should I buy this El Camino for $300? I think I might.
What year? What year?
I don't know.
Say a 69, and I'll say yep.
Just in case you're talking, bud, we can't hear a word.
I don't know what kind of. I don't know what year. It doesn't say, just El Camino, and it looks older. It doesn't look like the maybe 70s.
I'd love to have a 94 Ford Bronco.
I
White.
just want to turn it into a fucking burnout car.
That would be it.
That's what I was thinking.
Like SN.
It's gotta have.
Light SN.
It's either gotta have a V6, a 305, or a 350.
If it's a 1970s, it's got a 350 in it, but they're 350 dogs that you have to kind of build up a little bit
I'll buy a
because
fucking
they
Amazon.
only put out like 200 horsepower, 235 horsepower.
I'll put a shot of fucking nitrous in that. We'll get 100 shot out of nitrous, and we'll do some nice burnouts.
Get a 69 with a 396 in it.
I just want to have fun with it. Like my buddy has like a drift pit in New York that they do events at all the time.
I thought he's got like a Dosatron, but it's a Titan. Oh, wait, no,
Yeah.
that's controller.
I think just the controller.
Yeah, it's the electrical controller.
Yeah, that was pretty nice.
Vented hoods, that's cool. Well, yeah, no wonder he doesn't want to replace them with LEDs. He'd have to change his whole weather setup. Or weather. Yeah, whatever. Climate control.
Cool.
Papaya, I tell you, I don't really feel it, but I get silly. I just smoke papaya.
I actually just
I
dabbed some.
smoked some
Feel a little
sour
bit.
diesel papaya.
Oh, that'd be good.
That wasn't bad. And just like you said, you know, I didn't get put into the chair or anything. I just kind of got happy and giggly.
Papaya itself is
Buds.
always good smelling, but the high, it's usually what they hit it with that makes it better.
Hit it with the hind.
Yeah,
the
I've got a
most-
hash plant crossed with the papaya. And Sungrown actually told me, hunt out the hash plant. Leave the papaya alone, hunt out the hash plant.
I like papaya.
I couldn't believe how generous he was with those TK Cushmans times the TKM10. He gave me like 200, 250 seeds of it.
Stone Root did that. He handed me like a whole thing of cheese, like it's a cheese cross.
Well, that's what I was doing with the Thai seeds when I went to Michigan. I was handing out like handfuls of like 30, 40, 50 seeds at a time. And coming to find out that those plants turned out to be so good, I should have only been given like 10 out to people at a time. So I asked all those people that I shared a whole bunch with to please share them around.
Which never happens. I hate to say it. People are really
Yeah.
great with seeds.
Never happened.
That shit gets hoarded.
I got skipped. Somebody said they had enough, and they never sent me any. I got the squirrel tail. I'll send you some. Never got them. I was like, oh, whatever.
I know, right? And people always. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's kind of, what do they call it? I can't think of the expression. When someone basically tells you something, knowing that they're never going to give it to you. I can't think of the word for it. Anyway, they make themselves feel better, I think, by saying like, "Oh, Fumi, I got these amazing seeds I'm going to send you," and of course they never come. Right? They're like,
I hate
Hey,
that.
if someone asks me for seeds and they don't send their address, I'm not going to bug them for their address.
That's my rule too.
Okay. You know, if you're asking for seeds, you should put your address there no matter what.
Seeds on me, PO box.
Yeah, I can't send them to nowhere. I mean, they'll get somewhere, but they ain't getting to you. So, what good is that? Yeah. Yes.
Those are so ugly.
"What are?"
These shoes. Fumi, look up. Are you on your computer?
Hmm?
Wait, look up Converse Dark DRKSHBW Nike. It is horrendous. Okay.
Ooh.
You know, I wouldn't mind now having after all these years are like the cannabis shoes that Adidas did.
We're looking at
You
difference
know,
because this isn't too bad.
I think some of that 90s and early 2000s stuff is going to start taking off as collectibles.
Oh,
Not smashed.
All the
oh, it's a Nike collab with Converse and Dark Side. It's like a new shoe coming out.
Converse Dark.
Converse meets Nike.
That's the
Not
weird thing, right? Converse.
That right there.
No, I'll send it to you,
All right.
or I'll grab it.
Wonder if that's Bubba Kush right there.
I'll be able to send you a picture of one in about 2 months. That should be a nice size one.
Nice. I'm gonna have to bug Buddy and see if I can get one from him. That's a cut I've really wanted. I had a beautiful cross of it that I grew from seed actually. Humboldt Seed Organization, and it was actually like a $5 freebie pack or some shit. It was literally like $5 for 5 seeds or something. They had super low germination rate. I think I got 2 out of 5 to pop, and everyone I talked to that got them, almost no one got them to pop. I was one of the very few apparently to get anything to pop. One I think was a male, and one was this beautiful female. It was Cali Sour OG to Bubba Kush. Or maybe it was Bubba Kush to Cali Sour OG. See, that's how long it's been. I don't remember anymore. I guess it must have been pre 98 Bubba because that was definitely in the part. So it's probably the mom was the Bubba and then Cali Sour was the dad, I guess. Anyway, it was delightful. So like Vicks Vapor Rub, basically right up the nose. It was really aggressive with this pronouncedly sour taste. It was fucking great. Um, I kind of gave it up for dumb reasons. I was growing with a lot of guano at the time. Bat guano. I think I got like a really crazy blowout price or something shit on guano. So I was just literally laying that shit on there. And it made the all the weed I had like way too sweet and cakey. And the Cali sour, like it wasn't sour anymore. It was like sweet, honestly. And I was like, nah, it's boring. It's honestly probably the dumbest reason I've ever given up a plant in my life because it was a really nice plant. Whatever. You live and learn.
Dude, that's so weird. I'm on Nike website, and these shoes aren't on it.
Maybe you imagined them in a fever dream. Maybe that's why you hate them so much. You were like, Banksy, Nike, Reebok.
It it's like a platform shoe.
Kardashian Nike.
Oh God.
They could be sold only through certain stores.
What's that? Kardashian Nikes?
No, the shoes that Smash is talking about, they could be like a really high-end shoe company or department store exclusive.
Talking
They
about
are.
The only
It's
way
like-
you can get them.
It's a
2
Rick
days
Owens
ago,
collect.
I'm watching the Dodger game, and then there's this Japanese guy, the one that was in
Yeah.
the news where his interpreter stole all this money from him. I think he's getting paid like $100 million. He's a pitcher and a batter. He's like 6'2", Japanese guy that can hit good and pitch. First year,
Shohei Ohtani.
shit.
Shohei Ohtani.
he does this thing. They interview him, and he's like, "Yeah, this is my shoe." And it's like this weird looking shoe that Reebok made. Obviously, it has cleats because it's a baseball shoe, but they have a version that isn't. And then they were showing him later in the game. Uh, 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 he was like on first base, and then they zoomed in on the shoe, and the shoe was already coming apart. And I was thinking, oh, that's terrible because it looked like a cool shoe, right? It had style, but yeah, that had to have been the worst ad for that shoe ever because like it was brand new at the beginning of the game. You could tell, and it wasn't even, you know, nothing even happened in the game. It wasn't like he did anything. He wasn't pitching. He has a bad. He has a his shoulders out, so he can't pitch this year, even though he's making 100 million.
Crazy.
Yeah, but he can still hit. That's the whole
This guy
thing.
can hit. He's worth the money, I guess. I don't know about this 100. I don't
No.
think any athlete's worth that kind of money. I don't give a fuck,
Fuck
but
no.
that's what they're
The funny
paying
thing
certain
is that it's
athletes
an
these
arms
days.
race.
But
You
yeah,
know
his
what
shoe was
tickets cost.
already like fucking up, and I was like, yeah, Reebok. Some heads are gonna roll at Reebok over that shit.
What were you saying, Pumi?
I fucking forget now. Oh, that it's an arms race, basically. I was thinking like tickets are so expensive, like Blazer tickets. The Blazers are actually really terrible now. They used to be wonderful for a long time, but now they've been terrible for a while. And it looks like they're going to be terrible for a while longer. And yet the tickets have never been more fucking expensive. The average price, I think, is something like $150 for a ticket. I'm like, I'm just not going to spend $150 to watch a losing team. Baseball, I guess. I guess there's a little bit cheaper seats. Smash has said before that there are cheaper seats. We don't have a baseball team in Portland, unfortunately. But whenever I've been in Los Angeles or Seattle or something, the baseball tickets were not that cheap, honestly. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe
20
baseball.
bucks.
Is it $20? All right, that's affordable, honestly. But
Well,
Yeah, some
you
of the
always
tickets were
get a
$9.
baseball ticket. They got super expensive ones too, but you can get into a baseball game pretty cheap. Where basketball, no,
No.
even up top is pretty
right
pricey.
on. And that's cool then.
They want to fill it up, so they
Otherwise-
will. If there are tickets left, like super high up, and it's really close to game time, the prices plummet.
Oh,
And that's
the
not like Live Nation that
I'm telling
controls
you,
that,
those
right?
are terrible. So there's a lot of
Okay.
seats empty. A lot of seats you'll see are empty. There's still they won't blow out the seats. Like seriously, you might get like a $40 seat. Like I've gone a couple times in the last few years because my friends scored like a $40 seat or something. You know, like I'll pay $40 to go see the Blazers, but I'm not going to spend $140. Fuck off.
No, that's ridiculous. But they're supposed to do something about Live Nation and like as a monopoly. This read like they actually realized.
Well, they should.
Filed an antitrust against Live Nation. It didn't make the news, but it happened. That's a huge antitrust suit that's going to end up. Well, I already know Live
10,
Nation
15 years.
already knows they're going to lose this argument. It's all about this thing that's called dynamic pricing, where they use an algorithm to basically scalp the ticket, right? And call it platinum seating or whatever. It's totally antitrust. They're going to lose the suit, but they already know that it ends up being a class action suit. So like 10% of the people are going to collect whatever little money back. And so for all these years they're doing it, they're banking billions of dollars, and they're only going to have to pay back a little of it when the Justice Department slaps their hand. But yep, they finally filed the suit this week. Like today,
But
Neil Young,
until the judge slaps their hands, they can still charge.
At the Hollywood Bowl, right? And so Neil Young tickets are basically $200, for all the venues. No, they were $600. They were $600 for the Hollywood Bowl under dynamic pricing. And
Holy shit!
like, yeah, like oh fuck that. Yeah, a lot of people don't understand that buy concert tickets that they're being fleeced heavy. It's like the algorithm. You can Google search the term dynamic pricing, and all this stuff will come back about this algorithm that Live Nation created. That, oh man, they're fleecing people. And everybody.
The thing with sports tickets is like it also depends on who they're playing. Because if it's like a Red Sox Yankees game, it's probably not going to be cheap to get it.
No.
Okay.
But if
I've
it's
been
a
buying
Cleveland
tickets
and
to
Minnesota,
since
it's
I
a
was a
$5
teenager.
ticket.
Yeah, we're playing Cleveland next week. You get a $10 ticket.
For many years, decades of my life, any event, sports, concerts, it's first come, first serve, face value. So, hey, if you lined up, or you got on there right at the right time, you had a pretty good shot at getting really good seats for face value, right? Not anymore. There's no such thing as that anymore.
It's all online. They do
But I
release
tell you,
box office tickets, but
yeah,
it's
but
harder.
if it's not a sold out show or sports event, you'll probably end up get your tickets cheaper from a scalper outside of the venue
Like, hey, the Dead are starting their thing
because
next
they
month
need to get rid of them.
at the Sphere. And they did all this on the Sphere. The tickets are $395 and this whole thing for 3 months. And the word was it wasn't really selling that good, right? And sure enough, like the word now is if anybody interested in going to those shows, don't buy a fucking ticket. Just go down there because they're going to be like $20 and $40 tickets every night, right? Because there is a threshold where you charge too much. Yeah, there is a certain percentage amongst us hey, they got money to burn, but the average person lives within a range of money, and the pricing is starting to be higher than, yeah, a lot of people want to go, but that much money, that's too much. And then, yep, they
And
hit that
then
ceiling.
3 months, every weekend they're playing there for 3 nights.
Oh, it happens at a
And
lot
you
of
still
shows.
want to charge $400 a ticket? Nah, charge $200 a
You guys
ticket, and you may
guys wanna
sell
see-
What
double.
happens is like out in front of most concerts these days, if you there's tickets for like any, like, they're just trying to get something out of it because
Yep.
no one's going to pay you the face value in front of the show, because if they were, they would have just bought them that way. There's like, it's all supposed
So,
to be, this whole system is supposed to be to eliminate scalpers. Except really what it does is just make the corporation, Live Nation, the ultimate scalper. And that's the antitrust thing. Like
like growing up, if you see like I have this maxed out at 185, you can get good seats. Like, but if you notice all these blackout seats right here, these are season ticket holders. My mom had access to, like, we sat right here growing up. But you can get a seat obviously in the back of the fucking outfield back here in the bleachers for $14.
Yeah, but that's kind of far back.
Yeah, it's the bleachers.
Well, wait a second. You're talking
So you probably
Fenway
still want to see the
Park.
batter and the pitches and stuff, no?
But you're talking Fenway Park, where basically you
It's not that
have
big.
like 50 feet from center field wall to the street. There's only 50 feet. So when you look at these stadiums and you look at Fenway Park, and it fits on, one square block.
It's
And
the
that's
oldest.
it.
It's one of the oldest stadiums still in, and it's, I think, one of the smallest crowds too.
what I
Yeah,
think
it
the other
is the
big scam
smallest
is.
You
crowd.
don't think
Depending
about
on the
that all the
price
time?
of the ticket is what the venue's going to charge for parking, right? So like the highest I've seen was at SoFi for the Rolling Stones last year. They won $100, $80 for the one, basically $100 to park. You can go to that same venue for a show that's less valued ticket, and then the parking's only $40, right?
Concerts are weird.
It's like
because
it's all
concerts,
just an extraction of like money. Like it isn't like,
Cool.
why should a parking spot in a in a in a
Park.
concrete lot go from $40 to $100? Like what? Why? No reason.
the thing with concerts is there are diehard fans for music, and no matter what, if there's a big headliner and they have the power, like some of these big musicians do, they sell a crowd out like instantly. With these sporting events, it's a little bit different. Just for the fact that they're playing a bunch of games, you can catch them on a game where they're not playing someone like good early in the season, or
Okay, the
if
Dodgers
we're playing the
Stadium,
Blue Jays, I can get a ticket for like $10.
even if you're a season ticket holder, behind the plate is between the lowest price is $500 to $7,500 season ticket only for each of those seats. Most games, nobody is in those seats now, because used to be, even if
They're held by
people didn't show up,
corporates.
they would let somebody else just fill the seat. Now, because
Not
that seat
anymore.
is worth so much money, if they just leave it sit there empty, right? And you notice, that's kind of bullshit, because a lot of season ticket holders, they don't go. They only go to the games they want to. It's a write-off. It's a business expense, whatever the fuck it is, right?
There's people at this stadium on the other side of the green monster that are there every game, just waiting for a ball to get nuked over the monster.
Well,
Well,
there's a
It's
bar
so
right across the street from Wrigley, and they do the same thing there
it's literally like
because balls go out of Wrigley.
one thing I give baseball
Can't do
is
that to
they
Joe.
always have the cheap seats, and usually, whenever I've been at a baseball game, that looks like where all the fun is at. Those people,
Yeah,
even though they're not as close, they're way out in the outfield or in the upper deck, they're
or
having fun.
smoking pot.
The
Or
more
smoking
expensive
pot.
seat, the more uptight the whole vibe is.
I think it's TD Garden. TD.
City.
But like it was explained to me by a manager of that deals with this whole thing, that yeah, there's a certain amount of people that
So this is
like
the famous TD
that
Garden.
when the price comes up for it, they don't even think they're like yeah, like this algorithm takes advantage of this thing in people that where they just gotta have it, right? And doesn't matter like that the price got jacked to $600 from some algorithm that is. And when you talk to the artists don't know anything about this, but their management does.
Let's go inside the TD Garden.
If you have a concert tour, whatever it is, you get a percentage of the ticket sales.
What
That's
a
how you
weird
get paid.
picture.
So if they make more money on ticket sales, you make more money. So an artist can
Oh, so
opt
this
out
is.
of dynamic pricing, but none of them do
Let
because
me interrupt you for a second, Bud. So this is. I guess I used to know this as Boston Garden, right? This is where the Celtics play.
Yep,
yeah,
Celtics and Bruins.
Hang on. So it's just TD is what? TD Ameritrade or some shit.
TD Bank, I think.
Gotcha.
Penny Bank.
Yeah, I used to. That's funny. I used to watch
well,
Larry Bird, on TV playing
Cash,
that.
is that place at the same place that the old Boston Garden place was at? What was that place called?
Yeah, that's it, huh?
I think so.
They
So
just
here,
knocked
Did
it
they rebuild
down
it?
and built a better one.
how do I get out of this view?
'Cause I've been to the Boston place a couple times way back in the '80s and stuff, not the new one.
So it's right next to the Zakum Bridge, which is one of our big landmarks around here. They it's a big suspension bridge. They have colors on the side of it. I don't know. I think it's the same place because like even in Worcester we have a big. Why is it not going backwards?
So it says right there, this is the replacement for the old Boston Garden. Got it.
Yeah,
Oh,
most
um,
most
it's
venues have all been replaced. There's a couple old ones still hanging in there. The wrecking balls parked outside of them because they're ready to, but there's a certain charm about some of the old places. Not that they're more comfortable or better sight or
They're
easy.
smaller,
They
better
suck,
acoustics.
but there is this for me, this like reminisce, like, oh, the one that I'll cry the day they tear the Forum down, right? The LA Forum. The Lakers moved away from the Forum like fucking decades ago to the Staples Center, right? But the Forum's still there. Yeah, it's one of the old venues. There's something about those old arenas. They sound shitty. They suck, but there's something about them. And yeah, the new places, yeah, they're cool. They're cool. They got all the amenities and the food court and blah blah blah. Way better site. Like a lot of them, I've noticed are very steep because even if you're in a shitty seat, you have like a much better visual, especially for sports, than the old days when if you had a nosebleed at some of these places, you could barely see the game. These new designs, even the bad seat can pretty much see the game pretty good because they've used design to.
No, you're right, actually. Yeah. The curvature somehow is so steep. It's hard to, get up and down the stairs for some people. But Like you can like all the way at the top. A couple times when I've been to the Blazers, we had kind of shitty seats, honestly, but we saw it perfectly well. Yeah.
Well, a lot of people like the one in San Francisco they built. Well, both at the Dead shows, which is why we don't play there anymore, and at Fish, people fell off and hurt other people because they have lawsuits. It was so steep and so gnarly. They say they got vertigo. It wasn't like they were fucked up and jumped off. Certain people in a certain situation lose their sense of whatever. They get vertigo. And yeah, like one of the lawsuits is, yeah, a guy basically got wobbly and then like it's so steep that yeah, you'll just tumble down and onto the floor you go. Like I never gone up there because I like to be up front, but I've looked up at some of these venues and go, oh, that's fucking gnarly. That is so steep.
Yeah, and the nose. Can you hear me? On my computer crashed. Sorry. The nosebleeds, dude. They're bad. Like I've seen people fall drunk and it's hard to stop them.
Oh, really? Shit.
Yeah, you really
Some of those-
can't. It's a rolling log.
Yeah, they built them like there is a point where, yeah, like the old style, yeah, you might trip and fall. You wouldn't just go tumbling down the whole thing and off you go. Oh, that's happened because down at the bottom there's usually just a rail. It's not
It's
like
usually cement and like a rail.
yeah. Well, the one in San Francisco, I forget which company name it is, but it's where Golden State plays and all that. Yeah, they put because of this thing that happened at the concert, they added like plexiglass thing to make it a little harder to fall off.
Says the Wiltern.
They did. Yeah, Massachusetts has a thing. They keep it's Boston's so packed it's hard to move things, so they just built it in the same spot. They took it
Well,
down.
yeah. I mean, that's the way it is in almost every major city.
It's pretty cool. Like, well, the Oakland A's moved to Vegas now, so
It's
like
been so many years that most people don't even realize that for so many years, Sheds, that's like a venue, a nickname for a certain kind of venue, amphitheater. Most of them were built on landfills, like Irvine Meadows, what's been closed, Shoreline in the Bay Area. Yeah, that was the dump. And when they filled the dump and was done with the dump, then they when Shoreline first opened, in the parking lot there were these pipes that came up that were releasing the pressure of the gas from the
landfill breaking.
landfill that was still degassing so many years later, and it used to smell like shit there. Like the first years we went there, it was like we called it the dump because it was the dump. It smelled like the foulest fucking dump, right? But now it's so many years later, 30 some years later, yeah, you can't smell the dump. Matter of fact, that is what is considered Silicon Valley. Google, all the main computer places all had their main, what do they call them? They don't call it a workplace, they call them a campus. They built their campuses right there on the dump too, because that was the cheapest real estate at the time. And yeah, that's Silicon. Basically, the heart of Silicon Valley is right on the old dump of the Bay Area.
All right, I'm gonna call it a night. I hope everyone has a good night. Come and hang out tomorrow. Safety meeting. Be safe.
Cheers. Yeah, dump there. There's a mound too, a big mound of that's a
Well, that
There's
was done
garbage
in
there
a lot
too.
of places. A lot of sheds all across our country were put on old landfills. It was just like a business model. Cheap land, you can rebuild on it and get permits. The cities would want that to happen, reclaim it. You know,
Yeah,
like
reclaim it.
20 years later, you forgot that was the landfill, and what's under there is pretty bad.
because that's like marsh or swampland or something out there. As it extends out, like that's what the shoreline is of. It's like I don't know, but it's like a short. 'Cause I used to fly a kite there. Used to work right there.
Hey, this is like in the late 80s. To avoid having to pay for parking, me and my friends, when we went to the shows to drive, we'd say, yeah, park at Google. This is before we even knew what
Yeah.
Google was. Google didn't even exist. Like we're talking the 80s. Okay, Google existed, right? Even
Well,
more
it was Silicon
the guy
Graphics back
that
then.
was the for many years the tour
SGI.
cook food for the band on tour. He was the first guy that worked at Google because I remember hearing, yeah, if you work at Google, all the food you could eat is free. I was like, what? They're like, yeah, they have a cafeteria. You could just eat like if all you got to do is show your employee card, you're good to go. It's like a full buffet, 24 hours a day. I'm like, wow, that sounds like a. Oh, there was all these things they did. Oh, they have lounges for your pet. Things that used to sound like, wow, no employer does that. Now, I don't know, but I have a feeling Google doesn't do any of those things anymore, right? Right. But when they first came onto the scene, it was like this first company that, like, I guess, tried to take care of their employees. What it really was is they expected you to live on campus,
Sucker
basically, and
man
work
Yeah.
like
to
20
work.
hours a day. And oh, they did your laundry, they did all this shit for you.
Yeah. Yeah. They were always good in Silicon Valley. Like they had multiple cafeterias and it wasn't expensive, but yeah, you'd have to pay yourself. But it'd have a cafeteria with like a wood burning oven and some kind of Mexican area and like a sandwich area and like multiple salad bar, like salad with like salads that you could just eat. That was each one was its own salad.
The salad. Jelly and
It was
syrup.
like the
Each one was its own salad.
But it wasn't like a salad bar where you like made your salad. It was like you go up there and it's like, oh, like here's something like a Thai salad, and there's something like some Italian salad, there's a pasta salad, like, and then it would get weighed. Yeah, and they'd have a gym on campus and volleyball. Or Fridays would be like they'd have beer maybe from a different country every Friday and some wine and some food and yeah, they were always generous in Silicon Valley.
Did
Like
they
that
have
was
any
one place.
weed for the pot smokers?
It was before that, but you could smoke. You could smoke, in the parking lot. They didn't do any testing. That was one thing though too. That was really why I went up there because they didn't do any weed testing.
Which is actually, really good and mandatory for some jobs, especially when you have other people's lives in your hands.
Yeah, but
But
not
if
as
you're a
a
cashier, if
software
you're a
engineer, as any
cashier,
kind of engineer.
yeah,
Yeah,
if you're sitting down at a computer or you're standing up all day scanning items or just even stocking the shelves, menial jobs like working at Burger King, McDonald's, you shouldn't be drug tested for those
Yeah, but you know
unless
what though? Wait, as much as like, yeah, there are people that can smoke weed and perform, but if you do a uh, much bigger number,
That's
100,000 people, your workforce, right? You got a factory, whatever it is, and you started having a percentage of people consume cannabis at work, during work hours, all this, I guarantee you at scale, you would start seeing productivity dips. Bottom line, like not that there are exceptions to that, but the average. And
Cannabis
injuries
at
on the
work, no
job.
one's going to argue. But no one's going to argue with you that you're not supposed to smoke cannabis at work. But off work, it's not
Oh,
McDonald's business.
exactly. I
McDonald's
mean, I noticed that there's people that drink, and literally, I know how it is. If you really drink pretty solid the night before, and go to sleep and then wake up at 6 in the morning and show up at work, you are still drunk, or effects of alcohol are affecting you throughout that whole day,
I
or
mean,
at least.
alcoholics will actually be drunk at work. Let's just be fucking honest. They'll drink on the way to work. They'll drink during work, etc. Yeah.
But I can
No
see how
matter
a
what.
company that has like thousands and thousands of employees would take the position that we'd probably be more productive without Stone. Whether it's true or not, that's what they think.
Well, it's discrimination, though.
It will get there at some point, but you know.
Yeah,
I
if you
remember
say
it was
it's
Nevada.
rec and you're still having drug tests, there's a problem there.
It was years ago, but Nevada's DMV, or their transportation thing, they did a legit, like, I guess you call it a trial or a study. I think it was like 100 people, or good amount of people. They had this gnarly obstacle course, and the people were broke into groups: first time smokers, casual smoker, like all these ones, and like people like us that are like seasoned smokers. They had different terminology for it, and it was like a legit
Chronic.
thing. And what they showed was, yeah, you don't want to be a first time in a car from a first time smoker. That's a dangerous fucking game right there, right? But a
I'd
seasoned
admit that.
smoker actually, and there were people in there that were non-smokers and totally sober and all this, right? And it was a big enough thing that it wasn't just some bullshit. Yeah, the seasoned smokers tested the best as driving the most accurately, and yeah,
safest.
yeah, when it came to this obstacle course. Now, I used to get stoned and race like shifter cards, which is dangerous in itself. And it never happened to me, but there were times that I realized, well, things happen, but not one where, you find out that on Monday that the guy in the wreck with you is paralyzed, or he's hurt, or worse, right? And I can remember, because things out on that track were in like milliseconds. Your reaction time was everything. And it was like the higher level you got, everything was magnified. And like being stoned, I remember feeling like, I was lucky, nothing ever but I remember feeling like, yeah, I'd hate to have to live with, man, if I wasn't fucking stoned, would I have turned this way, or would I have done this or that? Because you don't have that same. I stayed stoned from morning, noon, and night for like so many years. My reaction time's probably a little slow, I'd have to say.
I mean, so that's fair. We're not going to pilot jet aircraft or do spacewalks or what else? Rendezvous with space aircraft. What? Do some space force shit. What else? High performance sailing, catamarans and stuff. Maybe we shouldn't do that stoned. But other than that, I don't think they should drug test McDonald's workers or friggin', you know what I mean? Like, it's a little bit
Oh,
ridiculous.
no.
Putting enough cement blocks 30,
Cardiac
40,
surgeon
50,
probably shouldn't
60
be.
feet in the air.
Yeah,
You
cardiac
don't want
surgeon
to.
probably
I
shouldn't be
hear
stoned over
stories. Big
helicopter pilot.
corporations have announced that they stopped testing for cannabis. In California, there's been a bunch of stories like that. There's been lawsuits, because it does get complicated. Because here's the difference: with alcohol, you can still have the total effects of alcohol, but then not blow a high or test that high. Cannabis, the weed you smoked 3 days ago still tests in your body. They can't tell, even though the effects are long since gone, right? And so, yeah, it's hard for people. Like people should be able to do whatever the fuck they want when they're at home, right? Even I saw a story recently. There's certain jobs that test you for tobacco. Like you can't
Yep.
consume any tobacco products. Most of these are hospital jobs, which I guess okay. But like, okay, I don't smoke at work or whatever the fuck. What I do at home should be like what? But no, to the point where they test for tobacco and will fire people over that. Like even if you weren't caught smoking at
It's a
work.
health risk.
Yeah, the
They,
insurance.
yeah. So if you have a workplace where no one smokes, your insurance is going to be 20-30% less.
Yeah,
Which
I
So
mean,
is their problem, like no, I'm with Bud on this. It's unreasonable for them to impinge on our home behavior. You hear all kinds of Republicans talking gleefully about the nanny state, and they completely forget that the overwhelming majority of human interactions that go through in a day are super authoritarian. Their company micromanages them at work, and as you can see, often micromanages them off work as well for stuff like even tobacco. That's idiotic. Like, for example, I smoke pipes. I smoke tobacco pipes. Fucking harmless. That doesn't affect anybody, and I certainly don't do it in a hospital operating room or some shit, right? It would be no business of theirs that I do that. And yet I'm sure that they do test for that because I've heard that. I think my sister had to be tested for fucking nicotine products. She's never had a cigarette or anything in her life. But because they freaking probably, like you say, want to lower their insurance premiums, that's not our problem, right? Like their insurance premiums are their problem. But yeah, that's the nanny state right there. People forget.
yeah,
People
we've
forget
let these
their boss is a
corporations.
god, a dictator.
I mean, I think our real problem isn't who's president or any of that shit. That's a problem for sure. The problem is these corporations are just out of control. They've conglomerated to this power base that's, that's scary what they're fucking about, what they're doing, and when you consider the future technology, the AI and all that, and that yeah, like ultimately there won't even be jobs. So all this is a mute point because most of this shit's like they're just going to replace with some fucking robot
yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe.
at some point. It'll take them a little longer, some things, but other things it didn't take AI to have like call centers be almost automated, right? I mean, first they shipped them all the job to India, but then past that, I have
No,
to
no, they
talk.
still haven't.
Hey, if I don't have to talk to
In the
anybody, I
Philippines.
can answer the question. Oh, hit 3. Oh, okay, hit 4, and resolve the thing. I'm down with it.
Yeah, but what happens when you go through 5 different menus and none of them deal with the problem you're having? So you need to talk to a person. Talking to that person at American Airlines has been taking me between an hour and 45 minutes and 2 hours on the phone with the AI and waiting for them to actually pick up the phone. I have found out now if you have a problem with an airline and with your tickets or anything, call the booking number because you will get somebody to talk to in person within a couple minutes.
Well, yeah, because the booking person is working for the company, but they're actually bringing in revenue, right? So, yeah, that's why
But
there's a
that's the
person
only
that
way to
can answer
talk
that
to
call and try to
anybody.
be helpful because that's the person that actually collects money, you know?
Yeah, but that's the only way to get shit done is actually to call them and not their helpline number.
Remember the
Because I
era.
I have over $120 of phone bills that I'm going to turn into American Airlines, and I have 350 for my bank.
I remember a
Captain, wait,
time
Bud,
when I was
stop talking.
younger. I
Bud,
don't know
stop
what
talking for a
changed
second.
it, but I wouldn't care which company, whether it was cable,
Mute.
airline.
Seriously,
When
Bud, it's
you
too much.
call,
Sometimes you got to stop talking for a second. Let me finish my thought, Captain. WhatsApp. Do you use WhatsApp?
Uh, Here and there.
So you can save yourself
I do. I do
$700
have
in
it.
planning if you use WhatsApp. No, seriously, stop not using it and start using WhatsApp. Weirdly enough, even though it's a Facebook company now, it was created in Ukraine, I guess, or by a Ukrainian. It was bought by Facebook maybe 10 years ago or maybe more than that. It's super dominant worldwide. Like everyone around the world uses WhatsApp constantly. Americans, for some reason, don't use WhatsApp. I had that experience when I went to Israel. I've used WhatsApp before, but I don't know anyone that uses WhatsApp here. So fuck, it wasn't downloaded
Yeah.
on my phone or anything. And everyone's like, "Oh, what's your WhatsApp?" And I'm like, "Oh shit, I got to set it up again." And it was set up to some old number and da da da. Anyway, I had to figure it out. Long story short, though, WhatsApp is easy to use, and specifically things like calling those airplane lines, you can do that basically for free. Or sometimes you can't call that number, and if that's the case, then you can use Skype. And actually, Skype these days is not expensive. So between WhatsApp and Skype, you're going to be fucking solid.
hey,
Trust me, I
I
was
Yeah.
in
call,
Israel.
I
Had to
call
do
an
all. Let me
hour
finish my thought,
or
bud.
two.
Let me finish my thought. Don't talk over me. When I was in Israel, I had to do all kinds of calls to Delta and all this different shit to the US. I only had to spend maybe $5 instead of hundreds of dollars that I could have.
Wow.
I talk to my girlfriend in Abu Dhabi an hour or two a week, or I don't know. We have different for like 5 years on WhatsApp, like free, like perfect video call and or audio call. Uh, yeah, that shit works good. Uh,
Yeah, if that person has WhatsApp. I
well,
find
It's
that over here in Asia, if a girl wants to talk to you on WhatsApp, it's more than wanting to like meet up with you. It's more wanting to like trying to sell you or get you to buy into this. And
well,
that's why I really don't use it.
well, but this is a good reason to use it.
Yeah.
actually,
But
you can
if
call
American
people on
Airlines
Instagram.
has WhatsApp,
That's it. If they have a WhatsApp number, I don't remember. I guess I'm not a proficient WhatsApp user, so I don't remember if you can add every single number. But no, that's actually it. If they have a WhatsApp, then you can use them. Whereas if they don't, then you can use Skype, and then basically you'll have to buy some Skype credits, and it's surprisingly
okay.
inexpensive actually from Skype. So, like I said, from Israel, which is Israel's a tiny fucking country surrounded by enemies, so nothing is cheap there. Even so, Skype was not expensive, honestly.
WhatsApp is cool. There's a few other ones too, like it.
Like Line, Telegraph. They use Telegraph a lot over here for, they were using Facebook, and then Facebook cracked down on them selling pot. And then they went to Instagram and Telegram. And you can get a Telegram group, and you can just post there whenever you have something for sale. I belong to four of them, and all the local Thai farmers use them. And that's how I'm able to buy weed for, $1 a gram, is I'm buying it directly from the farmer off these wholesale websites. And it's free shipping too, guys. But the shipping over here is like $1. And there for a while, we were experiencing a lot of like under 1 ounce package or under 100-gram packages being, delivered to the wrong address, let's say. But yeah, they were going through like all the light boxes and throwing them aside because they knew they had weed in them.
Have a good night, everybody. I have to take off. See you all
Peace,
tomorrow.
D.
Later, D. See you, buddy.
See you all tomorrow at the noon safety meeting, is what D was about to probably end up saying,
3
which
o'clock
is noon.
time.
I'll go right ahead.
AM. Thailand time.
9 a.m.
Okay, 9 AM.
Hop on, folks. Bud Kilowatt and Captain are on here, so chances are we'll be going on for a while. So join us, boys and girls.
Yeah, yeah. I think I slept like 90% of the whole day. I did get up at 8, but I was back. I slept. But it was like 6 o'clock when I finally woke up.
I've been like eating dinner, and about an hour after dinner, I lay down, and then all of a sudden, I get up at like midnight. So I'm screwed for the day. But since Songkran came and I'm having troubles getting my title switched and everything on the trucks and the bike, I've come to the realization that I'm not going to be able to leave here until maybe the weekend, if not Monday or Tuesday. And my anxiety and everything has kind of gone away a lot. It's costing me 500 baht a day to stay here, but you know, 500 baht a day when the bike and the truck are 180,000 baht, it's kind of worth it.
Let's say 500 baht is what, just like 20, 30 bucks?
It runs about 17, 18. But, you know, it's either pay the, $20 a day, say, to stay here for an extra 7 days, so an extra $140 to be able to collect, 6,000. And if I'm gone, I don't collect that 6,000. I have to wait on it. But my cop friend did offer, because believe it or not, they don't have like up here in Bangkok, they have them because everybody's apartment is really, really small. So they have storage units. But up here in the north, you there's no storage units or any type of place to rent unless you're willing to rent like a house or a 1-bedroom apartment for a year. So there's like no storage. But my cop friend told me that the few items that I have, I can store them at his house. So that'd be cool. And we talked about a price and everything. And he says, well, you gave me money when you went away for 11 months to pay for your electric bill and your water bill. Well, your landlady picked both of those up, and you gave me money to do this besides your bike to ride. So don't worry about, I've got room. So that's nice. The truck comes, today's Wednesday. The truck comes Friday morning to pick up everything to take to his house. Because someone ended up selling their tools, their wrenches. Whoops. before when you're moving out of a house, don't sell your screwdrivers and don't sell your wrenches until you're completely ready to go.
Seriously. That's a good life lesson.
Yeah,
Or at least
it
have a Leatherman
is.
on you or something.
Yeah, that was like me. I kept my screw gun and my channel locks and a Phillips head screwdriver all the way, like still in my center console in my car in the back seat. Because that I realized, yeah, those three things pretty important.
Yeah. And taking apart this bed, it's not like in the States where, the side panels going down, they have a hook on them. No, these are actually bolted in because it's such a heavy wooden frame bed. My bed probably weighs 600 pounds. I was trying to ship my TV back, but all the local like shipping companies don't accept things. They can't pack them that big except for DHL. And the two offices for DHL here in town that actually do it, no one speaks English. So I literally have to take the TV to them and then see if they'll actually pack it.
TVs are pretty cheap these days, at least over stateside.
It's $150 to ship my TV. When I was in the States, I even looked at it because I was comparing. It's still a $1,200 TV.
Oh, well, that's worth it. Some of them are pretty pricey.
I was thinking about my sound bar and my subwoofer because they're Harman, but the subwoofer is just too heavy. That alone would probably cost me $150 to ship, just a subwoofer. That's as much as the TV. So my friend gets to use my sound bar and subwoofer, which he just bought. But I'm sure he'll use my oven. He'll end up using the hot plate and the air fryer. So it all works out in the end. He's even taken my air conditioning unit too. And still allowing me to keep them up for sale.
What's going on, Green Fingers?
I didn't even know he was still here. He's been so quiet.
Because you
No
and me
dogs.
talking so much. But he's there. I want to hear from him.
Yeah. I'm tired of talking.
Either that or he's pre-recorded. He just put a loop on.
Well, he kind of does have shitty internet at times.
So I was wondering what happened last time, Bud. You kind of like dropped off, and we just figured like, well, you were partying like to another level, and wasn't for YouTube.
My battery died.
Well, that or that.
Or something. I don't know.
Anyway, hope you had a good
But
birthday.
today I have it plugged into the charger.
Yeah, I keep mine plugged in. It's nice having two phones, though.
But April, the one, it's always my birthday, but it's always the month that I always partied the hardest. Like I look forward to it because it's been so many decades of
Springtime.
always partying hard in April that it's just like even my friends expect that out of me. My partners, they know, oh, it's April. No wonder you're all fucked up. And sleep all day and do whatever the fuck. Like, yeah, April. It's a party time.
April and May in Ohio are party times because it's finally warm enough to go outside and do anything. Oh man,
And
my
this
house
point,
is so empty.
right now it's the 17th. So just a couple more days. The 24th is the Neil Young and Crazy Horse tour opener right here in San Diego, 2 nights. And I got seats down in the lower section right up front, both nights.
Awesome.
Yeah.
You gonna do any like live Instagram or anything?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's that place has good connection because it's the campus. It's on campus. And
Okay, cool.
and it's like
I'll
a
actually
place
be
that's
watching.
totally cool. Yeah.
I'll
You
be
know, he's
watching
made
for your
posts.
posts.
Like they've been in rehearsals for over 2.5 weeks. And this is a band where they're all over 7, everybody in it. So
Yeah.
yeah, I don't think we'll see Crazy Horse out on the road again. Maybe, but
I'd like to see Neil Young one last time.
I mean, Promise of the Real, that's the younger guys. That's Willie Nelson's kids band and Neil. They're cool. That's a fun show, but there's nothing like Crazy Horse. They're dirty. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of it, the one guy plays in Bruce Springsteen's band. So Bruce has been on tour a lot. Like Bruce does like tours that are like years long. Like his tour never ends.
One thing I do have to say about his tours, though, if you've gone to a couple shows, that's about all you really need, unless he's playing with somebody really, really hot.
They
Like
put
I
on a good
caught
show.
him in 2001 when he was playing with Further, or I'm sorry, the other ones.
You know, Bruce puts on a good show.
He played, what was it, like 6 shows with them, 8 shows with them, and Pittsburgh happened to be one. Pittsburgh and Cleveland. Victor Wooten's brother actually plays with Bruce Hornsby in his band. I think he plays like a wind instrument, something like, a saxophone or something brass.
Jazz Fest starts too, and there's a lot of good bands playing Jazz Fest.
I'd rather go to the Peach Fest that's coming up.
The Rolling Stones are headlighting Jazz Fest, so I mean, damn.
I need to get 2 tickets for the Stones Cleveland show. My mom wants to go.
Yeah, I might
So
go
I need to
May
get 2
something to
tickets.
Phoenix. They're playing in Phoenix, and like a couple of my friends are going out there, and my other friend from Arizona is hosting everyone. So
Now, when you go to their website and you click on the tongue,
yeah, but you had to
and
do
that,
that when the tour got announced. Like that's over.
okay,
It's
that's
called
over with.
Yeah. Tickets are $69.
Yeah. Okay.
And only the name can pick them up. They're not transferable. They have a special window at the box office for lucky dip, they call it. And you can be the last row or you can be the first row. Over the years, I don't know. Maybe it's because we know some people, or I don't know. We're always in up front in the pit. Like where I paid 69 with people that paid like thousands to be in the upper like front. Like, yeah, we got lucky every time. Lucky dip.
So
It's like an
hopefully,
inside thing. Like millions of people try to go to Stone Sick. They go to that website, but they don't know to click on that fucking little thing. It's always somewhere. There's a special thing. It's like a video game. It's hidden, but then when you click it, it brings you to the lucky dip. They've been doing that for years. I think we used to. It's 69 now, but it used to be even less, like 29 or some shit.
yeah, well, it's going to end up costing me probably like $400 or $500 unless
I'll tell you
some
though,
of the
I know it.
guys
I
from
know for a lot of people,
Ticketmaster are still there.
it's hard to just go to a show without having tickets in your hand. But you well, I don't know. Maybe I just have good
It's
karma. But like, I always end up with either somebody just giving me an upfront ticket or someone selling it for face value. Somebody couldn't come, and it's like the best seat. Like I've never had to
Yep.
pay a scalper. I would never pay a scalper.
Mm, I pay a scalper a couple times for like playoff games
Well, I
for
think
like
about it a couple
Browns
times.
and the
Like
Indians.
uh like thinking back over the years, now that it's just me, it's one thing. When it used to be me and my wife, oh, she wouldn't go.
That was
Like, if I'd
trouble
say, oh, let's just go to the show. We'll get tickets there. That she'd be like, oh no, fuck that. I'm not going unless we have tickets like
in hand.
in hand. And so for a lot of times, yeah, I forget there was a show here or there that, yep, had to pay the piper if we wanted to go. Prince, yeah, because she liked Prince. I've seen Prince like so many times, crazy amount of times. We went every night he played 21 nights at the Forum. And
Wow.
that was only like 20 some dollars a ticket, and it was all the money was supposed to go to keep the Forum from being tore down. That's why Prince played there, right? And the money went to some fund. Forum's still there, even though the wrecking ball is still parked right outside of it. Billy Strings is playing there in August, so one more one more Forum club because Forum is historic. Most of the classic live albums that we all know from classic rock, from the Eagles, Cheap Trick, just so many acts. Yeah, look on the liner notes. If it was like a live concert album, it was most likely recorded at the Forum because the Forum's in LA and that's where they had technology to record live shit and all that. And so when you go down to this Forum Club, which was for the basketball players back in Magic Johnson days, Jerry Buss built this club down below the place, which is like a VIP club thing, food, bar, everything, party. But in there, there's this wall of all the albums that were recorded live at at the Forum. And when you look at that and you go, oh my god, that album, there's so many, all like even some of the best country music. Because in those era, yeah, that was like a place to do a live show recording.
It was the acoustics of it. That's why.
Yeah. Now, of course, the first concert I ever went to was in 1976 with my parents, and it was the Eagle at the Forum. Like, yeah, that's like one of the most classic run of shows or era of the Eagle. Like, it's kind of no
Yeah.
wonder I became like my whole life is chasing music, right? Because, yeah, oh, and then later that summer, I went to a Bob Marley concert, the one in Santa Barbara. That's like, there's that video of. I was only like, kid, like I smoked weed. I didn't get it. Like I was there. I just remember like being blown away by like that, right? The Bob Marley scene. I wasn't there because I was into it type thing. But my parents took me to that. And then I went to a Dead show on on December 30th of 1978 with my friends. The one kid had moved out from Jersey. And even though he was the same age as us, he'd already seen the Dead show out in Jersey at the racetrack or some shit. And his older
Meadows.
sister. And somehow his older sister had a car, and my parents said, "Sure, yeah, you guys can go." I think tickets like $6.50, and I never took any acid. We had weed. We were just kids. I was 15, and boom. It was the night before the closing of Winterland. They had been on tour in Egypt shows. So they had like Ravi Shankar and wait, all this shit, this crazy Saint Stephen, like things at the time. Oh, I didn't even know what like I remember the weeks before the shows, my friend Scott playing all this records and shit. I wasn't into that. Like I didn't I couldn't but oh I went to this one show. My
And it
brother,
all clicked.
he was with me. He was 2 years younger than me, so he's 13. He's short kid because he's just a kid.
He's
And I was
still
like,
short.
I remember when it started, we were like somewhere in the back of the floor, and then my brother like nudged me because it was so crowded that like he couldn't see anything. Like and he was like kind of like, go back, let's go back, because like it was already a pack. And I remember like waving him off, like, oh no, you go back. I went forward, right? Because somewhere in the line, I don't know where, how, who, prankster, really, Mary Prankster, I'd gotten dosed, right? High as fuck, but didn't even know it. Like I thought, I mean, I guess I might have by the time we got back to the car realized I'd been high in acid or I was high in acid. But during this experience, it was like this mind bending fucking trip that, well, I don't know. It was heavy duty because from that moment on, that was it. I was 1000% deadhead, went everywhere, like all the way, all the way, all the way in, all the way, stayed in, like all the way, like sold. And yeah, started
I
at
think I think when people go, listening to the Dead and then actually going to like your first show and experience it, I
well,
think
I've
that's
been
when
like
it
a little
just
trouble kid,
grabs you.
born with drug addict, and crazy parents, and kinds of crazy shit, uh, grades, different shit. I was like a piece of, I was hyperkinetic, whatever. Who knows? But then I see that's what's missing in America today. Because, oh, there were
Ass
other things you
beatings.
could do Deadhead was one of them, but like I was like 15 years old, and then that just looked like, well, why not? What else do I got to do, right? Like, and then there was a point, maybe the second tour. So I've maybe been on out in the world. I'm 15, been all these states and concerts, and like dialed into this family that heads. We were basically a bunch of runaways. Like today, some child service would round us up and go, wait a second, there's a group of 15-year-olds like driving hippie vans in like there were people even younger that were like from a lot of it was troubled kids, really, like from mostly the East Coast. That like what I witnessed in that experience, like Brother Bill and a lot of these people. Oh, he was from Long Island. People from New York City. They were kids, but then the next thing you know, they found themselves out in San Francisco, got themselves a job, had built a house, family, and yeah, the Grateful Dead was like the an avenue for that. Like, the, really, I don't know anything else that would have made people like
Change their lives.
or confident enough with like making moves like that without with blind faith, like because it was like this weird thing, like inside the Dead family. That thing always was like there was this flow, and if you were in the flow, then only good things happened, really. Like that's how it was, right? Um, and so there was this point somewhere, like driving the van from one venue to another, maybe Dayton, Ohio, Indianapolis, God knows, somewhere out there on this tour. We were at some rest stop or whatever, and I was like, look, I went off, took a piss, and then was just looking off at these flatland for fucking ever. The sun was going down, and I realized, oh, I could go in like any direct. I was totally free. Like I was free of everything. Like like I could go north, east, south, west. I could keep going the shows. I could go here. Like total freedom. Like total freedom. And then I stayed in that until like about 87. There were things like, oh, now we got a house, and now we got these other cars, and got all this biz and all this other stuff, right? That were like responsibilities. But there were these like 7 years where, yeah, you were in this pocket, you were in this bubble, Grateful Dead fam, and everything was like, yeah, I can't explain it. I hate to say it was just like, now by the late 80s, oh, the scene was no longer that way. Okay. Like there was gypsies and too many fucks and all these rude fucks and all the things that happened into the 90s.
A lot of rude fucks.
The world had changed. But
yeah,
I say I started 19 like full time on the road by 1980 and 81, 82, 83. Oh, man. Like like I don't think
that was still 5
human
years
race has ever
before me.
been that high or ever will get that high again. Like not it didn't matter what your thing was, like dead or whatever. As a whole, at least our country, oh man, we were fucking partying. Like that was like the main purpose of life. Coming out of like the late 70s into the early 80s, it was a fucking party. That's all I remember about it. It was like, and it was everywhere. Like, wasn't just like, oh, Deadhead. We were partying on another level. but everybody below us was partying too. Yeah. Had to be there. But one thing, good things never everything has a pinnacle and then that's it. You just have to like hopefully make the most of the pinnacle. That's the way I there were a lot of years why me and my peers, we tried to recreate the past. And then that's when it became like a little negative or a lot negative, like addiction and just bad things. People died. It wasn't pretty. But there was like, well, for me, like 7 years. Well, you live to be 100, which you don't. Let's say you live to be, well, almost 80, 90, whatever. Even if you live to be 7 years, that's a tenth of your existence. And 15 of them are like growing up. So, yeah, that's a good part of life.
Yeah. Shit, I'm 52 and I've been basically on the road for 45 years.
And then the reality was when I started growing, I sold everything, weed, coke, everything. And then in the like early 90s, me, Scott, and Chris, we started growing mainly to have income to go to shows, go on tour. Okay. Which is a crazy dichotomy that like as we were like, how old were we then? Like I don't know. Ages kind of doesn't matter, but we've been around a while, and the next thing you know, like trying to live free, like not have tie things that tie you down. If you have things that tie you down, it's hard to be on tour. I'll just tell you to say that, right? You got to be ready to just be there, which isn't in the scheme of how many days a year there is. Even though it seemed like, oh, we were playing every night. Oh no, they only played so much. There was all this time in between. A lot of that was like recovery or getting your health back after like a month of like the road. That was for sure.
Yeah.
And the drug abuse. Because like, oh, this whole train rolled on every substance there was. Okay. Like it was crazy.
And that's what kind of ruined it probably in 93, 94, 95.
Well, some of it was the world changed around. I even like you couldn't do what we do today. Like they made
No.
rules. They tactically changed. Like like a lot of times when the dead rolled into places, even the hardest fucking police towns and shit, they were so overwhelmed by it all, and then they opted to not like fuck with it, right? Because yeah, like it's hard to explain. It like was more like it caught
It's
them
more of
off
a
guard.
hassle.
Yeah, like 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 and most for the most part was like peace loving, like wait, what's wrong with these people? Because like we didn't harm nobody, you know? We were like
No
self-supported.
fights.
Like we had our own thing. Like it was a lucrative thing, like especially in the economy of the 80s. Like I knew people that didn't want to like get in trouble or take the risk of getting in trouble that literally like did all this. Like they would get to venue, and they'd go to whatever bargain market and buy like 10 loaves of the cheapest white bread, and sometimes get government block cheese or buy cheese. And they had these little fucking sterno sometimes because, oh, it's not the day today where you can plug in everything everywhere you go. This was fucking the 80s. But they could
Grilled
make
cheese sandwiches.
and like they would leave the show like right in the middle of the encore, and some kid and his girlfriend, whatever you knew on tour, you ride with them or you associate with them, they'd be out there just fucking winging these fucking things for $1 each as fast as they could fucking make them because people were coming out of the show fucking starving to death, right? Oh, other people sold bottles of water all the way back where you could go buy like bottles of water and then resell them. like oh, and if you made $30,
You made it to the next show.
yeah, the value, like that's the real thing that is fucked. Because if you look to like, oh, I guess all the numbers, and if you listen to them explanation, they tell you, well, yeah, the value of $1, and then no, it's bullshit. Because back then, like money wasn't like a thing, like no, like even I maybe the 80s one in California, because we always led the way, was the first time a concert ticket cost more than $10. I have stubs from set. It was like $6.50, and that included 75 cents in the ticket thing for parking. Right, so like, and yeah, people bought a grilled cheese for $1. So
I bought a lot of them.
you know what I mean? So there was always room like for entrepreneurship without being like, oh, yeah, today you'd have to say, oh, how much for grilled cheese? $5, right? Like, and even I can remember, even though I only was part of like the mob tour thing, or a tour and a half really before I moved up the ladder. I think if you had like somewhere $1.50, $2, that's you better have that because we're gonna need gas. And so if there's 4 of us in the car, we need gas. And like a couple dollars was gas money.
Yeah, because you could get like 2 gallons for $1.
Yeah. Or like even though the cars weren't as efficient and all that, like didn't even matter. It was like gas was like cheap. Today,
and like you say, you get 4 people together, everybody puts in $3 or $4, you're at 12 to,
then it was like some of the best times I ever had was when I was in these groups, and like we'd be at whatever hotel up the road from the venues, and it'd be like in the morning you'd wake up and like every spot, every piece of carpet, every spot, there'd be like in a typical 2-bed hotel room, there'd be like 20, I don't know, a lot of kids would wake up, and figure out how we're getting to the next spot, get the fuck out of there, shower, and blah, blah, blah. You try to shower, you get these bathroom and shit, get the fuck out of there. But we were like resourceful like that, right? Like we were just like, one person would run a room, but there'd be like 20 people in it.
I tell you what, in Buffalo and places like that, it was a great place to even have a spot on the floor instead of sleeping in the truck or the car with blankets.
Yeah, Deadheads didn't
It
give
still gets cold.
it was like As long as you were there for the show, then whatever you had to go through was just like irrelevant. And oh, there was a lot like things, cars break down, this happens, that, boop, shit. But I miss like that our country isn't that way anymore. Like, like I realize youth of today, I don't know
Don't
if
give
they're
a
ever
shit.
you didn't have to take it as far as I did to get that sense of full freedom. Like I don't know, it's hard to explain, but oh, I don't think like that's not there anymore, dude. Like like by the time you're whatever age, you've already had a phone. You're like, wait, you're not you're like you're connected to this thing, right? Like the system. You can't there's no way to be outside the system. Oh, deadheads, we were outside the system. The main thing, we were fuck the establishment. We didn't give a fuck about any of that shit. And that was like some other people's reality. It wasn't ours. We had our own world.
Yeah, that we did.
And yeah, you can't that it doesn't exist anymore. Like even there's things, but nah, like the way the society's matured or just tech or so many things, it's not like, oh, that no, that was a time of the past. You know what I mean? And that's all it was.
Walking into the U.S. Post Office. Can I have 33 $400 money orders, please?
Post office still has money orders.
Yeah, and they still cash them too. And that now, like, you can get them up to like 800 or $1,000 now.
1,000's the max for each one.
Well, it was like only 400 at one time. When I started doing
Yeah,
eBay, it was they were
and they've
limited at
always had problems
400.
with people counterfeiting postal money orders. That's why the limits was low, that low.
My answer was, I'm buying a car. He doesn't want cash.
Yeah, well,
Nope, no problem.
I don't think I've ever been asked, what the fuck am I buying a money order for?
Well, I lived in
If
a
somebody asked
couple
me that,
small
I would
towns.
like probably wouldn't give them an answer, but it would like offend me that like somebody that like asked me that. Like, nah.
I have taken offense sometimes when they've asked me because my bank asked me a lot what's the money for? And I'm like, it's my money. It's none of your goddamn business.
You know, I thought of this a few months back. I, yeah, I've had the same B of A at the same bank now since like 25 years or so. I don't think I've gone into a bank. I don't know how many years. Because it's I'm a ready teller. I fucking put money in, take money out. Oh, like I remember, the ready teller, you can only pull out 200. No, fuck that. They give you like, I think my thing's up to 2 grand I can pull out at once, right? You just have to up your thing. Uh, thing works great. It's there 24 hours. Like even though I should move my account, because I think there's this cheaper monthly fees if you never come in the bank. But when we used to own a business and needed change and had shit from the fruit business, oh yeah, I used to have to go in the bank all the fucking time, talk to the teller, have all this fucking different shit, blah blah blah. But it's been a lot of years, man. I just use, not that I don't use the bank, but I never even go in and never talk to a person ever, except the 2 times in the last year. All of a sudden, my balance is zero, and it said something. I call them, and then they say, "Oh, are you alive? Uh, the we have you marked as deceased." Like, no, I'm not deceased. And they're like, okay. And then they transfer me to this other department. The same one happened twice, which was kind of the first time. I remember thinking, man, maybe this is the Matrix. I'm actually dead, but I'm not dead. They just think I'm dead. Because, like, they literally said they got notice through that computers that I'm deceased. Like, no. And when I asked them, okay, they went through all this identification bullshit and restored the money right away. When I asked the first one, the guy that I spent like 20 minutes answering all these questions, all this, and I kept asking, what happened? How could, what, how, who reported that I was dead? And he was mum's the word, like company policy. He didn't know nothing. He was just going to fix it, right? The next guy, he was a little more chatty. He said, oh, go to the social security office. That's who's reporting this. I'm like, what? So I don't even, like, social security office somehow thinks I'm deceased and is finding my bank account and they seize my money. And then I have to go through like interrogation to get my money back and prove I'm still alive twice in less than a year.
Well,
And
that's better
anyway,
than calling up your bank and telling them you're going to
here's my question.
Cambodia, so let you
If
use
I
your
was
ATM
dead,
card in Cambodia and
here's
you
how
go and you can't use it.
here's how that deal really is. The bank, why would a bank get to take the money? Like, like what they're doing is like, oh, well, if somebody else, your wife or family or somebody, oh no, they're not getting it. We're keeping the bank, right? Like, why would
It
they, like,
goes in an
okay,
escrow
I'm
account.
dead. So you seize my money. What do you do with it then? Oh, we just keep it. You know what I mean? Like, that's some
No, it
bullshit.
goes into it goes into an escrow account and then
Yeah.
it gets
I
released
imagine the
once the
money,
courts make a
some percentage of
decision
money
upon
just
who's
never gets found.
ah,
Meaning somebody passes along, has some money, the bank just keeps it. No one ever tries to get it or chase it down, and that's just the end of it. And the bank, across billions, millions of customers, probably makes God knows how many millions of dollars a year from people dying, and their $782 is being seized by the bank, and life just goes on.
or what if there's $38, but there's, 1,500 people that way. A lot of people don't know that, there are websites you can go and check to see if like a recently or past relative had an account someplace that maybe you didn't know about. Those do show up when it goes through probate court for their estate. So, a lot of people don't know to go check those because grandpa could have had, or grandma could have had a savings account in 1943 or 44 that had like $6, $7 in it. And today it's worth, a half a million.
There's those cases. I guess there's lots of them. I've seen those ads and those things where, and there's like ways to database that shows like, yeah, there's money that ends up just, I guess somebody ends up keeping it, but
But the
yeah.
one you really got to watch is your taxes because there's a lot of people that don't claim their taxes properly and there's money sitting there. I found a bank account for my grandfather that no one knew about, and my grandmother was able to access it. And when she did, it ended up being $28,000. And it was a bank account from when he owned a bar with one of the football players in Cleveland. So it was opened in like 1953. But no one knew about it. It was one of those accounts that, had a few dollars in it and the people just forgot about it.
Well,
But
I was saying
after a
earlier,
period of
like,
time, that
there was
money
an
gets
era
freed up.
where money wasn't like, yeah, money is important. Okay, don't get that mixed up. But no, like I grew up when, oh, my parents had some money, and money wasn't like it is today. Not even close to how, yeah, like money's the most important thing, or it becomes the driving factor, like everything. Not that it was already not headed toward this in the 70s and 80s, and this didn't just happen overnight. But holy shit, like no, we're like, especially in our country, we're at a like thing where like, yeah, everything's driven by money. Everything. Completely.
Yeah, well, you come to Thailand and it's that way too. All the
Well,
way down to the watch
but
that you wear.
obviously not like at the rate that it's here. Do you know what I mean? Like I think that maybe it's just because this is all I know is here, but holy shit, dude. Like the importance of like wealth is like the haves and the have nots, and yeah, the what do you call it, the that line is gotten higher and higher and higher and higher and higher and higher of what would be like have, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying, and harder to
It,
achieve, and yeah, that's just
if you're
bottom line.
if both parents aren't working and they're not bringing in 150 to 200,000, 200, actually probably more like 180 to 250,000 a year, they're not living middle class.
Well, like I'm not part of the mainstream establishment thing, but I remember hearing a thing over the years that the average family or whatever is like one medical thing, like one, like, you know,
Broken what leg?
anything, like lose a job that like, away from like going down under, being like, and that's pretty bad. Where in the 50s,
Yeah.
60s, 70s, like, oh, my grandmother and grandpa, I don't even know what they had little job. I don't know money. They had money. My grandfather was ex-mil, in the Air Force and retired as a mechanic from TWA or whatever. But they lived like their money went a long way. You know what I mean? Uh, Even my parents, yeah, and even my mom, the wealth they ended up getting is mainly because we lived in LA and value of property and housing was like, oh well, everybody got rich who bought, like, when in the 70s, my dad had a GI loan or some shit like that, and they bought this house for 33,000. That like ends up being like, well, it had additions and things, and but for like $1 million, over $1 million, and now it's probably $2 million just because of the area it's in. That created a lot of wealth, like not mega money, but like comfortable money. Uh, yeah, those that rides over. Those aren't the rides of today. You know what I mean? You'd be buying that house, same thing for the million something, and most likely over a period of time it will go up and down, and you might be upside down for a few years. And it might go up a little at the peak, but not not kind of percentage that that people in this certain era, like even my grandparents' house on south of the Boulevard in uh, Studio City. Uh, yeah, that's one of the most expensive areas in LA. Uh, and they sold that house a long time ago, like when I was still a kid. After that, my grandparents died, but they made a whole bunch of money from owning it from like the 40s or whenever they first had that. Yeah, so that's like a lot of the wealth that people acquired from the last so many years was through that. And every area is different. I know SoCal, you couldn't do, like, if you bought in at any point in a certain amount of years and just wrote it. Oh, well, you did good. Not that people don't do good still, but not like that.
If you bought your house in 2009, 2010, you probably got a really good investment on your property in the past 14 years, 15 years.
Well, the two properties I have leased or rented, one for 17 years and the last one for 10 years, knew the landlord. Both of them ended up upside down and lost their property to the bank. Now, the first landlords, they invested in this town in Texas called McKinney, like 20 some fucking years ago when I they moved there and then used the equity of the house. I moved there in 2000. So leading up to 2009, property value in that house went up super high. And they pulled out seconds, thirds, fourths, I don't even know, a lot, and invested in
Plus the rent.
storage facilities in this up and coming, growing fucking place in fucked up Texas, like outside Dallas, whatever. And then, like in 2017, yeah, I forget how much they owed, like 800,000,
Wow.
and the house was only valued at maybe five, and they hadn't put a penny in 20 years or 17 years. Roof, everything, right? Landscape, so remodel, all that. So okay, it's went to foreclosure. But then they didn't give a shit because they're making money hand over foot with their
with the
store
rent.
businesses that they put up. So and then as I know that, I'm like, yeah, that's kind of fucked up because, well, first off, I was in a lease option to buy and had a certain amount of money built up. Not a lot, but well, a lot. But unless I could have bought the house and had basically pay more than the house was worth because that's what they owed. So I couldn't really do a deal with them anymore because now, during that 17 years, the price had gone up and down and all around. It just was time. But ultimately, they all they did is lose that house. It wasn't like that was attached to their storage businesses that they invested in or bought or built with the money that they took out of this place, right?
Nah, that was
Yeah,
another LLC.
yeah, like, oh yeah. So, they were nice people. I had no problem with them. But I was like, yeah, that's when I got a glimpse of like, yeah, people play it a certain way, and then they don't even lose really, right? Like, I devastated me because like, we really thought that house was ours. Like, we lived there 17 years. We, like I say, had lease option to buy, and uh, so a certain amount of rent went toward that above and beyond. And yeah, and then the other place that I had overlapping with this place, but ended up where I lived since 2017. Yeah, she just spent more money than never paid the mortgage. And when COVID came along, I don't know, she got herself so fuck upside down that got foreclosed on. but but it's all a matter of the timing of when you buy.
Yeah.
And the difficult part I had is being self-employed, or what they call stated income. You have like a whole different, at least in California, real estate law and all that. You have it's hard to qualify for a loan. Oh my God, all the shit that I had to try to do, and they don't want to just see it for 1 or 2 years. You got to show it to them for a long time. To even if you have, they don't give a fuck if you have the money and can show that you have the money. That doesn't mean shit to them.
They do if you're buying the house with the money you have.
Oh, no,
That's
but
the
this
way
is
I
what I
bought my
noticed.
house,
Like,
cash.
there was a time when my landlords tried to like get me to buy the house from me. It was like in 2008, maybe 7, 8.
Right at the beginning of the crash or during
No,
it.
no, at the beginning. At that point, I know because I checked it out. The house was valued at 1.1 million, and they were in Texas. They were going to FedEx me the papers, and if I signed it, I owned the house. And returned it to them,
Well,
and had a certain payment thing which I could have handled. Somehow, even though me and my wife had worked at that point 7, 8 years, paying taxes, having the business, sole focus, buy this house, property. But that night when we thought about it, because we were shocked that it was worth $1 million something, right? Because like this was just 15 or some years ago. Like now every house is worth $1 million something. It's crazy. Like they build these track houses in the desert out here that they sell them for $8.99, and they're like that. No one used to want to live in that godforsaken desert. Okay. But housing around, well, in SoCal, which is no different than other areas, just numbers could change a little value wise, right? From what I understand, a lot of this is fueled because Wall Street created an instrument that these big investment, whatever you call them, basically are buying up every fucking house, property, building, apartment complex.
Leaving them vacant.
Yeah, they have some fucking leverage scheme of bullshit and whatever. But like, so when people are bidding on houses, you don't realize that you're being outbid by this thing that does never going to move into it. It's just an asset, and they somehow pay higher than market value to achieve their goal, which would right there make it like, whoa, wait, you paid more than. But that's what's going on. Well, what it is it's that investment is sold, and I'm probably not explaining this good because I'm an idiot, but real estate, you can look at like long term, and it's not like other things that have big ups and downs. Real estate, has some ups and downs, but over any length of time, it's up. Like, and a lot of the other instruments, that's everything's volatile. Anything can fuck up one of these companies, right? I mean, look at what happened to Boeing or any of them, like boom. Or even this little war thing, they said, oh, it was this. I saw a thing advising you it's on a low to buy stock because, it was a sell off or whatever. That's all bullshit, dude. Like, that's those people resetting to make more money off of, like, what the fuck? Like, that's crazy that little things like that create these opportunities for these people with like super amounts of money to just make money, like, and then act like they're sad about whatever's happening that created that. That's some real bullshit. We're being hustled hard.
Yeah, we are. When I can have two phones here, one with data and one with everything else for under $20. And back in the States, one phone with everything is $50 or $60.
Well, I mean, there's a saying in business. You ask somebody what the
Consumers will pay what they
price,
pay.
it's like how much, the price is what they're willing to pay, right? And so in the US economy, I think we live by that. And a lot of our pricing is based on that, not necessarily the value of the commodity. It, you know, I mean, when you look
Yeah,
at it, here's an example. I have a feeling you can buy breakfast cereals almost everywhere, right? Somehow, the US, you go to the breakfast aisle and they want like $5 and $6 for this little box of fucking breakfast cereal,
yeah.
right? They got
To
about
buy it here in Thailand, it's more.
9 cents worth of fucking uh, sugars and coloring and fucking goop, fucking that they call whatever, right? Yeah. What a racket. Why is it so expensive? Oh, because that's how much they're going to pay for it. You know what I mean? People will pay that much. They like it. Like, Tony the Tiger, he's been around forever, whatever it is, right? I think when I look at items, certain items, like why is that item like seems like it's not priced right? You know what I'm saying? Like it's a like, oh, I buy cereal. I like cereal, right? Luckily, there's places like Walmart or even a grocery outlet that don't jack you so hard, right? But like the mainstream grocery store, you're like, holy shit, that's like that isn't like the value of that. Even now that like not even the big bag, the regular bag of Lay's is like 5.69. It's not that much chips in there. Like those things used to be like $2, 2.50.
279, 289.
Yeah, and then be on
Three,
sale
and
for
then
less.
they jumped to 379. They jumped a whole dollar.
Yeah. And yeah, we're getting worked. We're getting worked. Because the value of the money, even like, yeah, California is the one that passed the law that fast food workers, which it doesn't include like all fast food. We're talking about the big, well, not all big, because there's a couple lawsuits that are uh, chains or whatever uh, that are saying that they're there's qualifications, but if you have X amount of employees, a brand, they have multiple locations, uh,
Da,
$20
da,
an
da,
hour
da.
for the workers. You see the signs. Oh, it's 20 for the low. Shift manager goes to 25. I mean, I look at it, I'm like, damn, you make $40 an hour at McDonald's because like the man top spots up to 40, right? And they're competitive because even at that, it's not like a bunch of good people showed up there to take those jobs. No, it's like they need
I
people
went.
working there. That's why they have the signs out and the fucking thing. But like the meals or the combos, yeah, it's like 15 and up, or 13, 14 and up, right? Uh, no deals. You know what I'm saying? So like, well, okay, I think that just means like here's the problem with that whole concept. It would have worked if it was like, yeah, you're gonna pay your workers 20, but you're gonna take less up the chain here. But no, you're gonna pay your workers 20, and where's that money from your customers, right? No, that should come out of the CEO's ass and the assistant CEO and all those manager people that get paid these ridiculous salaries, and then share some of that down to the 20 and keep the prices the same. But that's not how those games work. Nope, the top people probably make more money now, right? Because if they're paying them
Yeah,
20,
because they found a way to save money
yeah, it's
by
ridiculous.
like automation. And
It's
actually, to tell you the truth, the reason why you're not getting those deals and everything is because they're trying to drive you to their ordering through their app. So when you order through their app and you walk through the door, it's ready for you to pick up. They've taken away the cashiers and all of that. They want you to use the apps. That way, everything is electronically handled. There's no mistakes in the till drawer or anything like that.
dude,
But
like
they're
the
trying to
yeah.
cut down on the number of people that they have to have in each store to run it.
Well, most of these fast foods that are the new ones that are pretty good. A lot of it's chicken, like sandwiches. There's fucking so many names. There's you go in there to try my. You look at their menu. It's like okay, that's it. One item. Oh, you want cheese on it or not? And so there's not like they're serving a bunch of things. They're only serving one fucking thing. Their chicken sandwich. Like, what's the one Chick-fil-A? Oh, I guess you can get the chicken.
But the
You
sandwich
can
is
get it grilled. You can get it, they build that chicken sandwich 18 different ways.
but all they sell is that chicken sandwich. It's not no like nothing else. Where it used to be, oh, you had different items. No, the fast food model today is whatever it is, you just sell that. Don't complicate your menu with fucking 10 things. That's where you lose money.
Yeah. Just like weed shops. I'm trying to tell them here in Thailand because they think, oh, we need to have the largest selection. And I'm saying, no, what you need to have is a small selection of the best quality. You don't need to have 30, 40 different strains. You need to have 12, maybe 15.
Yeah, but okay. So most of this is to sell to Thai people, right?
Uh, no, mainly to tourists.
Okay. Well, then the second most gullible group you could come up with. Now, not that the Thai locals are that gullible, but they're not that knowledgeable. It's only been a short period of time. They don't have much weed experience. You don't just
Knowledge.
get that. You don't just get that from going into a store and buying a couple kinds over a short period of time. Like
Or
a
reading
weed palette,
Instagram.
at least, fuck, that was my whole lifetime to develop that, right? Like,
Or to even try some of them. It took you
and
10, 20 years.
all of that, still smoking things I've only heard about, and all the different nuances and so much, right? Yeah, that and even here in the US, like most of these brands really are targeting the 21 to 30 age group, right? With
Yeah.
their Mylar, with their campaign. That's probably look at
And
their data and it show that's their base
they're
customer.
36%
But some of them have been
THC.
in business 10 years. So okay, they're targeting this demographic. That's cool. That's fine. Well, we're like calling stuff mids that someone that is like doesn't know any better and it smells pretty good. And it comes in a package and it says this and like there's that's it. That you got them. You know what I mean? What do they have it to base off of? Right?
Well, another thing also too is they're not really joint smokers. They're bong smokers. And here in Thailand, they don't have a lot of money. So a lot of them mix tobacco with it and they're still smoking it out of a bong.
Yeah, but
So they're
that's
not
called
getting
snap
the true
and
they're not getting the true flavor though of that type of cannabis. So you really can't explain or talk to them about what type of taste they got off of it because you're only getting one response.
but
Good.
even here, like most consumers, they just they're not only so many people like care about the nuances, connoisseurs or enthusiasts, however you want to describe it. Most consumers are not that and have no interest in that. Oh, they'd smoke
No.
some weed, no problem. They like smoking some weed, but whatever they have going on in their life and in their brain and in their existence doesn't involve like knowing the fine details of different varieties of cannabis. At least
So
that's
at the shop up here at the round the corner, we've been doing pre rolls for a month now. And our biggest sellers are the pre rolls because people can come up and grab three of them because you buy three, you get a discount. So they're buying three this way. And I've asked a few of them, why are you buying joints? Because you used to buy like a whole bunch of flour. And he says it's just easier for me to buy a pre-roll. I don't have to sit down, I don't have to grind it, look for seeds, and then roll it.
Yeah, well,
I
that's the
come
biggest,
here, I buy and I go.
dude, in LA. That's the biggest skew on the rise in the last year. Pre-roll.
Yeah.
To me, and my partner Gary will tell you that I've said this for years because pre-rolls for a couple years back until recently was basically guarantee some lower bullshit, whatever. Okay.
I've been saying since day one they should be your best weed.
Yeah. Well, some people figured that out. And, if you know the
Finally.
right brands and you know the right place and all that, there's fucking great pre rolls of all shapes, sizes. You want more, you want to put hash in it, you want this, you want it rolled this way, you want it big. And yeah, that's why that's growing because more and more people, yeah, they don't want to like their life doesn't involve them having anything in their life. Like at their home, they don't have a way to smoke weed. They like, well, somebody have papers. I don't have them. You know what I mean? Like, I always carry papers in my wallet, and I can't tell you how many fucking people I'm like, what? You don't have papers? No.
No.
You don't have a bong. Some people might have a pipe, like they don't. And so pre rolls, oh yeah, you have weed, it's there, boom, easy. And if it's good, it's starting to be that way. Now those are expensive. Like yeah, like you talking about spending $20 to $50 on it on like a joint, or
But those machines to fill
it's not just
those
a
are
joint.
expensive.
Some of them like I personally don't like joints bigger than like a gram and a half, but maybe two.
Gram and a
One
half.
gram joint.
Three and a half gram or 7 gram, these fucking bats. I don't
One
care how good a
gram's
weed
fine.
you put in it. It somehow seems like a waste. It doesn't, that weed smokes better in a smaller joint. I don't know. I don't like big myself.
I would suggest, if you were doing joints, just like you said, I wouldn't make big joints. I'd make like 1.25 gram joints, and that's it. You don't need more than a gram. If it's good weed, a gram should get 2 people stoned.
I
Well,
keep forgetting that
I ain't mad at you.
I had this in my backpack
Rolling
in
figure.
July when James Loud gave me like a whole bunch of these when we were at the Dead Show. And like they were all these cool flavors, Skittles, this, that, the other. But they're these giant fucking joints, right? I smoked a couple of them, and that's where I really made my opinion. Oh, this is rolled by some specialty guy that's fucking renowned for rolling, and oh, they didn't. I was like, the weed is killer, but no. And now all of a sudden I realized I didn't like it, and now it's probably not good because it's been in my backpack for 9 months. To give it to somebody. I've been going down to the beach a lot of days to see the sun set. Well, I actually started to see the rocket go off, but I realized like it only takes me like 15 minutes. And now that the sun doesn't go down to like 7, it's a cool place.
Perfect timing.
And there's always like a group of, I guess other people be like, oh, those are homeless drug addicts and shit. Oh no, those are just the fucking people down at the beach, right? I don't judge those people like that. And a lot of times I bring my own weed, but I never I've only gone down there like 3 times in the last month. But this one spot, what they call it, the boardwalk. No, it's a spot. Uh, yeah, I wish I had like a few joints or something to give these people. but I keep forgetting to bring them some. What I might do, I could bring like a huge bag of fucking trim and hook somebody up, and then maybe they could use that to get the fuck off the streets. Because you could roll good trim. You could roll joints out of good trim and sell them all day long, as long as it's a good inside trim.
The sugar
You see my
leaf.
dope new shirt, buddy? You guys know what? Does that look familiar?
Yeah, that's I've seen that, but I can't. What it's Twin
Twin
Peaks.
Peaks Cannabis.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
Westport. I knew you knew who it was.
Yeah, I kind of recognize, but that art I've seen that style of a design.
I like the owl. I never noticed it had an owl. You see the owl head?
Yeah, it's got some Mandela type shit going on, and have you grown anything from his collection?
I just got those S1s wet and some testers he sent too. So no, I haven't. I'm about to though. We'll see. I mean, some poly S1s. I'm sure they'll be all over the place, but it's all funny, you know. A herm here and there don't scare me off.
Yeah, I'm not.
And when I grow pot outside, dude, I rarely
see. And even though I have these seeds that I've been from DNA, I have seeds, I have my own collection. I have no desire to put the effort into what it would take. A couple times I've thought about, oh man, I've almost got excited and cracked them, but it's not just the cracking of them. Oh, that's the easy part, right? It's like what the next 3-5
Feeding
months
them properly.
involved with, and yeah, I just don't have the desire for it right now. Like
I just got like 80 of them wet, all femmes.
Because like I'm still trying to sort through these. Like I guess it was about a dozen things. Maybe we got it honed down to 6 that might. Well, they're cycling through so far. No. But they were cloned from a homeboy, and then we got another clone from the real source of like soup. Like he's now every clone he's sourced us has been run like, but all the way back. I think Donnie, he somehow I don't know. I don't ask, but like these are always the legit whatever. Not hot at the moment, but hot or like proven runners. You know what I mean? And yeah, that's enough. That's enough variety of
It is actually when you think about it and you're craft breeder, if you're trying to put anything out that may be trying to hit the market, you're only looking between 4 and 6 strains. If you go over that, it takes up a lot of space. And us craft breeders, yeah, well, I'm
cutting back.
talking, like 100 every 2 weeks.
Mine's just straight seed plants too, so it's just my style's unique.
Well, I could tell you, like, okay, I don't know. It's been longer than I would like to think, which every square foot has a value all the way through, from getting it trimmed, moving it, every part of it, right? So part of it is like it's out of cycle. Okay, because when you're doing what I'm doing, it's important that all the clones are taken en route roughly within the state, and then all those plants are the same height and same age, maturity, and everything to have even canopies to maximize everything you can, right? So we got these clones. Okay, we grew them up, right?
I was a stickler for an even canopy in my hydro days,
And
dude.
got them big enough to take clones off of.
Nothing.
Okay, but that was like, okay, yeah, that put them in cycle, those clones. So then we flowered the moms that we got. By that point, they were taller. One, we didn't even know the characteristics, whether it stretched, it didn't, whatever. So, and they were just in odd places, mixed on trays with other variety. They came out, a couple of them, okay, pretty good. But then, like, it's kind of my decision. I'm the one doing it, or spending the most time looking at it lately. I can't make a decision until they're run in the cycle with all the other ones.
Yeah, you gotta get like 3 rounds out of them, dude.
That clone was with the rest of the clones, so it could get topped a couple times. So we got, and the plant's this high, and then we're gonna run it. Okay, we're just finishing a couple in the one room. Well, 2 more weeks, and in the other room, the rest of them. And like because for me, unless it's going to perform under this thing, under this cycle, perpetual, and the timing with everything else, immediately Bubba Kush, as good as it is, creates a problem.
Doesn't fit.
Doesn't fit. Like, and then Bubba Kush. So we took clones, which, like, to explain this to my partners, are like, who are like at parts in their life. One has kids and got his contractor's license. The other one just wants to surf every fucking minute he can. So whatever. There were years I didn't fucking come here at all. So whatever. That's why it's a partnership.
You probably want to give the clones each, give them 3 rounds, no?
They like, okay, well then if you, okay, you do.
Were they ran in rock wool?
Because when I tried to explain, okay, so yeah, we're going to take these clones, but they're not for that run. They're going to be for the next run, okay? That's like, it seems pretty simple, but it's like, the answer was, is that necessary? And then the one partner says, and I know him for fucking 15 years. I knew he would say, well, can we sell it for more? Which, I get no. In today's market, no. I guess you could, but is it even worth the shuck and jive and the rhetoric you're gonna have to perform to collect an extra 100 on something or
for
something
$100?
Yeah, and hey, I already know a couple of the guys would go, okay, yeah, just give me those other ones, right? So, okay, but all right. So, like, the point is, and then, because different people have different things. I'm the worst at topping. Homeboy is like the top master of all time. Like, in short periods of time, fucking he just keeps doing. He doesn't do it the way I do it, which stunts it out a little. He gets in there with his little fucking thing and just nubs the one thing, which I can't even see. I have to put a magnifying on my glass to see like that. But so we had like a dozen of the Bubba Kush that are for the next cycle, and he has different topping techniques. Different plants need different shit, right? So he does a couple different things on a few of those bubbas, and a couple of them he doesn't touch at all. Yeah, they didn't like being touched, right? It stunted them out. They didn't quite grow through it. The ones you
Colas weren't big.
oh, those are fine. And man, their fucking stalk is thick, and the leaves are fucking happy, and it's it's vegging at the rate that it veggies, which is very linearly, like vertically slow, right? Except that, in the spacing, you better like 4-to-1. You could put 4 plants in the space. You're going to need to put that one because these fucking leaves that if you pluck them off,
yeah,
the thing grows. Okay,
fucking dinner plate.
It wants those. Some strains you can pluck leaves off as fast as you want, and they'll just grow new ones. Other strains, you take a couple of fucking sun leaves off a plant, and it'll get pissed off at you, right? And that's how Bubba does. So, they're beautiful. They're giant, right? And they shade out everything underneath it, which, that's indoor. That's not like all the things that, 20 years ago when I ran Bubba for a couple years, this is Katsu Bubba. I ran the pre-98. Yeah.
There's not much different.
Shit was like 6,000 a pound or over 4,000 a pound. And like, it was worth all that effort. And yeah. And like I'm saying, so you wonder why hardly anybody grows Bubba Kush anymore? That's the reason.
That's why I've been messing with those crosses.
Not that it's not like a good smoke. Oh, no question. It's fucking one of the best. Like we've come so far from having to like fuck with like back in the 90s and early, like the market value and the whatever and everything was different, like so different that you can't compare those apples and oranges. You know what I mean? They're not like comparable like that. Like and like I even after that, the OG that I still hold, but I don't grow it because that's the finickiest fucking plant. And everything goes right. You can get a good yield out of it, but in today's standards of numbers, no, you would have to charge more for that, right? Period. Because it's fire. OG, earth, gas. Like one of the original OGs. I get why some of those other OGs were better because this is the old first OG. Oh man, and like 4 inches of stem need to be correct. It had no stem strength. I don't give a fuck. Over the years of growing it, and I grew that thing for 20 years. I use silk. I use this. I use so many things to try to give it like strength. You just had to stake up every little fucking thing, right?
I remember it being cowboy mag horse.
That shit. So I mean, I remember Coop being on here one time, like explaining, like, yeah, if a plant can't fucking stand on its own and grow, right?
It would have been called.
It would have died in nature, right? Or I don't know if it was Coop, but
100%.
that concept. And I'm like, yeah, OG wouldn't make it a fucking season. Not the OG that like was the original super. This is what made all the other OG, I think, or part of it. It's the worst thing to grow. And like I say, finicky, like you could have a bad day in veg and then you never recover from it. Like even though it will flower, it'll grow, no, like it has like this to come out this perfect way, which when you hit that shit when it's made perfect, yeah, that's like the holy grail. Okay. But in my experience, that thing was so finicky. Yeah. And okay, that's why no one grows that shit, dude. And they bred it into forms that took away those risks. Same reason why some of the stinkiest shit doesn't exist anymore. Even though now no one's worried about stinky. Oh, well, we bred out all the stinky shit long ago because people used to get in trouble for stinky. Not just growers, people with a bag in their pocket. Right? Sometimes people would have the smallest nugget in a Ziploc.
Dude, I remember that shit.
The whole car, the whole room, the whole restaurant would stink. At a time,
I think it still does. We're just nose blind now.
Well, whatever it is, not that weed isn't good and tasty.
Our ventilation's better.
A little louder than ever, but for the most part, no, weed's not that loud anymore. Not that super pungent. I don't know what it was, like the way we dried it, or I don't know.
It was the leaded gas.
I mean, it
The
wasn't
fumes
just
in the air, the sulfur.
like that. There was a whole bunch of weed that were. Yeah, you opened up your thing in your house. The whole house would the whole house upstairs or down everyone's room. It would permeate fast out onto the porch. When you used to grow shit like that, you could smell it like a block away.
I had a cheese cut that my friend grew in Michigan, and one of his friends got pulled over with an eighth of it in his luggage in the trunk. And an older highway patrolman that thought he was the king shit because he was head of the cannabis narcotics department. And he swore up and down that he had pounds of it in the car. And when he found just an eighth of it wrapped up in a suitcase, he was like, I'm totally sorry, but this is some of the best weed I've ever smelled and some of the strongest.
They did the same. They did that to me in South Dakota. Except they freaking strung my entire life. I was moving back from Arizona, and they left my entire life laid along the side of the highway. They found
for you to repack.
Yep, for me to repack. And then
to me and
charged me for whatever. But I ate a blunt. I ate a blunt that was half smoke, and it must have decarbed it because it hit me so hard because I was so nervous, and I just passed out in the back seat of the cop car.
Dude,
in the Badlands.
We're driving back after like a tour that ended in Denver, and we were driving back to San Francisco after being laid up in this hotel like 3 days after the show because somehow BT found some source and bought a quarter pound of like the really best opium you ever fucking laid your eyes on. Opium. And first day or so we had it, we just smoke a little and get all fucked up. Then somebody said, "Oh, dude, just take like a little ball and just eat it." So we tried it like that. We got so fucked up. We were tour was over. We had already been all fucked up for a month on the tour, but we ended up like drinking sodas and puking for like 2 or 3 days, getting our shit like together, finally hitting the road to get back to San Francisco. We had all these t-shirts, all of our tour shit, the trunk was fucking full. Oh yeah, we had these 2 girls with us.
One for each arm.
Dude, this was like Fear and Loathing shit, right? And we're driving on the 80. We're in a Cutlass that we bought in Indianapolis for a couple grand because we could take when we get back to the city, they go for like 4,500 like that. Like we did that a couple times. We buy cars like in Indianapolis or fucking weird spots out in the country, used car lots for like, oh, less than a value, and then drive them all over tour and then take them back to the Bay Area and make money on them after we thrashed the fuck out of them. But we had this, it was in duct tape. It was like the ounce of a couple ounces of the opium, like in this duct tape ball. And then cops, it was in Winnemucca, Nevada. It's this place on the 80 that was notorious. Like, oh, turns out like other deadheads have been fucked with the same cops, these fucking jerks from fucking Winnemucca that pull over people and fuck with them. And they took like every fucking thing out of this car, right? And had behind the car as we were sitting there for like hours going through all this shit. T-shirt, dead shit, this shit, fucking that shit. And so it was end of tour. Like only thing we had was this fucking opium, right? Like tour was over. We were going back to the city. We had money though. Yeah. So the next thing you know, they're like, they call us to the back and they're like, yeah, you got like 5 minutes to put all this shit in this car and get the fuck out of here. Right. And right there, stand like below the cop, this guy with one of those hats and everything, was that duct tape, like just laying on the fucking road. Like that, like somehow they searched through everything and the clavo of shit, they just like, I don't know, looked like a ball of duct tape or whatever. I don't know. They just
Garbage.
it was just
It
on the
looked
ground
like
right
garbage.
there. And they stood there and started throwing the stuff in and we're acting like we were organizing, and they finally fucking walked off, and boom, we grabbed that shit and got the fuck out of Winnemucca. But it was a close call. But it was like right there at the cop's foot, and he didn't even realize it.
Well, when I got my shit back from Illinois, I had a film canister that was jam packed full of keef. And you could see where they put a knife into it to do a drug test on it for like heroin, probably. And it came back as nothing. They threw it back in one of my boxes without the lid on it.
Hey, when I did the Cannabis Cup in 2013, it might have been, or 14 in Seattle. I'm friends with all the guys that work High Times at the time. So we had a booth, all this stuff, and the next thing you know, the morning of flying home, like all those people, they were my deadhead friends. They all lived in New York. Like everyone that worked at High Time in the main era that back then, the real High Time, yeah, they were based in New York and they were all New York. And part of the deal was no matter how much fucking weed and kickdowns and extra samples and all this shit that you had at the event, because you guys work for High Time, don't fucking bring anything back at all. So they like that was like the rule. Like if you worked there, you didn't also fly with a bunch of shit or anything. So this happened to me a couple times. At every time in San Bernardino, and it was only about an hour ride out back out to San Bernardino from my house. I'd go out there on Monday, and they were just getting their shit together, head to the airport, and pick up everything that they were leaving behind, which was like every fuck so much shit, every sample of every fuck every entry, everything, like so much different products. But in Seattle, yeah,
it was so much stuff. And we went and got, I forget where we bought it, but just like a duffel bag, another bag. It was like a full duffel bag of just jars, vape cards, sand, weed shit, more weed shit, all weed shit. The whole duffel bag full. And we get on the plane, check the luggage, and fly home, no problem. Pick up the luggage, get in the car and go home. Get to my house and I open up the thing. What the fuck's that? And there's like this notice from the Homeland Security, like, and it's like a thing saying, yeah, inspected your bag, and
Everything's okay.
yeah, basically. And I'm like, oh, if this bag is okay, like I've never worried about ever like traveling with any small amount of any cannabis for
No.
almost 10 years now, right? Or over that because of that. Like that was the main thing. This was 10 years ago when, oh, there was, right? There was mixed things and stuff. And oh, I know things could go different. Hey, I know I got fucked with in St. John, which is like a whole other thing because it is customs, even though you never really left the United States. Over a joint I didn't know I had in my bag. That one just cost me a lot of money. But yeah, that was a long time ago too. But yeah, they looked in it and didn't touch a thing. Some of it, I think, I don't know where, I think it's from a movie or something. Like the best way to get away with shit is just act as if. And if you don't know what that means, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah,
The best way to get into a concert
exactly.
is just act as if. So you want to go backstage? Act as if. I've learned I'm good at acting as if.
Jedi mind trick.
Sometimes you can act as if and you're like invisible. It's weird.
I've gone backstage
Fuck me,
many
dude. Every time
times.
I
All you
talk,
got to do is just walk
fucking
back
muted.
like you belong there.
Fuck.
Yeah.
What are you doing? I'm gonna go get a cable. I need to go get a connection for
You keep
cable.
muting me or something, Cap?
No,
You're muting yourself.
Every time I fucking talk, I'm muted.
Your turn to talk because we've been waiting for some talk.
I've been talking.
it's not me muting. I can't even see my screen. I'm laying on my bed stretched out with the fan on, and
Yeah, dude,
it's a fucking 100. It's 102 degrees in my house. Fuck.
Nice. Give me some of that.
Bullshit. I've got an air conditioner I'm staring at. It's time for another joint. Cheers, everybody out in chat. We've been kind of talking here and haven't acknowledged you lately. Thanks for sticking around.
In chat, because like this isn't a conversation worthy of listening to. I don't think so. There's a term in Deadhead like ramble on roads. Right?
Yeah.
Do you remember Jaeger, the strain?
No.
From Southern Oregon, a Southern Oregon staple. Well, it tastes like
I'm
licorice,
from Ohio.
obviously. Well, I'm sure you've never heard, buddy. Have you heard of Jaeger?
The strain?
Yeah.
Yeah, it always comes from like Northwest. The fucking guys up north,
it's
like
Southern Oregon,
and Washington. Jaeger, I think it's Oregon. I don't know. It's like
it's a Hindu Kush
I
phenotype.
used to smoke a lot of weed before I grew weed, like way back. And Northwest weed was always unique because it was like I would always tell them, "Yeah, your shit could be good if you dried it. Your shit." They bring me like
loafy fucking, and that Jaeger
Yeah.
used to be like that. It would be like these loafy
Dark.
Jaeger towns.
Yeah.
They used to move it
But
like
anyway,
they used to
I
move a
flew to
lot of Jaeger.
I had a full quart jar of that in my fucking golf bag that I flew to Mexico twice with and back, and to Wisconsin and back to Southern Oregon with, back in 2012 and 2013. I
never
had that
knew it
fucking
was
jar in my
there.
bag the whole time.
And
Never
you're
fucked with me.
saying, God damn it, I was in fucking Mexico. I could have been smoking this weed then.
Exactly.
Fuck.
Exactly. Yeah, but fuck, how stupid would that be to get busted?
Well, I stupidly flew into a country and I had something in my backpack and I didn't know I grabbed it because it was in just a regular container that all my like shampoos and gels and shit like that are in. And I grabbed it and showed up at the hotel and looked at it and said, wait a second. And I ended up with a half ounce of weed in a country I shouldn't have.
Buddy, talking about that
I
opium brings back some memories. Gosh, I remember the first time I smoked that stuff. That was a game changer.
Oh, some of the opium here, the
But
black
then after
tar
that,
opium.
so it was like good for a minute, and then the next year there was people selling fucking violin resin and shit.
On the high times thing. So the stuff that makes people's skin fall off in Kensington called trank. It's called, there's a chemical name for it. I can't pronounce it, but it's something or whatever. It's a drug. I think it's Canada or maybe the UK. I don't know what country. Not our country, but said that a certain percentage of the cannabis vape cartridges had that shit in it. I'm like, oh, that's bullshit. So like somehow they're cutting cannabis carts with trank. Like how
That's
low
scare,
is this?
scare
Wow.
tactics. Scare tactics, because they're gonna want to make this shit all fucking federally fucking regulated. And it's just another way to scare the public
Yeah,
into
that's
thinking that's
exactly
going
what
on.
that kind of shit is, dude. That's exactly what that is.
100%. All day, every day.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Get
don't
it
know.
from your government store, not from this store.
100%.
The whole thing. I mean, ultimately, legal weed's gonna grow to be that. Okay, what we voted for is gonna come back and sting us in the ass, dude.
I'm
Like,
gonna be dead.
yeah, I mean that's the way I look at it too. And I don't have kids. I didn't have kids, so I don't have kids. Oh, I might have a different perspective thinking about that, but oh, I don't have to have my own kids to think about that. And like, oh, I'm not even so about our kids. It's our kids' kids. Oh, well, what kind of cannabis world are they going to live in or be part of? Yeah, like when all of us are pretty much all gone, right? Yeah, I already know these big investments, these corporate types with money. That's the kind of shit they talk about in these fucking boardrooms. Like 100-year plans, 100-year plans, plans longer than their like existence. Like most of us are like deal with 60-day cycles and shit. You know what I mean? Like,
That ain't much to look at, but it's fucking tasty.
right. But you know what I'm saying? Like,
Pineapple Cindy. That's
like
one.
and I think we're being played and
We are.
and
It's
I
depressing
guess
though, so I kind of
that's
think
the
about it
time
too.
I come out of the 60s where it's like, well, then we gotta like stand up
They
again.
took care of it, dude. They put an end to it in the 60s.
But we're like past that.
Y'all had
Like,
something going then, but they
there's
shot
nobody
everybody,
fighting.
killed everybody that fucking had any fucking chance of making change happen, dude.
I mean, that's what
They
I
took
mean.
them out with a bullet. Bang,
Yeah.
bang, bang.
Yeah. Like,
And then they killed Bob Marley with cancer.
Well, shit, who knows?
They killed him with AIDS, actually, I think is what it was, from a needle from a CIA agent that recently came out and admitted that.
Well, I wouldn't be
They
surprised
stuck
if
him with a
some fucking
needle.
crazy story comes out at some point. But thank God there's none of this behind it. We just know Jerry fucking used too much drugs and he died. Okay? As simple as
Yeah.
that. Like, and if they tell you anything different, that's not true. But like, wouldn't it be weird? Like if like somebody said, yeah, the CIA, they took out Jerry. Because
Give him some bad dope.
part of it at the time I was,
The hot
I
shot
tell
him.
you that I know for a fact I was indicted by them and faced them face to face. Our government, the federal government, wanted to take the Grateful Dead and the Grateful Dead scene out for a long time and spent a lot of resources trying to do that. And ultimately, no, we took ourselves out. We're still here, right? But yeah, at the real peak of it, oh, we were a thorn in their motherfucking side, like enemy number one. Oh no, there were some other bad mamma jammas out there, but like they had a hard on for the Grateful Dead and everything it stood for, and goes back to the '60s, really. Like I think the '60s was the only time that our government ever really was worried, or the powers that be ever felt a little like if
a little. They killed everyone, buddy. They felt a lot.
Yeah. Okay. And then ever since then, oh, they're never gonna let anything like that ever like get to that point.
Nip that in the butt.
Like
can't do it that sloppy. We need to do it magic bullets.
Now
and
we
shit.
live in a world as a result of like that. Oh well, maybe we were going to exercise our freedom and maybe we were going to stand up to some of this bullshit. Oh no, you weren't. We're going to shoot you dead, even on the fucking college campuses, right? So, yeah, and then here we are today, and yeah, like, even though this would be a thing, we would be like, I think if somebody started talking the truth to the mass, one, some people would be like, we've heard enough of your cannabis problems. It's legal. But no, cannabis consumers would, who are actually the ones paying the taxes and have the, are the industry customers. Yeah, I don't think they could be better. And the corruption's terrible. Even like
the government
poetry at
corruption.
glance, like things you find out, you think, no, that can't be true. But like Newsom, our governor, who's whatever, his main guy next to him, and his name is fucking, I forget his name. His wife, who has the same last name, is the lady in charge of the Cannabis Board of California. That's how close it is to the governor's office.
Sounds legit.
Yeah, right. And then she has really no experience other than her husband is Newsom's fucking sidekick.
Her husband smoked pot twice in '84.
Or whatever. I don't even know. I don't know much about her. I know enough to know.
Got the
Fuck her.
monkeys and everything.
But
Four
like,
tabs.
the fact that like they're not even trying to hide that level of like, oh, like the governor and then the guy that's next to the governor and then his wife is cannabis. Oh, okay. I mean, that spells corruption.
Yeah. On major levels.
At this point, oh, well, that's like, it seems questionable, but that's his norm today.
Yeah, I need to leave rock salt here, and I need to leave alcohol.
Now, if it was a healthy situation and positive situation, you think, oh, that's great. Because then if she has something she sees that needs to get improved upon or get changed, well, she's got the fucking governor's ear and get that shit done and get it passed through. But that's not how any of this shit works, right? It's the opposite. Most likely, like that company Glass House is already like politically contributing money in a lot of different ways, right? And yeah, have that. And so like when you wonder, wow, why didn't this get like this last year, I don't know if I agree with any of them or not, but 3 bills went through the California legislature, which is the king of gridlock, and got passed. And at the last moment, on each of them, Newsom vetoed them quietly, right? Yeah, that's kind of fishy. You know what I mean? Like, that meant that the somehow the fucking crazy
The
California
fix was
legislature
in.
voted on things. Okay, one of them had to do with having a public open club, whatever you call it, is consumption and
Consumption club.
whatever. All right. I don't know. It happened a while back, but they all were like, I think fuck the whole system. So like, but so I wouldn't probably have thought all this shit was ridiculous, but yeah, he vetoed them, and then I didn't know this at the time, but now I'm like, oh, and now and then the head of the cannabis thing is that close in his circle, like right in the inner web, the wife of his fucking right hand. Well, that's crazy. I think her name's Newton or something. I don't know. It's all true. It's like shit that's too fucking crazy to be true. If you try to sell a script with all this crazy shit in it, they say, oh, that's not believable. That's the world we're living. The world that's like totally not believable.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's beyond. I'm like half out of touch, so I only hear parts like, oh, wait a minute, missiles go off, and then these other thing, and then they did this, and then this is happening here, and this is happening here, and this crazy guy saying this shit, and all this shit, and when is we ever gonna get things like back on track a little bit? I don't think so. Like in most of my life, there were like episodes. Like even when I was a little kid, there was the first like the Cuban Missile Crisis, and then there was episodes. You know what I mean? They just didn't go on monotonous forever. I think since 9/11, I feel like it's just this monotonous of insanity that when the long book of history gets written, they won't go and say, oh yeah, no, uh, when Trump came in, that's when it really no, it started before that. Like 9/11 is when we gave up all logical, like we basically we went with revenge, which is like a moral sin, right? Like like we just wanted blood, but we didn't care where or how or why, because actually, wait, Saudi Arabia is really wait, maybe we should seek revenge there. That's where all these fuckers came from, right? Oh no, no, they're our ally. We need their oil. We'll go after this other motherfucking crazy guy in Iraq, right? It's the most crazy shit, right? And then we just perpetuated it to this thing, right? If you were going to rewind this and say, well, wait, where'd we go wrong? 9/11.
Yeah.
I
And if the
disagree with you there.
neocons were in control, Bush and Cheney and Rumsfeld, the total fucking neocons. And they put us on this trajectory. You hear it? Those guys aren't anywhere to be seen now. But like, yeah, they put us on this trajectory of this craziness. Like,
Want
this
to say what up, chat? What up, Benny B, Stony Creek overseas? My man Cake over there too. Trisha Walker, peace.
Man,
What up,
that's
Marsh?
like 10
Marsh is
grams
kicking
of
it.
fucking
House for the
oil.
plants in the house. What else we got? Iceni. Good morning, Iceni. Stony, I already said
Looks
what's
like
up. Who else? Justin Bean. Here on the scene. I'm fucking hey.
oh, that's what I'm missing.
It says there's 36 of those bad mofos out there though. What up, lurkers? Lurking and a jerking. We got hardcore lurking. Look at that. Look at that dude. Hop on, dude. All you fuckers hop on. Come get A.
Man,
I
ended up selling my silicone spatula. That sucks.
You know, J5, tonight is Savannah. And then, like, oh, I'm a member of NUG, so I get the video stream for free. But for anybody that goes on NUGs, there's the audio stream, soundboard. So, yeah,
No shit, huh?
people don't know
free?
that, but yeah, you like.
Nugs has always been pretty
You
cool.
don't have an account. There's a thing you click on, and it's not the video. It's listen, I think, or something, and then it will just list the show that went live. You can't like. Well, I guess they post it. Yeah,
Excuse me.
you watch it live. Yeah, I don't
Well,
really
that's a good tip.
because I get the video thing, but I know it exists. Sometimes I end up clicked on, like, you click on it and yeah, I've had it open where I saw the whole list of shows. Yeah.
What are you doing, hardcore? Get off your mom and get on this live.
Fucker.
I got my crystal glowing tonight.
You know what? It was funny. It's gotten a lot of attention and play. People made memes and all this because on my birthday show, which was Saturday, the whole first set was train songs, okay? And I was getting behind with my friend and shit. And we were listening.
A long time. Get back on.
And listening. And I was like, I think after like the sixth train song or fifth, I don't know, like halfway through it, I said to my friend, God damn it, I'm sick of these train songs. Play anything but a train song.
Yeah.
Right?
Did he play Train? I imagine he did.
Oh man, he played every train song.
Took me a long time to get back on the train.
Yeah. Yeah. It was the
Well,
whole
jump down.
like critter. So okay. So now that might have just been some one-off thing that night. But then I'm thinking, oh, okay, so he did Trains, now he did Critters, second set. Okay, now what would be the next theme that you like? I guess he'd do the love song thing. I don't know where you'd fit that in.
Cowboy songs.
All the psycho murder songs. Gotta have like a set.
Bluegrass has a lot of themes to go off.
Huh?
Bluegrass has a whole lot of themes you could go off. You could pick from.
Oh yeah.
Whiskey drinking to drug doing to women stealing.
That's everything.
With women wine and song.
You know, amazing thing when you listen to Billy Strings is the songs that he wrote. I don't think he gets enough credit that like because there
Well,
are
he
so
writes.
many classic songs and like to compare him to some of the like real classics. But man, he's written some good fucking songs with really intelligent, very like living word, meaning the song has meaning,
And not
different
traditional,
meaning to different
like unique,
times.
like a new, like I don't
Yeah,
know, like a
like
hybrid,
this is some forced out song. You know
hybrid
what I mean?
jam
Like
band,
these,
jammy,
these songs are meant
bluegrass.
to be played by a lot of people, not just him. You know what I mean? They're like a couple of them, not all of them, but a couple of them are like, whoa, those are some of the greatest songs made. A lot of times, people's big hits like that, they never happen really while they're alive. You know what I mean?
Right.
Even like things like you think, oh, Marvin Gaye. No, like he was popular and all, but like
If
where
he would have,
like like a lot of art, paintings are the same way.
if
Like, a
he,
lot of
how
art
do you,
becomes bigger than the person in their post or the past life. You know what I mean?
if he would have released Away from the Mayor right now, I think it'd be a hit.
That's one of my favorites.
That song, I thought that song was going to be, but he just wasn't there yet.
There's no hit. There's no place for. There's no place for him.
And it's all about his brother and a good story about it and shit. I think if you would have released that now, it would.
Isn't going to embrace him, right? Uh, it doesn't. Like you you go on a Sirius satellite, where are you going to find Billy Strings in the rotation? They have like every channel on them. I don't know, right?
I think you do for sure on all the jam band shit. And then you go on to like even like traditional.
The
Yeah,
jam
you're
band
right.
things
Not on the
are
top,
all very
top 40.
individualized, right?
You're right.
So,
Not the top
so
40 shit.
so it's either the Dead channel, Fish has their channel, everybody
Yeah.
has their channel, right? He's far from having a full channel there. Like most, like, sometimes Prince gets a channel for a week or two, or uh, even the channel that I think would be like, I'm serious, and I've had Sirius since the beginning, would be a Bob Marley channel. Period. End of story. Not this reggae channel with all this other shit and like every fifth
It's
song.
because of the licensing.
Because like sometimes that's what I feel like listening to, but then when you go to that channel, it's hit or miss of what they're going to be playing. Like not. But considering the Beatles have a channel, Tom Petty has a channel, different people have like permanent channels, right?
There's something weird with Tough Gong and stuff. I'm pretty sure I heard something like that.
Well, I think that's it too, and it does get into who's paying and how much, and does it help us, or most likely Sirius doesn't really have to pay because they're probably selling it that, oh, it helps keep your music relevant, which ultimately makes for sales.
Right.
But I like Sirius. Like I remember when it first came out, I thought this is a dumb thing, but like now that it's become what it is, uh I like Sirius.
I haven't had it forever, but yeah, I think all those different streaming things have their.
Even why I bring that up is, yeah, I have
It's
it in
just
my
easy
car.
too to throw it on, I suppose.
Pretty Chris that got murdered, like a couple years before he got murdered, he was down and out and was staying at my house working for me. And then I don't know how, why, what, but he transferred he had a lifelong Sirius membership that he got at the beginning of time. For I don't know, but he transferred it into my car. This is a lot of years ago now. Probably 7 years ago, longer maybe. And then he got murdered. So then yeah, I don't have any of the info. Like, I wouldn't know. Like, I'm sure if I called up Sirius and said, "Oh yeah, I know his name," kind of, I probably could remember his birthday, but I don't know. I don't know what do you call it? Identifying info you have to give when you call in, right? To have it moved to another car. And so over the years, I'm like, yeah, I don't want to sell this car because that means I'll lose my Sirius. Because I don't know. I think it's expensive now. Like when it first started, it was only a few $100 for a lifetime, and whatever per
Is
month.
they
Probably,
send me stuff all the time for Sirius XM, and I think you can get a 1 year membership, and I think it's right around like $50 to $65. So like $6 a month, something like that. I'll forward one of the emails that they send me.
well, like if I was a commuter and actually drove to work and back every day, knew I was in my car a certain amount, then whatever it costs a month would be worth it because not only do they have every kind of music and a lot of choices there, ton of comedy, the news, sports, every sport. Oh, there's a lot there.
I'm still of the CD movement because there's certain songs that when I'm driving for, 6, 8 hours, there's certain songs that I'll play like 5, 6, 7 times in a row. Like Bob Seger, Turning the Page. They're just songs I enjoy driving to. I can't drive 55, but that one can get me in trouble.
No, that's what I like. Grateful Dead shows or Jerry Band shows or whole shows.
You got 2 hours.
Two? What do you mean? Three in some, most of them. And you just whether you like that song or well, hopefully you pick a good show, but just listen to a whole show. Next thing you know, 3 hours went by. Oh, pick another show. Nope, you're there.
So I'm going to go teach a couple people how to make medibles today. And for the next 4 days, they're going to make medibles. I got a huge order for a bunch of brownies. Someone's having like a party and they want to pass one out to every guest. And there's like 250 guests. So that's like 13 batches of brownies.
Well, that's going to be a stony party.
Yeah. They're only going to be, well, yeah, it'd be a stony party because they're going to be 50 to 55 milligrams.
Well, I'm sure that's going to be like more of a popular thing. I mean, a lot of parties, people, you have bars or you drink or hors d'oeuvres and stuff. I think it'll be pretty normal that you go to parties at brownies or some cannabis thing or a drink or both. Or I'm sure there's
Yeah.
already like fancy events
50
being held.
milligrams will get some people stuck.
Yeah, that's why I said that.
What up, Marshall? You got that Sawa? That SOSWO? Awa? He says he's got a bunch of Uncle Doobie seeds and cuts and whatnot. I've been wanting to see what his sour is all about.
I want to try some of Jake Plant speakers.
I hear that's the one from what I hear. But nobody really like which cut is it? And that's I guess who knows. It's probably how he grows it and everything else. Probably the same as half the other people's.
It's probably the same cut that a lot of people have, just like you said, it's where he's growing it and how he's growing it.
Yeah. Because yeah, you hear that. Yeah, I'd like to try that. Damn, I want good sour.
Because for a long time in the beginning, people thought I was growing organically, but I was growing hydroponically. You just couldn't taste the difference.
Yeah, you can grow good pot with salt if you know what you're doing. You can really fuck it up.
Really quick.
Oh yeah.
Leave an ozone generator in a closed room for like 15 hours and pull it out. And then over the next 4 days, watch the entire room die.
Yeah, that's no bueno.
Yeah. I've done that mistake before though.
I never fucked with those things. They creeped me out. I didn't like breathing it. I didn't like being around it. You could smell it, you know?
The unit I have now, and I hope I get back from Southern Ohio, is a perfect one to run in like a hallway of a house where you're running like 2 rooms. Because it doesn't build up enough. But usually I just put it in the ductwork, the exhaust ductwork of the room. I'll put it pre-fan or right after the fan.
This underdog I grew or was it last year? No, it was the year before. I'm still thinking about it. Was it last year?
I really like underdog.
But it was pretty fucking sour. I wasn't expecting that.
I wouldn't expect it from underdog either.
Me either. It was
95 is kind of sour that we grew.
What's that?
I-95 has a bit.
Oh yeah. Yeah. You get some sour notes from that.
I mean, that crew of people did a lot of different genetic paths over so many years. Sours, part of their contribution to it. But like anything, it's one thing. You can say there's no genetic drift, but like clonal, keeping a mom clones off of that for decades and longer. There's so many variables. Like I'm sure that even different genetics probably have a certain parameter that is their sweet spot, right? Temperature, humidity, food, water and stuff, all of it, right? And if kept in that, taking clones and momming and cloning and momming and cloning for decades. But my experience is, even the best of shit, Oh yeah, it just drifts off after so long. You know, a lot of times, yeah, you get 7, 8, 10 years, but then somewhere in there, some things just, they're not as good anymore. They don't have the vigor they used to have. Different
That's
things.
when you
They
gotta
just,
throw them in that living
you know,
soil bed you got out back. Throw some of that
Well,
compost down there.
I was just about to say, I think the biggest problem was, especially in the 90s and the early 2000s, we weren't bringing our mother plants outside in the sun for 3 months in the beginning, or 3.5 months, to be out in the sun again, to be rejuvenated. We kept them in the basement for 15, 20, 25 years because we just lost 3 plants that we've had for 19 years, was the newest one, because the guy never took them outside and they just got weak to the point where they weren't worth running.
well, yeah, and, I say there's some genetics seem to have stronger genes for that than others. I have the feeling today, like with the, what do you call it, the clusterfuck of genetics, that we're probably weakening,
Yeah.
right? That, oh, these genetics today, well, let's see in 10 years. Keep a plant going for 10 years, which, like, just to be able to cultivate the same plant for that long. Yeah, most people never get good enough at this to accomplish that, all right? Like, let's just be real, okay? Right? I mean, now more and more people are on path to start trying to attempt that, but and it happens. Time goes by quick. So what seems like a long time isn't that long when time starts going by quick on you. And the next thing you know, you ran the same thing for like 10 years. And it just clicked
Well, I
off.
didn't have a choice but to back in the day. Like,
Yeah.
there were clones weren't readily available in Wisconsin so much. So it's like you got something and that's what you got. And you ran it.
Yeah. Same way in Ohio. It's still in Ohio, it's hard. People don't give up genetics. Not good ones, not the ones that have been around for 40 years. And then you get a fucking box of seeds from someone that said, yeah, I grew for this group back in the 70s and 80s. And you get a big box of seeds, and it's like, okay, what am I going to do with these 30, 40-year-old seeds right now?
Oh, I forgot to ask Marshall about that. Martial artist about that Sawa. See if you heard me. That Sawa. Oh, Rebel Grown, yeah. But doesn't Uncle Doobie have like a cut or something? That's supposed to be like the real deal Holyfield?
Yeah, but some of this I start noticing about modern strains is how much less labor and how easy they trim up than some of the legacy strains.
They
Yeah.
do. They come out of the plant fucking ready to be thrown in the bag.
Like I don't have to explain it. Like a couple of the one trimmer, she's young. She don't know anything from anything. But so like her feedback is like important to me, right? And like, yeah, on a couple of them, she makes little comments. I don't like the best way to get info is not be obvious about it. But there's little things that I can pick up on. And yeah, like as they've been trimming small amounts of these other kinds, and I was had a chance to spend 15 minutes overseeing it.
Yeah, I could tell they didn't. A couple of them now they didn't like it.
Oh
It's
well.
more work. It's more work, and that's also part of like the how did we get to where we are today? All those factors are all the strings that are being pulled on. You know what I mean? And one of them is that where yeah, it used to be now like what was most important was a fucking fire gap. Like that was most important. Everything else didn't matter. Even if it grew weird, it was finicky, it was this, it was hard to trim, was it fire? A true bam. Today, that's less of importance, and all those other things became more important. Some of them really dictating. One, the time frame, like even yeah, things finish in like 9 weeks. Like you can't go like you can't your cycles can't because that's all the other cycles are based off of that cycle and that's uh you take it to a longer cycle, then it fucks up all those other cycles. Like, yeah, an extra 10 or 14 days of veg in a perpetual cycle becomes a lot. I think
Only if you're planning to have success, but yeah,
I already
you're
know
just
some
gonna
of the
fuck up
some
that
of the
word.
breeders that do a lot of the white label shit or whatever. I for the last year they've been talking about having strains that even finish faster and are bulky and you know like not compromised. You can't compromise the can't have like oh we got faster strains but they're bunk. I used to have a strain that I
But
swear to God would be the crustiest fucking weed. I used to think this is what they must grow to make hash with because the leaves
At
were just
46 to 52 days.
fucking 35 to 42 days. Like there were times that fucking shit was done at 35 days and yielded pretty respectably. And I grew the
that's what those
shit out of
triploids
it.
are supposed to do. But our Aussie friends think it's pretty funny that you have a nitrous tank.
It should be pretty common, man.
No, no, we were talking about it
Yeah.
in chat the other day when you were doing it on your birthday, and Cake was like, "What the hell is that?"
I'm getting ready for like like getting in shape. Okay, so a couple meals, maybe fish in a couple. Like I have to make my mind on fish in 48 hours or less. I might skip
Dude, you
fish, but
watch them
then
play
the
NO
May
and
starts the dead. It just
Fluffheads be
won't
up.
stop. And then there's like a bunch of other shows, Tedeschi Trucks and fucking just ton of music. Like yeah, COVID really fucked up the music scene. Like we were rolling for
Yeah,
like 50 fucking years, it
It
seemed like.
fucked me up. I know that.
And
And
even
my
though it's
music
kind of
going.
beginning to get going again, no, it's like a train. It took a while to really get all the engines going at full steam to where, holy shit, oh, don't forget the Stones are coming through. Like it's one of those things like if you've seen every Stones tour over the years, it's the 80s. Well, it's not always the best or they're old or it's a spectacle, I'll say that much. Uh how do you miss the last one? You know what I mean? Or is this maybe not the last one? I mean, hey, yesterday I cried because my favorite surfer, who's local from here, Griffin Calipino, he's a young kid. He was in a heat with Kelly Slater in Australia yesterday. If Kelly lost, he's off the tour.
Kelly Slater
He can't. What?
and Griffin shredded. Hey, Griffin's got the yellow jersey. He's the up and coming fucking life of everything, and beat Kelly Slater. And then no one's known when it was going to happen, but it happened yesterday. The only time you ever get carried up the stairs is if you win or you retire. It's like surfing tradition. And so after Kelly got beat, oh, and he didn't just paddle in, he could tell he was all emotional. He stayed out. Then he came in finally. And then he gave the interview and he started crying where he's like, yeah, that's it. 53. I kind of knew they just had a news story about him a couple weeks ago that he sold his Hawaii palace that he built custom, the best fucking house out there for 20 mil. I think, damn, why would he sell his fucking Hawaii? But okay. Yeah, so he retired. That's it. The GOAT.
That sucks.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't suck, but they all retire at some point. It's cool how they got to go so long, like in skating and surfing, how they can do it into their 50s and still compete at top level.
Top level, and he's like, yeah, he's very cerebral. Like, yeah, he's a heavy dude. The way he lives, how healthy he is, beliefs. Took it as far as he could. Yeah, because these guys are like 20-year-old fucking whippersnappers. You're not going to be able to do. Can't compete with that shit, dude. Cool.
Not when you're 50.
But on a good day and the right wave, I mean, yeah. But to be out on tour is a whole other thing. It's very competitive. So. And it shook the whole surfing, like they only did 2 heats today. It's like it like it had reverberations because yeah, he was more than just a competitor. He was like pretty much pro surfing was built on his back, like all the success.
I'm not even that big of a surf fan, and I got goosebumps when you said that.
No, it was a heavy thing. I mean, I don't even know if it made it outside of surfing. Like, even though, yeah,
it's not every day that the GOATs retire.
Like in surfing, we call him the GOAT, but there's people that would put an argument out there of all sports, right? And then you can list a bunch of GOATs from a bunch of different sports. If you don't put Kelly Slater in that group, very small group of people, then you haven't been paying attention to what that guy did.
Like MJ, fade away. Perfect.
I think he ends with 11 titles. He won the championship 11 times. I think the most anybody else has is like 3 or some shit.
In surfing? Wow.
Yeah, 11 times over 30 years. 30 years.
Yeah, kind of like it, but I think there's got to be different categories of sport because yeah, like him, like there's a comparison between him and say the redheaded snowboarder.
Yeah, but that guy didn't do no 30 years. He was blown out.
Yeah.
Close.
Oh, hell no, dude.
Oh, I mean like 15. He went into his 30s, I think.
Jordan took like 4 or 5 years off.
Shaun White.
Yeah, I mean Shaun White. Okay, but no, he's not. He's not like I don't even think in snowboarding they consider that
like a
yeah, the X Games. He did put in some X Games, but like, yeah, I guess
Tony Hawk.
Yeah, well, Tony hasn't won much in a long time. He is a GOAT in his own way because, like, he's done more for the youth and skateboarding and bringing it to work as a something that people around the world, it's like he is skateboarding, right? And then the video game part, Tony Hawk's a special dude too. But Tony Hawk had like, first off, Slater won Pipeline last year. Pipeline. He won it. Like at 50.
Yeah.
He searched all the big waves. Like that ain't the issue. There's this other guy that you know, like a surfer extraordinary, Lard Hamilton. That guy doesn't surf like competitive, but he's fucking crazy. Like no one crazier than him when it comes to big rides, and like he's old now too. But the amount of training those guys do to compensate for the age, it's amazing. Or even like Lard says, if he would have known about this kind of training when he was younger, then he could have done more. Like he rides waves that when you go down and you go down, you might be held under for way longer than you can hold your breath. And you have to be trained to be able to survive that. He has this training thing that he says would be good for anybody, but really for surfers. But it's with weights in a pool, and with some endurance swimming with the weights. Yeah. Like when you hear his routine, you're like, "Holy shit, dude! That sounds like torture." And he does them like every day, 100 like that. I'll die if the wave wants to kill me that bad. Then take me. Or better yet, I won't paddle out if it's above like. I used to say 10 feet, but now more like 6 feet. I don't want to fuck with anything. I already know. It looks fun until you're like don't know whether up is down or side, like, and you're underneath and it goes bam, bam. It ain't nothing nice.
There's nothing worse than the feeling of being completely out, like having no control when a wave fucking wants to toss you and tumble you and slam you into the fucking floor. It's so powerful. It's intimidating.
You know, the last 3 days they've been at Margaret River, which is Western Australia. And so when the tide goes out, okay, they compete all day. We're having the elimination rounds, 8 hours of surfing and more a day. So, you know, to get a score to be in the thing, you got to do 2, 3 moves, get off the wave. But then when the tide goes out, that third move is putting you into the reef or the rock shelf. It's not really a reef, it's shelf. And you basically, when you're done, there's no swimming out of it. There's no you run on the rocks. And hopefully don't fall and get tumbled up because it's that shallow, right? At low tide, or at low tide. I'm like, oh, that's ballsy. And because at high tide, the guys were doing 3 moves on a wave, well, the guys still were going to do that at low tide, except the only way to do that at low tide is it's not like you can just fall down and swim away. No, you just run on the rocks because where the low tide, where the wave is the rocks. I'm like, that's gnarly. One dude had a whole, like a chunk of his heel was gone. Poo-poo. Samuel. Yeah, he ran, and then when he got in, it was bleeding, and then they looked at it and it's like, yeah, chucked off a big part of his heel.
Yeah, that fucking reef and rock don't give, dude.
That's the ballsy shit. When you realize that most of these really good waves, what makes the wave is that there's no
Shelf.
yeah, it's not like there's water to absorb. Like here, I surf in SoCal here. Yeah, we have sand. You have the water. Like it's not like it's gonna. And then a
Even getting
couple
tossed in the sand sucks.
rocks if you're not careful and shit. You go to Hawaii and some of these other places. Oh, they have reefs and shelves and all this crazy shit. That's the hard part to navigate. And that's what makes like certain people like super radical because yeah, they don't give a fuck. Right now on tour, I mean, last few years the Brazos kicked our ass, the Brazilians. Yeah, Gabriel Medina, Ferreira, all these guys. They were top of the circle. Now this year, my area, Oceanside, Encinitas, San Clemente, uh, we have like I don't know the exact numbers, but by far the most amount of surfers are from this area, women and men that are on the top of the game.
Why do you think that is?
Well, surfing it's not like we don't have good surfers of surf here, but not like world class waves. But today, all those people,
That's what I'm saying. It's not. It seems odd.
They all started as kids, and you know, the parents once they showed that they had some promise. There's ladder systems, surf clubs. Then yeah, they go to Tahiti. They go to, you know, they do all that stuff. Go to Fiji. Go to Australia. Start them, you know, first time they're there, like when they're 10, 11, 12 years old.
Word.
The thing to win the surfing title, which is very hard to win, if you're just good at two, like you first off, they have waiting periods, so you don't always have to, the event doesn't always happen during good waves. It's really to get through the tour, it's who can really surf like almost any condition the best. That's who usually wins because you have to be versatile. It's not, you know, there's so many different styles, different places, different conditions.
It's not the perfect wave on a fucking photo shoot.
Like my favorite surfer, yeah, she's not good at that. That Toddy Weston Webb, I've been following her for fucking years, and she always comes up short. She's good, really good when it's a certain way. She's a power surfer, but that only works when there's the power waves. And then when there's other things, she just like there's the heat. She doesn't even catch a wave. She's just out there being.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Like some of these young guns and
like what would be a wave that would like that she would do that on? What kind of wave would she do that on?
Like smaller. She's like a power surfer, so she's like does good when the
so like the smaller ones that they do like technical shit on. She wouldn't want to fuck with that.
One of the reasons that the women surf the same spots as the men on the same events. Like women never surfed pipeline. Only 2 years ago, it was too dangerous for women, as it was thought. Well, women didn't used to get paid near what the men get paid due to that soccer thing or whatever. Surfing also joined in and pay the women the same amount as the men. And so now it's expected that the women surf at the same spots as the men.
Right.
Few of them were always capable of it. Toddy was one of those. But then when it comes to like scrapping out on the 3 foot fucking bullshit, nah, she sucks at that. Mm-hmm. But if it's a like 12 foot fucking barrel, she's deep in it. That's what I always liked about
she
her.
said.
Back then, I was like, fuck, that chick's gnarly. She go and she do shit that like the other ones don't. Like a lot of times back then, the women were like, they rode some of the same waves, but they would ride the shoulder of the wave. They wouldn't be deep. And in pro surfing, it's like, yeah, I mean, like I would never take off deep. That takes, you gotta be really good to do that. But like top level guys, yeah, they take off really deep. Now the women start doing that. Yeah.
And this chick
Cool.
from Oceanside. Oceanside's like the ghetto of our area as far as beach
Right.
communities, right? It's the Marine base. She's from Oceanside. She's only, I think, 19. She's been on tour. This is her second year. She's won like I don't know how many times. She's got the yellow jersey right now. She's this little dainty fucking stoner chick, skater chick. Um, she's a charger. She's like don't matter. Like she's out there
She
like
gets it,
charging.
huh?
Yeah, she's doing nothing.
That's dope.
But she's just going to be the inspiration for the next wave because yeah, like I don't know. There's men have just more power in some of their turns, but other than that, kind of getting kind of equalized. Well, no, because now it's all about airs. They they take to the air like skateboarding and
Right,
do
right,
invert.
right.
And,
Yeah.
yeah, the women aren't quite doing theirs yet.
Though they won't be far behind though.
They do the like little airs, but there's a couple guys that have done like I guess annual flips and
They're
twists.
basically going in there on like wakeboards though, aren't they?
No, I'm like
Aren't they strapped into them almost or something like
at
that?
certain waves at certain places present these opportunities. You have to ride through it. No, it's on regular surfboards, and they figured out a way to get up and do that, and then somehow still have the forward momentum to be in the wave because the
Land
wave
it.
moving forward. So
Yeah, because it's the landing that's the hard
a
part.
lot of the airs, like a lot of them look stupid because the wave moves, and so even though they did something, they couldn't complete it.
It doesn't look that dramatic. Yeah.
But now, oh no, it's becoming more of a thing. Like you want a high score, pull out some crazy air move out of your ass, and you'll win the heat. Heats are like super competitive. They go
Man,
out
the
there for
heat
a half
is
hour and top two scores, and there's priority, and there's a whole strategy and set waves and all kinds of shit. It's a good thing. Now it's just on YouTube Live. Like it used to be. Well, one, they tried to make surfing on TV forever, but it just doesn't. Yeah, the heats are half an hour long. Who wants to sit there and watch people just lollygagging out and waiting for some wave to come? That's what happens. They only ride like the good wave, and there's only a couple of those in half an hour. So it's hard to watch and go like, there's nothing.
I should have put this on camera. I just pieced this blunt together, dude. It was I'm kind of impressed with myself right now.
So blunt means tobacco paper.
Yeah, and I had like 3 pieces of tobacco paper that I managed to fucking get to stick into a respectable blunt. This pineapple Cindy's interesting. It's an S1, so I'm not sure which way it's leaning, but it's definitely not leaning to the pineapple. It's more like hazy almost. But I guess that makes sense.
I've got some plants that actually kind of finish early for Thailand. They're about 110 to 130 days. And there's some interesting stuff in that I really want to hunt. There's a pineapple, there's a banana, there's a really mango flavored one. But that one, it everybody else would pass it over. And I hope that the mango flavor passes over because there's hardly any bud to it. It's just like a couple leaves and a bunch of hairs. but it gets you high as fuck. I mean,
That's the important part.
cerebral high. Like, wow, coffee. I just drank some, really strong coffee. Let's go.
Come on, Herbie.
This Cindy isn't quite on that level. It's good. It's nice daytime, I guess I would say. Kind of small, uppity, nice, happy buzz.
I've got a couple Durban poisons that have been given to me from the East Coast to the West Coast, and we can cross some ties with it and make Cindy 99.
Right? Oh, really? I thought it was like Jack Bag Seed or some shit.
I thought it was Thai and oh shit, I just said it.
Well, I mean, if you go by Mr. Soul's story, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
It was fucking Jack Bag Seed from over there. That he cubed or whatever the fuck. Oh.
But yeah, when you really sit down and look at it, because I sat down and I brought it up and I was looking for strains that had Thai in them. And just about everything has Thai someplace in it.
Because everything has blueberry.
A lot of the crosses out there, especially during the 80s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, were using Thai. And I think that's where they were getting their flavors from.
More so than the high?
Yeah.
I want those.
Because you really don't get a tight bud structure here. You may get a big bud structure, but it doesn't really get tight because of all the humidity that's here.
Yeah.
So it needs to dry out pretty quick. Yeah. So with that and all the intense light that it gets, that pretty much melts all the trichlomes, we end up with actually really low THC. But I think grown properly inside or in a nice greenhouse someplace, but I think some of it inside could be just phenomenal. And from some of the squirrel's tail seeds that I passed out, some people grew those out indoors, ended up being monsters, even though they took rooted clones at like 10 inches and flowered them out. They were still monsters, but, those came out really good. Everybody loved it. They got nice big fat colas off of them. And when you do grow Thai, you may think it's the most vigorous plant in the world, but you have to remember that we started off seeds, and within 5 weeks, we had 6-foot tall plants from seed. And when you talk about, there's certain plants where you pull off big leaves and you pull off leaves, and then all of a sudden the next day it seems like you have to pull off more. That happens a lot here in Thailand.
Yeah, I believe that.
I mean, I was defoliating plants outside like every 2 days.
What are you puffing on, Cap?
Actually, I was just about to roll one up. I have a little bit of lemon and orange, which no.
Citrus
Velvet
Moon.
Moon. Yeah, well, a farm sent me a sample of everything that they did for me to get
Oh yeah,
my
you got
opinion.
that. You got that Kokowski shirt. You got that. You got that.
I
What was it
think I'm gonna
called?
smoke some King's Juice, actually.
Milky what? Milky what?
Milky Dreams. Milky
Milky Dreams.
Dreams.
That's what hardcore is having right now. He said he was going back to bed. He's having Milky Dreams right now. Yeah, make sure you save him a joint of that. He wants it in his mouth.
We're gonna go after some King's Juice. Now, this guy, and I don't, I have to keep on relighting his weed. It's not that it doesn't taste bad, but the insect repellent that he has is made by an old lady from the hills. And I think the concoction that she uses
Period
is
blood?
what causes the flower, the joint to burn out. So, to smoke a joint, you need to have the lighter because you're going to have to light it 5 or 6 times. There
That's no
doesn't
bueno.
seem to be anything wrong with the weed. I mean, it comes out to white ash. Well, a semi-white ash because he's organic. But, one that would pass. It's not brown or anything like that. It's just it doesn't want to stay lit. Like this King's Juice smells really fucking good. And it grows exactly like the way I told him it would grow because he told me that he had gotten a clone of it. And I told him that you could put them like side by side and smash a whole bunch of them together because they grow basically one main cola.
Smash.
Smash out there?
No, you said smash together, so I figured I'd show him out.
I'd be
buddy
like,
still
it's
rolling
kind
with
of
us?
past his bedtime. I don't
Yo,
know.
buddy, you still there?
Sound like someone dropped out.
That's what I thought too. He's off in nitrous land.
Yeah, that was a bit of a difference going to California and even back to Michigan.
Oh, it says he's
Seeing
still
all
here.
the nitrous tanks.
You're on mute if you're talking, bud. Apparently not.
But yeah, that was different seeing nitrous tanks at cannabis events in Michigan. It was like, wow, things have changed since my day.
Right. Yeah, I remember them
Yeah.
chasing that fucking tank around the parking lot at Alpine and shit, dude. It'd be so funny. They'd have like 3 going, oh, he's over there, oh, he's over there. And then they just move it. Keep it moving, keep it moving. You can disappear between those cars quick.
Yeah.
And whenever,
show up
yeah,
at a
like I heard Buddy talking about
festival
that
with
the other night.
like,
Whenever the cops would give people a hard time over bags of herb or whatever the fuck, people would just like crowd them out.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And then
like
there'd be
he
the dude that
says,
would be
it's usually,
following the
usually a
narcs around
bunch
and
of young girls.
yelling, "Cop, cop! This
Yep.
guy's an undercover cop."
I remember at festivals when, they'd be yelling that when the police or an undercover would be walking through,
Yeah, you hear
especially
that
down
stereotypical.
Shakedown.
You hear that stereotypical thing about them being like in the brand new, tie dye and clean sneakers and shit. But it fucking
Yeah.
holds true, dude. It would be like that. Like seriously, these fuckers, you can spot them from a mile away most of the time. But they'd get people. They'd get their numbers. I'm sure.
Well,
One way or another.
I know for a fact, because of the way I looked, I got a lot of people to sign up for our normal chapter, where if it was someone in a tie dye, they wouldn't have, because
Right.
I always had short hair. And
Yeah.
my shoes, when I was out at festivals, I had waterproof shoes, hiking shoes, but if I was at
I like Air
show,
Jerusalems.
a music show where it was indoors, I'd have white shoes on, and my shoes were white.
Got to tap into that. Tap into the earth with the Air Jerusalems.
I kept my white shoes white and tight. So I smoked this King's Juice a couple times. It's a good afternoon smoke. It's going to give me a nice, more cerebral high.
I reached a point where it's just like weed, and I'm kind of at that point today.
It smells really good.
I mean, if it tastes
Almost
good, but
kind
like
of,
the effects are pretty much done. I'm fucking burnt.
it actually smells like oranges, but it's not a bad, it does have a citrus to it, but it's not a bad one.
Dude, I will say, like, sadly, the best joint I smoked today was a fucking, like, tastiest was a fucking Runts Cross that tasted like candy, like right down to the fucking tip.
I have a joint of cement shoes that I'm going to roll up tonight. I was only able
I
to
haven't fucked
get
with
like
that for
2
years.
grams of it.
I actually have like a remake of it from some dude called Curtis Seeds or something like that. It's called Space Cowboy or something, or I See You Space Cowboy. It's supposed to be a fucking hash dumper, like small plant, like small yielding plant, but like just trichome farm. But it's based off that cement shoes. Because there's like a 4-way cross, I believe. A bunch of shit. Some cookies and some this and some of that.
Yeah, like everything else today.
Right. I think that was like one of the OG ones. and it's associated with that like cult classics or universally seated or whatever the hell it is. I don't know which is which. And they've got like weird reputation.
Well, with the
I don't know
seeds
nothing about
that
them, but I just know like the vibe.
with the seeds that I have from Thailand and the other seeds that are coming out of Thailand and all around the world, if we didn't have these seeds coming out over the past couple years, say 2 to 3 years, thanks to IG, basically. You know, in a couple more years, when you go to tell somebody the lineage of a plant, it's going to take you 15 minutes to name all the crosses that were in it. You know, you get done with the mother's side and you ran through like 30 different strains, and then you get to the father's side and there's another 40. You're like, what the fuck? So what is this? Well, these 30 and these 50.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're bound to get something different most of the time.
True that.
You know, to get something stable, that takes, you know, like work, like 2 to 3 years actually. But people think they can just take really good cut and throw shit at it and to make it good. But it doesn't happen. But then you get some genetics, and if you pair them up right, basically you can hit a home run every time.
Yeah, and there are some fucking cuts out there that seem to make things better, for lack of a better way to put it. You know, like everything that touches fucking platinum, everything that touches like a blue cookie or a fucking, I don't know, you name it.
Well, I've got a couple males that are that way. So with the
Right.
couple males, that
Well,
that
yeah,
opens
that's
up a
ideally.
big time
I'm
like
talking about the clones, though.
seed production.
There's a handful of clones that you can hit with shit that they're gonna shine.
Yeah, like the
I just think of more.
Wilson for Masonic, you know, if you sit down and you have like when I was at Masonics,
That makes things
he
hashers.
he
Sure.
he pulled out a bag that had probably 9 or 10 different foot and a half long colas on it. And you could actually, I could tell the Wilson in all of them. So yeah, you get a nice, strong, dominant male like that, and you can hit it with basically everything out there. If I had my Afghani one from Sensi Seeds, that would be one I would hit with everything and wouldn't blink an eye about saying, yeah, that's going to be good, period. Because we did cross it to some stuff and it was like, yeah, everything it touched made it like gold.
Yeah, those are ideally what we're all looking for is a fucking stud male that
They're
makes
few
everything
and
better.
far between. They're few and far between.
But there's a handful of clones that do the same thing. You don't see them, man. But I was trying to think of some more, but I'm blanking.
Day Wrecker.
Like animal cookies, that 09 car kind of the blue cookie.
I don't know. I've seen a lot of stuff here crossed with Pave, Pave, and it seems like everything that's crossed with that seems to be halfway decent.
Good, GOOD. Dave do good. What's Dave all about? What's that stand for? Something?
I'm gonna name a plant GFW. Good fucking weed.
Mhm.
That's about the strain naming capabilities of myself.
I think we lost Bud.
Yeah,
Come back, Bud.
we did. There he comes.
And
Oh yeah,
somehow my
I see
dog,
movement.
I couldn't find my dog. I took him outside and then he disappeared on me. So I'm looking for him.
Fucking flew the coop, little bastards. Yeah, you get freaked out over there with those fucking coyotes, I suppose. Fucking lure them away and snatch them up. They try to do that, those tricky little fuckers. Yep. So I got let's see here. A whole lot of transplanting to do. Well, planting and transplanting tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm gonna go make brownies for the next. Well, what time is it? Oh shit. It's 3:30. So I guess for the next 6 hours I'm gonna make brownies.
Oh,
I only
don't
have
eat too
two
many.
pans. I only have two pans, so no, I can't. It's too late at night.
Whoops.
3:30 in the afternoon is too late for me to eat brownies because I'll be up until 1, 2 a.m. Well, we have the safety meeting at 3 p.m.
Well,
or
that's
noon,
today.
or at noon. Well, yeah, for you guys, when everybody goes to sleep and in 9 hours, you know, safety meeting time.
I can't even read my own handwriting sometimes.
So I'll be up for that one because that
Oh,
comes
Fruity
on at
Pebble
2.
OG. Jeez. Well, you know, like the piece of paper it's written on both sides, and one side was written in marker, so it's kind of hard to read it. But yeah, it says Fruity Pebble OG. I'm kind of excited to see that again. I just got a few of those wet the other day. Now it's time to get them dirty. About 80 of them, I think.
I actually like using those old school like little pea pellets,
Oh, dude,
and you let them soak up.
I'm gonna try them tomorrow. I haven't used them forever, but it's just another freaking medium.
But every time I've used them, I've had like roots coming like every side. They just explode in there when I put seedlings.
I don't have my dirt ready. I just tossed it in there, so this will buy me a little time. I
Well,
figure.
I keep them in there
They can,
for like a while.
I'm thinking even just a week. Would be cool.
And then I do give them a lot of room in the cup because I've had a lot of seedlings stretch on me. And when they
Oh, you do
stretch,
the
they
shallow
kind of
dirt?
fall over. Yeah,
shallow
so I
dirt
do the
trick.
shot. Yep.
It's smart. I mean, especially if your ceiling spaces are restricted, you want that fucker throwing fucking branches right at the second it pops out the dirt, you know?
Yeah. Well, not only that, the roots will start to grow out of the
Oh yeah,
stem.
100%.
So I don't worry about losing
Easily,
any
dude.
root
Like
growth.
not like burying a branch, you know, not like that any of that whatever tech
No.
air pruning. Not like that. Like they want to bust out of those ones that are already close to the roots like that.
Yeah, that
All those
really
hormones and
white
shit
shit.
earlier. You know, yeah, they'll throw roots quick.
Yeah. So, I've got probably 3 or 4 inches buried before you get to the top of the cup and the plant.
Yeah.
I lost too many seeds because they just, you have so many and they just fall over. And once they fall
I
over, they're
used
pretty much done.
right. I've used the drinking straw trick before. Cut the drinking straw down the lengthwise. You cut a little piece
Yeah.
and put it around there and bury it. It works. I actually found an old straw, like a 3-inch piece of straw in one of the pots last year. I was like, oh yeah, I remember doing that. Like I just left it on the stalk and it just grew right through the thing because it's already cut, so it just peeled it off and ended up in the dirt. Essentially, it's plastic, so the fucker ain't going nowhere anytime soon, anyway.
I know of about 15 grow sites that have PVC plastic into the ground.
Oof. I don't even want to talk about my PVC graveyard, dude. I'm embarrassed by it.
Well, these actually they feed back a little bit farther, but they feed to where a patch has been dug out for like 2 plants, because we can only plant 1 or 2 plants together. So running through and not wanting to like beat a path to the garden, we would just take a funnel and water them that way. My mom
Dude, I got
ended
my
up renting out the farm to some hunt club, and I guess a couple of the hunters have been stuck by them because they're like waist height.
Wow, 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 wow. What's up,
Well,
bud?
they're hunters.
Oh, no, no. There you go. What you gotta do is have somebody's gotta invent a valve that forces the dab smoke through into your lungs and you get nitrous chaser.
Yeah, I can't fuck with the DMT and the balloon and be online at the same time, but that's where I'm headed in a little while. That's like night.
That's the ultimate combo.
I got
Dude,
this
get us
like
makes DMT and ketamine. It makes all that shit so
like
much better.
you can
Not
barely
better, but
drag on it. You don't even have to puff. You just go and then go on a balloon and you go right to the fucking la of the best DMT. Just like where you left off last time, and you can just goof around there for a few seconds, and then you wake up, and then it's the next day. That's yeah. I don't know what happens in between dreams.
day well lived.
Sometimes, I always deal with like the other morning. I woke up and I was thinking to myself, "Yeah, you're always right. You're always right." And I was saying that to my wife, like, cause like so many things she used to say, I used to just go, oh yeah. And then I realized, oh, she was always right. Like 5 years later, I'm like, holy shit, she was always right.
Yeah, that can. It's crazy when that whatever gets stuck in your head and it's wham, and then when you're on the gas, it just keeps going wham, wham, wham. She's always right. She's always right. She's always right.
Well, I could get into a
You get
lot of
stuck
other
in that loop.
troubles, but the one thing about tanks, it's maybe you feel a little brain dead the next day. That's it. All the other trouble
I,
can turn into like 6 months before you even fucking realize you're all fucked up.
Right? They give it to kids for crying out loud.
You know, they
I had a
stopped giving.
20-pound tank at my house for 6 months.
And that would only last me like.
Why are you being stingy?
I because I was only using it.
Medicinally.
Well, when friends came over, and it was a house that I grew in, so not a lot of friends coming over.
No, I'm fucking with the cat. I'm stingy with the cats too.
There's no
Well,
reason.
it wasn't that we were stingy with it, because I could sell
fucking
you
with that.
tanks. I could sell you tanks at $75 and make fucking $40 a tank.
Where were you all my life? Fuck.
I was in Ohio selling them at $5
I
a
wasn't that far away.
balloon.
Doing dirt.
What we would do is we'd show up with like 3 or 4 tanks. The 2 tanks that would show up at a festival would go dry, and then Saturday night people
That's
wanted
what
nitrous.
The 2 tanks go dry.
We literally drove to this gas place in Pennsylvania 3 times. And after we were done on the 3rd time, the guy backed his company truck up into the valve of the tank and busted the valve so they could report all the gas loss because we had emptied the tank. But yeah, he was selling those tanks for like $20 for a 20-pounder.
Back when we were teenagers, my one buddy had a beat up truck. And we used to take it to the the one spot we were successful at the most, but we went to other one. It was the Tarzana Medical Center. It's like the emergency room. And way off in the back corner of the parking lot was like this chain link fence thing where they stored all the gas.
Oh man.
And his truck was such a beater. We would just back the truck up slowly to the gate fence thing, and just it would bust the gate. It would bust the chain, and then we'd open the gate up, and we just toss every tank in there. Like sometimes we wouldn't even know if they were full, if they were empty. We just take them all, the blue ones, 6-footers, medical, and me, Mike,
Those
Billy,
are heavy.
and then we would have them under our beds in our parents' house. Got away with it for a bunch because like parents always were gone in the afternoon. And then one night, yeah, I was fucking huffing, and my dad came in because he heard the and was like, what the fuck? My dad got high and everything, but he was like, what the fuck you got there? I'm like, oh yeah. Because it was like open policy. Like I grew up in a house where I forget how old I was, but I was like told that, yeah, drugs are part of life. And it's open. You don't have to hide them from us, and da da da. And so, like, yeah, I was like probably like 14 or something at the time. And, like, tell my
Dad
dad.
hopping on your gas.
Yeah, yeah, fuck yeah. Times were different back then. That's what the worst part of that story is. Like 20 years later, there's a story. Okay, my mom's neighborhood, not her house, but the houses down below. Uh, okay, so when we were done with the tanks, there was this one place on the street where the drainage thing was wide enough that you could just roll tanks into the like drainage thing down to wherever they went. Like it was like some underground fucking thing. You would hear them go ting ting all the way down this fucking thing. So over the years, we dumped a bunch of them there, 6 footers. 20 years later, there was a flood in the area after a rainstorm, and then when they cleaned it, they had a story on that there was like a bunch of tanks that had been blocked the the drainage thing, and it backed up the flood and shit. And my mom sent me the link to it. I was like, oh shit. Like it was like so many years later, but yeah, but we did as a kid, came back to fuck us or people's houses and shit. I kind of felt bad. We were just even back then that there weren't even that many houses there. It was like just the street and they were groves still. But then over the years, they fucking put a house everywhere, and then it flooded it. But it was because we used to dump the tanks down the fucking drainage thing.
Drop them down the drainage.
Anything that happened in that area, the fire department always would blame it on us. And they most of the time they were right. Like this, like me, I wasn't even the oldest. Mitch was kind of the leader of it all. Well, I don't even know. We were just kids. But like we used to like to catch. They used to have tar drippings on all the telephone poles. If you really fucked with the lighter right, you could get the whole pole to be burned like on fire with tar on that side of it. We used to have fun doing that. And then one time, the fire chief came in the evening, the same night, to all like five, because there were brothers involved, like me and my brother, Mike and Mitch had a brother. Came to all of our houses and then basically put the parents on notice that these things have happened in the area and we have reason to believe that your sons are involved. We used to also have a lot of M80s and fire bank bike. And so some of this was we grew up in an area where there were some houses, that's where we lived, but it was all empty land and groves, and we made trails and had all these spots as kids. That's what we did all day. And over the years, they kept developing. So like where it got serious was years later when not only once, but twice, when they framed out this whole housing tract. We didn't burn it all down, but we burned down one section of it, caught it on fire, right?
I heard about
Yeah,
this
that's a
one.
big thing, and yeah, they construct, but like we were just kids, we were like that. That was our field. Like we were like saying, "Fuck that! You can't put houses here." That's what we thought as kids. This is when I was like, but I forget how like young, like uh, yeah, we
Bud
had
was a hellion.
yeah, that's how the Topanga in that area was. It was like even when I say there was empty land, there was like a mall, and if you cut through this old orange farmer's property. It took you like a quarter of the distance to get there. But he had trespassing signs and was known and did shoot shotgun blasts of rock salt at kids crossing there on their bikes. And sometimes you get through, sometimes he'd shoot at you, it wouldn't hit you. And then the one time, man, he got me really good, all in my lower back.
Yeah,
Right. And I mean, that shit
that
hurt.
shit stings.
And then I remember going home and telling my mom and dad what happened. And like, basically they sided with that guy. Like, cause they knew, like, he didn't want you riding through the thing. Why? Like, like, it's your fault that he shot you like that, you know? But when I bring that up is like, I realized today in that same area of, like, I'm probably as old as that guy now. If I was like shooting some rock salt at some kids riding by through my property, the SWAT team
You
would
go
come
to
out and take
jail.
me down, dude. Like, that would be like totally unacceptable to shoot kids with rock salt. But when I grew
Yep.
up, that was acceptable. That was like, yeah, you want to play with fire, you get fucking shot with rock salt. Like, and I don't know how that formed my view of life and shit. It's not like I've ever followed a fucking rule. I think I started breaking rules as soon as I understood what the concept was. Like 5 years old. Yeah, I know. I used to think of it as I just don't like being told what to do. That was my excuse. The bottom line is fuck rules. As I'm older, I guess we got to live with them and shit. Otherwise, it'd be chaos. If everybody was as crazy as me, it'd be total fucking chaos.
Yeah, but even as crazy as you are, bud, you're not out creating chaos in the
But we get
world.
there.
You're
If
not
we get
out
there.
killing people,
Oh, well, no,
you
but
know.
no, I'm not into violence. No.
No. So, you can't even put yourself like that because there's a lot of sick people
I
out
don't even.
there.
I don't need. Yeah, I guess there is. I'm like immune. Well, not really. I was immune to it till
You can be my
that's
president.
like I never knew anybody that got. I knew a couple people that OD'd like secondhand and shit. Like, I went through most of my life. I never knew anyone that died. Oh, my grandparents, like, they were old and had illnesses. But like, oh, I guess it's 5, 6 years ago. Oh my God, Chris, Sabrina, not just die, murder, right? And had to deal with all that. Oh my God, I'm like, holy fuck, what the fuck? Doesn't make sense. Like, and they were the most nonviolent people too. But yeah, sometimes I think, well, maybe is my karma as good as I think? And what? How could this be? Like, but yeah, I don't know. It is. It happened.
I might
Kind of.
actually go vote
I was married
just to
to
write in Buddy Kilowatt.
like we were just like it wasn't even like we were just a unit. Like everything was built up like together. Like I had nothing when we first started. Well, I mean, yeah, I just got out of prison, so uh, I had nothing. Like everything we built together, and then boom, she dead. Crazy. I mean, there's shit that led up to like whatever. It wasn't just like that, but some days I realize, holy shit, that really derailed my like what I thought was my existence. Like hard to explain. Like, oh, I felt I was like in destiny. I guess I still am, but I'm like, wait, no, this ain't my destiny. This is some other destiny. What happened to my destiny? Oh, that wasn't my destiny. This that kind of thing.
That King's juice got me pretty fucking stoned instead of high.
Yeah, Buddy can be president. Cap can be your VP, Buddy.
No, see, you know,
We'll make
Wavy
Fumey your
was young and
foreign
used to be out on tour
policy dude.
and everything. In 1980, I think that might have been Reagan year or whatever, or Carter, I forget. But out on the Dead tour was this bus. It was like, at the time, seemed pretty legit. I mean, there was a presidential campaign. It wasn't to elect Wavy Gravy. It was called Nobody for President. That was the campaign, and there were stickers and shirts, and the bus was all painted, and all these hippies rode it around and would give rallies about nobody for president. It was like in vaudeville, Mary Prankster. I don't know if you know what that is, but all right, Mary Prankster, Wavy and Keezy and all that, and I see. I was like 17 years old. Seemed like a good idea. Like I remember they had all these weird. They were all like Dead song slogan things, or like nobody for president. I can't remember all the things, but like here we are, like 44 years later, and I still think that's like the best campaign. Let's do that one. Nobody for president. Fuck that shit. This year is a perfect year because nobody could beat each of these guys easy. Nobody could win. Okay, right? and this would be the time for nobody for president. And like, hey, if we tried all this other bullshit, we live nobody for 4 years. So let's see what he can do. Right? I mean,
can't do much worse, I imagine.
I actually think if we revived this campaign and went national, like it might have some traction. We could get on CNN and it would be but real traction. Because like I'm not good at thinking up all these things, but I remember back then, which I guess it was the Reagan. I don't know what we were so fucking hot at. We've always wanted change, but and didn't like status quo and all that shit. So what bugs me today is these. Like, hey, if you're one of them, I love you too. I'm sorry that you've been brainwashed, but I still love you. Trumpers, okay? They beat us to the punch because like we were the ones saying fuck the establishment, fuck the CIA, fuck the FBI, fuck the Supreme Court, fuck all the government, anti-establishment. We've been saying that shit since the 60s. But somehow, these guys, the squares, the fucking, whatever you want to, like.
Oh, we were shouting in the 90s and shit too. We were raging against the machine.
Yeah, but now somehow, the ones that were protecting it all, USA, the ones that like were the pro-government, right, have now joined with this crazy con man, and then are like calling for the breakdown of the whole thing, right? The establishment. It's like so.
They are the establishment.
Like, how could those people, and it is those people, like it is like the core of what that is that group of people been part of our society for a long time. Now all of a sudden they turn and they're like hate the government and all this shit. I'm like, wow, what happened? And it's people like me going, oh, can we just get back to like normalcy? Like, because like I already know I'm too old for all this crazy shit. Let me just get out of here, keep things like calm till then. And that means we need some kind of system. And I just want it to be like back to the normal days when there were a lot of, this was the old days I remember.
But
There
the
were a lot
Republicans weren't always big government either. They were kind of anti-government, not anti-government, but small government. I thought
there was only episodes like, oh, there'd be the
I
Oklahoma
could be
shooting,
wrong.
and that was pretty crazy. And it'd be on the news for like
I don't
24
follow
hours
this
a
shit.
day for like months. And then we got through it. And then there'd be months when we were just humming along. We were just humming along. And then some other thing would happen.
My mother was a Democrat. My
Uh,
father was a
now
Republican.
we never have that humming along time. Every fucking day is some fucking drama that is so crazy that you're like, holy fuck, right? But we never have those days where it's like, oh, no news is good news. Oh, things must just be humming along. Those are really the most dangerous days because that's when they're sliding in all this bullshit that got us to this point anyway. Because like even right now, we've been distracted with all this bullshit, and you look at the companies and the conglomerate and the monopolies and the like the stranglehold they have on everything. Oh, how'd that happen? Oh, well, we weren't like paying attention when all that shit. We were too busy following some fucking drama about some bullshit, right? Or some crazy show on the fucking
That was orchestrated to distract us.
like fucking only like I said this earlier. Oh, 7 years of good span of your life, right? Holy shit, this crazy thing has been going on for like 8 years already, 9 or whenever this fucking thing started. It was a long time ago. I went to one of those fucking rallies in 2016 because I had to see it myself. Holy crazy. And now it's still happening, even like been like updated
Amped
and
up.
like amped up and it's just accepted and it's just normal. What the fuck? Like not saying the other side's any fucking better, but wait. If you can't see a fucking
It's
con man
all the fucking
100 miles away, especially one that isn't even good at hiding that he's a con man.
which one are you talking about?
I still love it somehow.
They're both pieces of shit.
They think this guy's rich. Like that's what's crazy. Like even that he can pull that off. Like that's a crime what he does. Like can you imagine if anyone else tried to shuck and jive their way to fucking millions and billions and really not have like it's all bullshit?
People do it every day. Half of America's full of
Yeah,
shuck and jivers.
Oh yeah,
exactly.
I give him credit. Like he's the best, dude. No one's ever gonna be like Michael Jordan. There's LeBron. There's fucking Brady. There's Kelly Slater. But nah, when it comes to the con, the hustle, the shuck and jive, the whole whatever that is, hustle, right? This guy takes the
He
cake.
hustled hard. He hustled
plays,
hard.
He plays it at a level that's like, wow, is that even like possible?
Yep. Apparently so.
All the way to president? No, that didn't go good. Fucking everything went bad during your reign, and you lost your ass, and now you want to run again. Wait, whoever run again? I didn't know that was even like a thing. It happened like 100 years ago or something, but things were different back then. But the truth
And
was,
that president wasn't being trying to be impeached either.
no, this shit's beyond crazy, dude. Like
It is.
like and if we're not sick of that, like even the best reality show, the best one of those things, people lose interest in it after a while, right? Somehow, man, this thing, like that's why when in TV shows they call it syndication. You want to get to 7 seasons, 7 years, and then that's when you really get paid money. You're in syndication, right? It's hard. A lot of great shows didn't make it 7 years. Okay. Right. Just because that's how the nature of that beast. Somehow, like I say, we're on the 8th year of this fucking show. It's the same shit show every day. It's not like it's matured any or it's got any real plots or anything really happening here. It's just fucking narcissist bullshit, right? calling people names. It's just the worst. It's like the worst of the worst of everything. Like there's nothing like I hate the fucking courts too, but I wouldn't fucking like be dumb enough to talk shit about the judge's fucking family in 1,000 fucking years, dude. Like there's certain rules to the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, wow, that's pretty ballsy, dude. You fucking threatening the judge's fucking daughter's life and fucking he puts a gag order on you and you don't even give a fuck. Like, wow, that's like gnarly, dude. That's gnarly. Like, I think I think some of that comes from, don't forget, he was influenced by John Gotti because when he was younger, he was king of New York, and
But he
Gotti
still owes people for fucking
was
in
Teflon
New York and
Don.
shit, contractors and shit.
No, the Gotti story ends tragically and all that. There were a lot of years that the whole weight of our government and law tried to fucking put Gotti in jail. And every try he won, he this, he fucking that. He was Teflon Don, okay? That's what they called him, Teflon Don. That was Gotti, right? Uh, yeah, he ain't shit, dude. Don Trump. That's the Teflon Don of history. No one's been, no, no one's taken it like that, dude. No one's done that much shit and like it just bounce off. No way, dude. Even today, I thought, I mean, it's funny. I laugh. Like I hear the story and then it makes me laugh inside. He's requesting May 17th out of court. It's a criminal trial. He has to be in court every day, 3 months, all day. Okay. That ain't fun. It gets pretty monotonous and tedious. Not just to show up for the publicity, no, every day. Because he's asking the judge to please let him and Melania go to Byron's high school graduation. Byron was a month old when he's right. Melania's his what? Melania's his son, and so he's on trial for paying off a porn star when Byron was a month old, and he's asking the judge, "Can I please go to the graduation of my son?"
Winning.
That's some crazy shit, dude. Like, yeah.
Yeah, and he'll probably get it too. That's the fucked up part.
Well, I get, one day out of court, it's like, what's he doing there? It doesn't even matter. But in this case, it's like, wait, what does that matter? Like, I don't know. Like, it's not, hey, he said it to us. This is the crazy part. He says everything out front. He said way at the beginning, I could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue, get away with it or something. He wasn't lying, dude. Nobody can do that. He's done it. He's shown he like certain things are even worse than murder, and he's fucking accused of those things. Okay, it's crazy, dude. And I know, like a lot of people support. I don't know if they support him or just don't support. I don't know what it's come down to, but or I guess I have no idea.
We're up shit creek.
Hey, I used to watch that show, The Apprentice. Me and my wife used to watch it, and we used to think this is such bullshit. Like the whole thing was bullshit, right? And it was because like every contestant that supposedly won all this, none of them got nothing. Like, oh wait, none of that proves anything. Like that's the part that like just because he says, then like it's crazy. Like, what about like the reality? these things happen. Like he bankrupted and like a whole bunch of like contractors that built Taj Mahal, whatever, ruined their whole family businesses and shit because he didn't pay. And not only did he do that once, he's done that 3 times already. Like, okay, that's the guy we're gonna put in charge. What the fuck is wrong with that? Because ultimately, we only can blame ourselves on this one, man.
Yeah, and God help us with this next election. I don't see anybody that stands out.
No. I mean, there's got to be some fix on that because if there was ever an election that a third party or some, well, the problem is there's all these angles, but the bottom line is there's not no rich guy. Remember last time he had Bloomberg in there, a billionaire, and you've had this and you have that. This year, nobody. No, like, oh, we're just
No,
gonna have the 2 candidates that nobody wants to vote, and not anyone's gonna. Where's Bernie? Where's this person?
it's
Even like
like a
what?
lame duck.
And even the one dude, Kennedy, like, oh, hey, Kennedy, he's crazy and nutty and fucking says anything, and he's full of shit. He's not even a serious candidate. Like I say, nobody for president. That's where that's where we,
We're at.
It's not too late. The problem is we probably couldn't get on the ballot in enough states, but I think it would appeal. You'd have to have some, political guys write up some fucking things and make it all catchy and
All I know is the only way to change the government is to become part of the government. And maybe when I go back to the States for a long period of time, run for office.
yeah. I mean that is
Yeah, you
true.
only get so far, and then you're compromised, or you're not not in
Yeah.
politics anymore.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
I'll be a felon, so I'll have votes there.
I think the biggest
I'm a convicted
thing
felon.
that changed in my time, like for sure, is we went from a point that I grew up in most of my life, first half of it, viewed our government, especially by far the strongest, most powerful entity on the planet. Oh,
Yeah.
I think Bear and Apple and especially these companies and they're all together. They're way more powerful than any government. All the governments combined aren't as powerful as some of these companies. Now, I could be wrong. Fumi would probably tell me, yeah, no, but feels like those companies are really running the show. In the way that the politics are written. Oh, yeah. And the way their influence works. And then once you get to that certain size, then it's game over and we're at that stage.
Yep. We're at that stage where basically, what, maybe 50 major companies around the world control everything, or not everything, but 90%.
If that.
Yeah, no.
If that, if most companies.
Like, you boiled it down to 10 things really matter, right? Okay, tech and the internet, all that. That's one thing. So there's a few companies that have that locked down. And then you go energy. Okay, well, there's only a couple companies that got that locked down. And then you go to food and all that, so yeah, I don't think there's maybe 20, and they're all conglomerated at this point where it's like a company like Bear's got its paws in everything, dude. They got everything.
So does Seagram's.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, most likely Seagram's. I don't know if Seagram's is the top dog in there.
Wine cooler.
There's some pretty good
No, actually, the Seagram's company is a very diverse company, and they own many different distilleries around the world.
Seem like they're good people that are trying to maybe do the right thing to a degree. But well, you know, the corporation is a mind of its fucking own, and and that's the problem with all this. And you got people that job it is to work inside the corporation for so many decades. They're like indoctrinated to it. It's not like a human anymore. They're just arms of this massive fucking thing to make more money every day. That's it. To justify your salary and all this, all that, whatever, that system. And these corporations are just unchecked. I mean, you go through like I think the Justice Department might be gearing up. I mean, they have two antitrust suits. That's a monopoly suit. So that's the top thing. That's the only thing we can do. I get one against Apple and now against Live Nation. Who knows what else they got cooking up, because you could just go through all these conglomerates and break them all up. Okay. I don't know if we have the will to do that. Do you know what I mean? Oh, they're not just going to roll over, right? Like, no, they'll just pay it and go on with it. Like Apple, I don't think they're that concerned with the fucking antitrust suit. Oh, they'll have to stop doing this or something, or yeah, big deal. But like back in the day, the penalty for that, they did it to the one dude, Standard Oil. They made him break it all up. They did it to phone company, Bell, whatever that company was, right? Okay, that's and you notice with cell phones, okay, it's not down to one competition, but it's kind of down to two, because
Yeah.
even in Smash was saying, "Oh yeah, I didn't know Mint got bought by whoever, so it's already a done deal. Mint ain't Ryan Reynolds. He sold it to fucking the conglomerate that, you know, like now."
Hey guys, I gotta take off. It's
Yeah,
getting
I never
close
made
to
it.
4:20 here.
Well, have a good 420 and have a good 420. Stay in there. I guess you're going to celebrate it there.
Yeah, now that I've, come to the realization that, I'm not going to make it out till basically next week, there is a 420 event that I heavily sponsored, and if I want to go to it, I can. It's just about 11 and a half hours away. So I don't think I'm going to make it. That's a long ass bus ride, or bike ride, or truck ride. I ain't gonna do that.
No.
So I'll see you guys in a couple hours.
Yeah.
See you, Cap.
Peace, everyone out in chat.
I suppose
Later,
I
Ben.
suppose I'll go next.
Yeah. All right, we're getting off, and hey, Nugs tonight, Billy Strings. Don't miss it. It's going to be a good one.
Right on, bud.